They need to do a little bit more than 1% of this boss's HP. Will they be able to make this happen? Oh, I don't think so. We'll see. We gotta get to the milliseconds.
Don't know.
The clock won't stop until the boss and that Fleshcrafter are both dead, but it is about to stop here.
Mandatory are going to just barely be able to eke out a victory over Holy Moly and take Cup B.
Sevi saving it for a little bit. Oh no, but the Toothbreaker! And that's going to be a full wipe for sure. They're in boss combat now. They can't even release until they're all dead here.
Another zero-death run coming in from Polish Mountain, upsetting this count and giving themselves a berth into the finals.
无论是作为他的减伤版，哎呦，一车撞死2个
！3-0取胜，恭喜5只小须获得史诗钥匙地下城全球总决赛。
Also have a full life. Team name still alive though. They can maybe finish off the boss.
Ladies, gents, and all of you tuning in, welcome to the Grand Finals. No king rules forever, and today we find out if we're crowning a new MDI champion. I'm your host, Rook, starting things off with Tettles, Dratnos, and Makes, and we are here at last, the final series of the MDI. So let's take a look at what everyone has had to go through to get to this point. Now, everything started out for us in the time trials all the way back in October. And from those, the top 16 teams moved on here into the group stages. Group A, Group B, and our Chinese teams rejoining the regions here all competed against each other. And the top 8 teams have moved on to this weekend, this moment, and these the Global Finals, where they are competing for $200,000 in the prize pool. It has been an incredible competition. Honestly, we've had world records broken. We've had them broken again. We've had mere milliseconds deciding the fate of our competitors. And I mean, Dratnos, could these teams possibly have anything else to give us?
Yeah, I mean, we've had some incredible series yesterday, the day before, in the group weekends as well, but the 4 teams that have survived to today are so incredibly good. We've got Perplexed, we've got Mandatory, we've got Holy Moly, we've got Polish Mountain. These teams are all incredibly high caliber. We are going to see multiple matchups between them as they fight to see who's the best in the world. I think this is one of those MDIs where you could make an argument for all 4 of these teams winning this weekend. I think Polish Mountain definitely the underdog of the 4, but the series between these teams, I mean, yeah, they're going to be incredible today.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've been going back and forth all day with people about, like, who do you think's going to win it? Well, maybe in this circumstance, this person in this, but they're so close, and Polish Mountain sweeping the lower bracket. I mean, there's a lot of possibilities, I agree with you, but these teams really want to give their best showing possible because they are not just competing for the glory, they are also competing for our prize pool. And we have $200,000 on the line, as we mentioned, with first, second, and third place taking home the lion's share here with $80,000 to first, $40,000 to second, and $30,000 to third. But it's not just the money. It's also these really cool Season 1 War Within MDI, just special medallions, these medals that they're going to be taking home as well. And honestly, we all love some good loot, especially if it is incredibly rare and highly coveted, which these definitely are. So our teams will be trying to take those home as well. But it's not just about the medals, is it, Mace? You know, from chatting with the teams, it seems like some of them really have a point to prove here with the first season. And I'm curious, what are they fighting for?
Well, I would say they're fighting for everything, and all of them have something to prove. So let's talk about the teams in specific. Starting us off with our lower bracket teams, Polish Mountain and Holy Moly. Both of these underdogs teams really rising to the occasion. Polish Mountain here as the lower bracket kings. If any team has proven they can go all the way, it's them. And the big question is, can they repeat their group stage miracle here in the Grand Finals? finals. They're going to be going up against Holy Moly, the biggest surprise this season. This is a team that some might even expect to beat Mandatory or Perplexed, and we've seen a great showing from both of them, fighting tooth and nail. I think the lower bracket is definitely getting spicy today, but on the upper bracket, we have a match of titans going up against each other. Perplexed, the best team to have never won a title. They're in great shape this season, and specifically these grand finals. Can they finally go all the way and take that title for themselves? On the other side is going to be waiting Mandatory, the reigning MDI champions, hoping to defend their title with a small roster change. They want to prove that they're still the team to beat in this matchup, and I think we have some amazing games to look forward to.
Megs, you got me so good with the Perplex, the best team to have never won. I mean, it's so true, right? Every single one of these teams has something they're really fighting for. And whether that's holding on to the title, whether that's finally taking a title for themselves, or whether it is just proving that they were a completely unexpected element that came in here and dominated, I mean, it's amazing. And all of them are going to be really fighting hard today. But, you know, Tettles, as we hear about all of these kind of points from our fellow casters, looking back on yesterday, do you feel like these teams were playing then at the level that they need to play today to win it?
Yeah, I mean, I think let's take a look back at what we saw yesterday. So right off the bat, we had Perplexed and Mandatory kind of taking care of business. Perplexed were actually kind of on an upset scare, depending on how you have them seeded for yourself. They were in a very, very close matchup versus Holy Moly, where I think if you end up simulating that matchup a couple of times, Holy Moly probably ends up winning it a few times. Mandatory had a very dominant performance, on the other hand, versus Polish Mountain. And funnily enough, all of our teams that are in the finals today were in that top side of the bracket yesterday. Beyond that, we had some teams getting eliminated. We had Ducks Can Fly getting eliminated. We had both of the Chinese teams in Worms and FTBZM getting eliminated. And we had a very, very close series as well between Missed Count and Holy Moly. Missed Count and Holy Moly series, again, I think that if you run that one back a couple of times, you're probably going to get a different victor. Holy Moly was able to win that 2-0, but I think that Missed Count, if they had perfect runs, would have won both of the maps that Holy Moly ended up winning. So consistency proves again to be king. But overall, I mean, that's how we kind of got here today. And the series that we saw yesterday were incredible, and I think it leaves a lot to be desired for today, because I think the series that we're going to have today are going to be even better.
Oh, I completely agree. I mean, we've wanted to see a lot of these teams go up. They have here or there against each other, and those matches have been incredible. So to get to see them here and now, especially when, as you pointed out, right, mistakes cost you so dearly this time around. So they've got to be playing in peak form. I think it's going to be fantastic. But let's go ahead and we'll take another look at how this weekend has shaken out, this time from the perspective of the bracket. Dratnos, what led us to today's action-packed series? Give us the lowdown.
Yes, of course, we are playing a double elimination bracket, which means there are a lot of important matches, but when you lose, you're not out of it just yet. Yesterday, we saw an incredible series between Perplexed and Holy Moly as they fought for this spot in the upper finals today. Perplexed managed to win that series 2-1, which it was incredibly close. All three matches in that series could have gone either way. Perplexed gained a huge advantage, though, because they survived immediately into today, into that upper bracket spot, whereas Holy Moly got sent to the lower bracket where they had to fight Missed Count. Now, they did 2-0 Missed Count, but that was another series where it's much closer than it looks as a 2-0. Missed Count were actually faster in both dungeons strategically. They just had a couple of deaths and they ended up losing the series because Holy Moly were able to punish that. But Holy Moly really had to fight for their lives there in that series. And going into today, I mean, they're going to have to continue fighting for their lives. Makes, what are we looking for today in the bracket?
Oh, honestly, I'm so excited every time I get to talk about this, because let's start in the lower bracket. You have Polish Mountain, who have shown that they can do a lower bracket swoop before in the group stages, but they were up against Holy Moly, a team that notably has taken a map off of Perplex and is in great shape. So I think the tendency is still a little bit more favored for Holy Moly, but if there's any team to beat them, it probably is Polish Mountain in this lower bracket matchup. And then at the top, really, you're already in the semifinals, getting a final caliber matchup here between Perplexed and Mandatory, which will give us a little bit of measuring of strengths for how the rest of the day will turn out, what we can expect. I'm really curious about both of these series.
I know, it feels like it could go either way, and we've seen these teams, perform at peak. We've seen them have mistakes that have cost them, but all of them are such powerhouses in their own way, even our brand newcomers into the MDI this time around. So I know we're all excited, and chat, hopefully you are too, because this is going to be a really big day of series. And these teams, right, as we've seen them kind of work their way through, we've talked about the fact that a lot of times they kind of hold off on revealing strats or on their fastest routes, or even are just kind of learning as they go through and seeing what other people do and then taking that for themselves, right? But the competition has just been so fierce this season. I'm wondering, Tettles, do you think they have anything more in reserve? Is there any room for improvement with these dungeons?
I mean, I feel like you should have probably have unveiled all of your strats by now. I think that there was a time to hold strats, and that was in Group A and Group B. I feel like that is no longer going to be the case. I feel like there's basically no strats that are being hidden anymore. I actually did a little bit of research coming into today, looking at the fastest times between all of the teams, because that kind of gives us an idea of where these teams are stacking up against one another. Mandatory is a team that currently has 4 of the fastest times in the dungeons that they've played so far. 3 of those are also dungeons that Perplexed have played. And so I think that gives Mandatory the slight edge in all of those dungeons that they could be facing versus the Perplexed team. Perplexed has 1 of the fastest times in their dungeons so far, and that ends up being the Mists of Tyrna Scythe. Holy Moly actually has 2 of the fastest times in all of the 8 dungeons so far, and that is in the Arakar and Dawnbreaker. In the City of Threads, that was a dungeon that was only played once, and so Miscount actually has the fastest time in that, but it's difficult to kind of compare. Now, I will say that this makes me think that Mandatory is probably favored to win this MDI. Typically, teams have somewhere between 4 to 6 of the fastest runs whenever they win an MDI Global Finals. That's about the number that you should be looking for to have good consistency. Now, there is the question of, can you choke? Absolutely. So Mandatory is going to have to be clutch, but just looking at the times that they've put up in the dungeons, they look like they are going to be returning back-to-back champions. Now, looking into the series today, the most problematic dungeon for Mandatory versus Perplexed is this Siege of Borealis that you see is at the very beginning of match 11, so it's unbannable. Mandatory put up a 10-minute and 37-second Siege of Borealis, and Perplexed put up a 12:26. So about 2 minutes are separating them, and so you kind of start this off asking, do they have any additional strats? I would say hopefully Perplexed has bonus strats that maybe we're missing, but I wouldn't hold my breath. I feel like this map and this series, by proxy of this map being very, very Mandatory favored, I think that this series is going to be very Mandatory favored because of that Siege of Borealis.
It's a tough one to start things off right away, but of course it will be here at the start, best of 3. So hopefully, maybe those are the strats that they've been sitting on in their back pocket, and they've got a really fast one for us on Perplexed side. And if not, they'll have another couple chances, but we'll just have to see how it all shakes out. Now, we don't have long to wait because we're going to be heading into our first series very shortly, which will be Perplexed versus Mandatory. So chat, get your predictions in on which of these powerhouses you think will emerge victorious. But we're going to take a second to kind of focus in on the players themselves and get a little closer look at what they've been bringing to the table. So, Makes, we've got a player to watch here. I think it's Mode over on Mandatory, right?
It is. So, if I get the chance to talk about Mode, I will take it and run with it. I've been watching this guy ever since he first started really pushing these high keys, because I was also a filthy Disc Priest main back then. Something that Mode kind of became very, very famous for. And from there on out, people were for a while doubting him, saying he's just a one trick, he can only play this one spec very well. But he has proven time and time again that he's become a true multi-classer on the healing role within these MDIs, going all the way in the last season of MDI, taking that first place with his team Mandatory. We went through a few iterations of team names for Mode's team. I believe it was Does Gargoyle Stream and Monka before. I think we're pretty happy with where they have arrived in terms of team names, but let me tell you a little bit about their team harmony, so to say, because Mode and Skylark are really kind of what gets this team going. There's been different DPS players all throughout, and I'm sure they also contribute, but for the most part it's Skylark and Mode who are coming up with a lot of the tech, coming up with a lot of the strategy, the cooperation, the coordination, the conversation, all of that, really making sure that this team rises to the occasion again and again.
I mean, yeah, they are so strong, and honestly, seeing how they work together and how they kind of bring that team play element to life is part of what makes them just incredibly powerful in their team. But, you know, we mentioned a little bit there, touched on Skylark as well, and as we were kind of diving into this, or at least as Tettles was, we discovered this long-running history between Skylark and Divine. This history not just between the two teams, but between the two players themselves. So, Tettles, would you like to give us a little more info on that?
Yeah, I feel like this was a series that I started looking for clips for this broadcast segment, and Skylark versus Divine is a matchup that dates back all the way to 2018. So we see back in Legion, Skylark there on Gold Trotters playing against Divine on Shell's Angels. You also see a Shine on that team as well. Skylark is a player that I believe has elevated every single team that he has been on. Since the beginning of MDI, I think Divine has kind of gotten the better of the Skylark versus Divine matchup, where he started off with Perplexed and with Shell's Angels and was having great success, getting seconds a lot of the time. He actually won one of the first MDIs on that Shell's Angels team. However, Skylark made this move from OS to EU to play with Monka, Does Gargoyle Stream, now mandatory, those teams that Makes was talking about earlier, and I think that has had major success for Skylark's position. Again, I talked about it earlier. I said that he's elevated every single team he's been on, and I think that the strategy making with him in mode has been a matchup that's actually been very profitable for both of these two parties involved, and it's allowing mandatory to, again, like I talked about, be the favorites, I think, in this matchup with them versus Perplexed. I think that you have to give them the favorite. Now, they have been a little bit less consistent than we would love to see this MDI, but I actually don't think that has anything to do with Skylark. I think that guy has been playing out of his mind, and for Divine, it's kind of a situation where Divine's passion, it kind of ebbs and flows, right? Some seasons he's really dedicated and he's grinding, and whenever that guy is actually at the top of his game and he's grinding and he's super passionate about the game, the team Perplexed actually does so much better, and it seems right now like Divine is super locked in.
Yeah, I mean, when you kind of just get in the zone, it's incredible how much that can elevate your play when you're really engaged and you're really on it. And I hope we get to see all of these players just really focus up, because when they play well, it's honestly just so awesome to see. And it's great to see what they're able to contribute as well to the run overall. But we've had some predictions as well, chat. Hopefully you've been getting yours in. And I'm curious to see how divided we are, how similar we are, because this is kind of a tough matchup. So we'll take a look down below. Pretty similar
these
so
are
far.
Wrong.
Are they?
No. Production is trolling again. It's okay.
Dragons changed at the last second here.
They had him inverted. That goes so hard.
A little fake out. Okay, interesting. All right. So, Dratnos, you're the Perplexed believer out of all of these.
Perplexed are fast, and they are a team that has the only team so far in our bracket to clutch a win against, they clutched that win against Holy Moly, right? Like that team in that series, they looked really good. They looked really solid. I mean, both these teams are really fast. They both have runs within seconds of each other in a lot of these dungeons. Perplexed, it's never been their weekend before on a global finals stage, but I have a feeling that this is it. I think this is finally going to be their time.
Honestly, I want to believe in them so bad, Dratnos, so maybe I'm going to end up regretting, because this would be amazing for them if they were able to. Oh, it looks like Zyronic was the only one who didn't even think they'd get one. Wow. Okay.
Well, okay, look, when we see 2 zeros in the MDI, sometimes it's a 2-0, but it's really, really close, right? Like that miscount Holy Moly series yesterday. Just because it's a 2-0 doesn't mean it wasn't close.
That's true. Maybe we can get Zyronic to clarify, but we'll take a look.
Got 2 bans. Oh, no, never mind.
Production's just having fun with us today.
Production also said that Perplex would probably win, so they just really want to give them that advantage. No, I'm kidding. All right, so we've got our bans out, but I mean, Dratnos, what do you think looking at these?
Yeah, I mean, look, these are maps where all the teams are going to be really good. Perplex and Mandatory, these are two of our best teams in the weekend. There is not a map in the pool that they are not ready for. But the Siege, I mean, that is going to be a blockbuster start to the series. This one has had such... it's got this great combination of, like, there's lethality in a lot of these pulls, but you are pulling very quickly. You're getting through this dungeon, a little bit over 10 minutes, right? It is a very, very fast dungeon. Not a lot of room for error.
Oh, definitely not. And I mean, it'll be interesting to see because just like Tettles was pointing out, this is one that could be a bit more decisive on either side, right? It's a difficult one. We've seen a lot of teams try to figure out how they can streamline it with their pulls, with their grouping as much as possible. So whether or not either of these teams are going to find that perfect streamline or bust out some new tech, we'll have to see. But this will be our first Perplexed versus Mandatory. I'll pass it over to you, Tettles.
Yeah, so right off the bat, we're seeing similar strats from both of these teams, electing to use that Rogue Shroud to run all the way into the first boss arena. We're also seeing a little bit of a deviation in terms of composition. We're seeing the Protection Paladin versus the Vengeance Demon Hunter. Protection Paladin, a lot more damage if you're holding W. Vengeance Demon Hunter, a lot more control for trash packs, and maybe a little bit more burst AoE. Would you agree with that, Dratnos?
Yeah, we also have a difference on the Death Knight side of things. We have an Unholy DK for Mandatory versus the Frost Death Knight for Perplexed. So maybe a little bit bigger AoE available for Mandatory on that choice, whereas Perplexed should be able to get a little bit more. I mean, of course, Frost DK does a lot of AoE as well, but potentially the single target, the damage outside of Lust will maybe be a little bit better over on Perplexed side. Mandatory, I mean, look at that Unholy DK just absolutely popping off here on this big pull. Very dangerous as both teams are engaged with the boss. These grips, while all the trash is alive, are so scary. Looks like they're doing an okay job so far. It's actually Mandatory slightly ahead here on the boss, although this will catch up a little bit for Perplexed when they get this bomb. A little bit better bomb spawns for Mandatory, I'd say.
Yeah, I was about to say Mandatory got a little bit better bomb RNG. I think one of the mobs, one of the cleavers of the powder shots ended up walking into one of Perplexed's bombs, but I don't think it's going to matter too much. It looks like both of the teams are going to be able to kill off the boss prior to even contacting that third bomb, so it didn't even matter. Mo doing a really good job having the presence of mind of dragging the boss towards the exit, allowing Mandatory a quick escape of the boss arena. And Perplexed are kind of hot on their heels. Only 9 seconds separate these two teams, and look at what Mode's going to be doing on the right-hand side of the screen here. He's going to immediately run and start the RP scenario of which these powder shots are like shooting down this range, and then Mode is then going to run up and tag the pack. By tagging the pack, you're going to stop that scenario. So after this Irontide Raider commander pull that Mandatory is doing on the right side of the screen is finished, you're going to actually be able to just like run straight up the platform and potentially pull the next trash that you want into the boss.
Yeah, this is a very important strategy for speed. It looks like Perplexed have the same thing going on as well with that pack walking in around that corner. They use that line of sight to help get everything grouped up very cleanly, very stacked with each other. One crucial resource that Mandatory are missing, Cheat Death has been used on their rogue, whereas Perplexed still have it. So that could be a little bit further danger for Mandatory, but they are definitely ahead in this dungeon as they march over this boat. Those little curse blades there don't actually aggro you if you don't fight them, so they are going to leave them alone. And Skylark's already grabbing this next pull. This is a section in the dungeon where having a Vengeance Demon Hunter instead of a Prop Pally helps you start these pulls like 5 seconds faster as well.
Absolutely. And I mean, look at this. Mandatory are already getting pulled into the boss here. As the boss has been engaged, they actually have the Dark Transformation available, but they don't have the Unholy Assault. And this is one of the core differences of the strategy here. For Perplexed, they have all their offensive CDs. Their strat is very simple. You press your 2 minutes, and you pull as much trash as possible. Mandatory, with that Unholy DK, the Unholy DK is kind of this in-between DPS specialization because they have 1.5 minute cooldowns as opposed to the 2 minute CDs of the Frost DK. And so Mason is going to be allowing them to actually do bigger pulls or larger amounts of damage outside of their offensive cooldowns, where Perplexed, in theory, whenever they all press their 2s together, should be able to catch up in a wild fashion, like you see here on Dread Captain Lockwood, as both of the teams actually equalize rather quickly.
Yeah, we are still in this intermission for Perplexed. The gap between these two teams widened a little bit in the trash section here. There was a 9-second gap in favor of Perplexed when they killed the first boss. That expanded to about 15 or 20 seconds before they got to the second boss. But Perplexed are absolutely closing that gap as the second intermission begins for Mandatory. Damage is slowing down now for Perplexed, and there's an awkward spot here with cooldowns, right? We see a Pillar of Frost pressed a couple of seconds ago, and it's a little bit awkward because sometimes these things are then not going to last, and they're going to expire as the boss is jumping up to the boat.
Yeah, you had the Unholy Assault actually there for the Unholy DK, so Mason was able to, again, I call it like in between.
Look what Skylark just did there. He like leapt over and tagged some of the RP mobs that are fighting up by the
Does that stop them from doing their...
They're gripping them in now. Maystein grips in a Curse Blade from up over the side there.
Oh my god, does that give count?
They're all snapping in. Yeah, these are mobs that were, Jano was fighting them up there in the Siege of Borealis, and Mandatory are going to get a little bit of free count out of that. Let's see if that lets them do anything cool later. It looks like they're at the same count here as Perplexed, so maybe that just makes up for an extra mob walking into an earlier pull somewhere for Perplexed. Either way, Mandatory stop the boss timer, and you can see it is 3 seconds basically separating these teams. So Mandatory did that 3 seconds slower, but they were 9 seconds faster on the first boss, so they're 6 seconds ahead coming out of that boss.
And Perplexed are actually doing a comparable sized pull to Mandatory here, and I think this is actually looking dead even. I kind of talked about the timers of the dungeon, the best time that both of the teams have put up in the Borealis, and Perplexed was about 2 minutes slower. It seems like they have adapted their strat a little bit, or just like moving noticeably faster today in this dungeon as they've grabbed the double demo. Again, they're just a hair behind Mandatory, as Mandatory are finishing up the same pull that Perplexed has just done. And look at Maystein's damage on that Unholy DK, 9 million DPS, where Wolf Disco on that Frost Death Knight, he did have the Breath of Syndragosa up, only able to do 7 million DPS, but the notable thing here is that Mandatory have their 2s available. They have the Death Mark, they have the Ascendance, where Perplexed, they actually just used all of those 2 minutes together. So Mandatory should be looking to accelerate at this point of the dungeon compared to where Perplexed are.
Big piece of shaman tech in this dungeon is you can one thing Mandatory did earlier was they just used Tremor Totem to stand in that big AoE fear. It's a little bit of a long CD, so you can only do it basically once at this speed in this area, but it is a nice piece of shaman utility. Both teams on the exact same pull right now. That big bubble taunt from the Paladin is a very powerful piece of utility in these sorts of pulls as well. Mandatory killing off that giant. Perplexed also have it dead, but do have to finish off the rest of the trash as well, and this is going to be the second Shroud of Concealment of the dungeon. Mandatory entering that Shroud, sneaking around these snipers. Not the most good, efficient count, so they want to just go straight in to this boss room, and they will probably be pulling the boss right away here. Skylark throws that glaive. They are in boss combat. Perplexed are right behind them, but not a lot of time left. Perplexed need to do more damage here, and they're actually not going to go straight into the boss either. They are grouping up this pack. They're waiting for CDs before going into boss here. This is something we've seen them do before. Now, this might be good if they can then land these CDs on the boss and do just a bunch of damage, but it is going to be potentially slower if Mandatory are able to make this work with the boss just straight on pull and not lose damage to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a kind of a divergence in strategy. Mandatory were holding that Ascendance. They were holding that Deathmark and Kingsbane on that last trash pack that you were talking about with the Giants. But, I mean, so they did that pull a little bit slower, but the advantage was then that you were able to pull Hadal in on pull. And Skylark did... Oh my, I can't actually believe that he was tanking this pull as long as he was tanking it. Those double commanders staying alive for 50% of Hadal Dark Fathom's HP is incredible. And this, I think, is opening up the largest lead that we're seeing between Mandatory and Perplexed so far on this map. Perplexed, like you said, they were kind of waiting for their 2s to come up before they ended up pulling Hadal. Now they have engaged the boss, and they are trying to catch back up. But you can't play catch-up. You have to be able to be ahead here. Because the last area of Vic Goth, I feel like both of the teams are on completely even footing. There's no team that's going to be able to kind of like accelerate in that front. Maybe you could give a slight advantage to the Frost DK over the Unholy DK on that, but I think this is a situation where Mandatory being 20% ahead on Hadal Dark Fathom, that bodes so well for them going into this last area.
They do have to kill this trash, though.
Wait, they need more trash? Oh,
yeah, they're having to pull in the side pack here. Now, this isn't necessarily a single target loss, right? This is a comp that can get some single target benefit out of pulling trash potentially, but there is going to have to be some swapping onto these mobs. Ooh, and the grip into that Crashing Tide. Nearly dangerous there for Mandatory. Definitely a couple of globals being lost there. That 30% advantage on the boss shrunk to 20. Now it shrunk to 15% boss HP difference. Perplexed, now just 12% behind on the boss. The boss does go down for Mandatory, and they are going to have to finish off this Raider, but that is going to start the RP on that gate going down, so they're not necessarily going to lose time here. As long the timer when time starts getting lost is when that gate would have been destroyed, which now it is. Mandatory.
There's 5 seconds here that separate the two teams. This is actually going to be so tight to the finish, and I actually think that I'm in favor of the Frost DK composition for killing this boss just a little bit faster, but I don't know how much faster they're going to be able to kill the boss, as Mandatory has engaged Vic Goth, and it's going to be 4, 5, 6 seconds until Perplex have also engaged Vic Goth here, and it's going to be a photo finish.
So, Ascendants, 2-minute CDs, 1-minute 30 CDs for Mastein popped for mandatory on pull here. Those CDs weren't available for Perplexed on pull. They're going to get to press them. That's going to be tough, though. Look at the Lust situation here. Mandatory are going to get another Lust with their CDs. Like, their CDs will be up sooner in Lust. This is going to be such an important thing. These CD optimizations are going to make or break this map. We see a Breath of Syndragosa sent on this Gripping Terror. It's actually going to be a little bit awkward here. This Breath is not going to get full value for Wolf Disco. You can see it's just ticking down right now, and Breath is going to expire here on this first platform, as they maybe they were a little too fast even in getting here compared to what they were expecting. That Breath, it's hard to get full value. We already are on the second platform now for both teams, though, and they are right at the same pace with each other. The important thing to note, though, is Hopeful's Death Mark is available. Swag's has already been used. So Mandatory are going to get this Death Mark. They're going to get it right now. Are they going to get another one at the end of the dungeon, though? I don't know. I don't know if they'll get one on the third platform or not. They might not.
I mean, looking at Mode's CD as well, look at this Heart of the Wild. Heart of the Wild is actually up in 30 seconds for Mode, so he's going to be able to combine that with that Convoke the Spirits and actually be able to kind of pop off on this last platform compared to where Mandatory are. Oh my god, Perplex has actually popped their Bloodlust here on this second platform. It's actually allowing them to pass where Mandatory are on killing both of these tentacles, but Mandatory, again, they're going to have that Heart of the Wild, they're going to have the Unholy Assault and the Dark Transformation, they're going to have the Ascendants with that Bloodlust on this final platform. So I think that this is going to be Mandatory accelerating past where Perplexed are, even though Perplexed kind of even the gap with that Lust.
Yeah, Lust is still rolling for a couple more seconds here for Perplex as they take it into the side here, but it is going to fade for them, whereas for Mandatory, they press it just as soon as those tentacles spawned. The cooldown situation, though, Perplexed, are they going to get to that death mark? It's in 23 seconds. I don't think it's going to matter too much, even if they do. That Heart of the Wild for Mode comes out, but Convoke was actually not ready right away, so we're going to have that Convoke in a second here. Yeah, it's going to come up inside the Heart of the Wild. Mode's going to have to shift out of Cat form, though, and do some Dispels. 16% on that Gripping Terror. The Terrors are dying so fast for Mandatory. I think they have this one. There's still another 30% left on that Tentacle for Perplexed. This is going to be a photo finish, but now the Tentacles are dead for Mandatory, and as long as they can shoot this cannon, they should be able to take this by a couple of seconds over Perplexed. There it is. The cannon is shot. The timer is stopped. Mandatory are going to take a 1-0 lead in our series.
So close there. These are the maps that we were hoping to see from these two teams. I mean, 0 deaths, but victory does go to Mandatory, who prove that even if it's by a few seconds, they are defending champions for a reason. This was an incredible run from both of them. Now, there were some minor little variances. We also got to see that kind of cool tag on the RP mobs, gripping them into Lockwood. We got to see a few little variations, and I'm curious with that. I mean, Tettles, what do you think made those few seconds difference between these two?
I think it was just more aggressive routing whenever... I actually think it's off kind of the back of the Unholy Death Knight, where the Unholy DK kind of allows you to have this in-between damage that Perplex didn't have. Perplex were kind of playing catch-up every single time that they had the Breath of Syndragosa. They would pull a very large trash pull into the boss. But that Unholy DK that you're seeing from Mastein, 3.6 million DPS, it's a little bit more than how much Wolf Disco did, but it kind of enabled a couple of situations that I think that Mandatory were able to take advantage of. And it's not by a lot. We're talking 5 seconds here, but it's enough to be able to take this map, especially whenever you have your best run versus their best run.
I mean, you're right, just incredible runs from both. Those little tiny differences. Amazing to see how they still, at the end, secured Mandatory that victory. But Makes, as you were observing as our analyst, what were you saying?
Oh, actually, I do agree with Tettles on the Unholy beat. I think specifically in this comp where you run as many melees and where there's a lot of bosses where you don't necessarily have uptime all the time, Unholy actually outperforms that Frosty K, but we did have the tank DPS difference for Prot Pal and Vengeance, so I think it evens out a tiny bit. But let's look at what they actually did here that I think caused some of the time difference. So at the very beginning, they had some bombs that were a little bit better on Chopper Red Hook, so Mandatory taking the lead on that first boss split, and then both teams did this, but we had a good view on Mode doing it here, so that's why we took that clip, really making sure that this RP gets triggered, gets the mobs running to the rest of the group. And then there was some new tech coming out here on Dread Captain Lockwood, so you can see that Skylark is actually going to be hopping backwards behind the gate to the left side, and he got in fight with these mobs there. They're not transporting over themselves, so Mastein is actually going to be be going out and gripping them in right now. And that will give them a little bit of extra count that they don't need to do then later on. So really, really cool tech, not something we've ever seen before. And then they do this pull, which I believe we haven't seen in the MDI before. It's enabled by that Imprison on the right side from Skylark, making sure that the Wave Speaker is not in this pack. Otherwise, it gets really dicey with all of these interrupts. So that's a really, really cool tech that they're showing here to make sure that this pull is possible. And then towards the end, something we've seen before in the MDI, but I just wanted to show it again because it's some cool, mobile tank tech. Skylark actually playing the cannon on that first platform, allowing them to have a little bit of an easier spawn. Once again, with all of these melees, you have the Resto Druid that also wants to try and do some damage in the melee range. You can see Skylark is actually playing the cannon and then just jumping over, making sure that the rest of the team has a little bit of an easier time, more damage uptime. Really, really cool to see, and just what a great game, seeing how neck and neck these teams are.
So close, and I love that just when you think there's no new tech, no new strats, of course they find something. Now, we're going to be going into Grim Batal next, and Dratnos, this is one that we've seen the teams, we've seen some tech, we've seen some other things come out over the course of the MDI, but it's also been a difficult one. So what do you think we can expect for these two from Grim Batal?
Yeah, I mean, Grim Batal has been a map where almost every time we've seen it up until now, I've had this talking point of whichever team just doesn't die is likely to win this map. I think this is the first series where that is almost definitely not the case. I think these teams are likely to have clean runs, even in Grim Batal, and I think we saw in that Siege of Borealis, they're both firing on all cylinders, so I think that, yeah, this is going to be an extremely close one. I believe it was Perplexed that debuted the Warlock for skips in this dungeon, some cool strats in there, so I think this is probably slightly favored towards them, but I'm not sure. Mix, what do you think?
So,
Wait, Tettles, what do you think?
Mix, you want to take that?
Tettles wants to go first. I think we have the same point, so go ahead, Tettles.
Yeah, Perplexed actually put up an 11:25 in this dungeon with one death. So in theory, their best time would be like an 11:10 from what we've seen this weekend. Mandatory hit a 0 death 11:15, so I think at best we're like coin flipping here. What were you gonna say, Mix?
Yeah, so I was going to say that while we saw Perplexed pioneer that Warlock tech and the gate skip and all of that, Mandatory actually had a really, really good run in that Grim Batal as well. So I'm really curious on how it's all going to be playing out, because we did have some suspicions on Mandatory's Grim Batal maybe being played a little bit safer then, as they were up against Mistcount, and Mistcount had some mishaps happen. So sometimes teams take it a bit slower.
Why do you think it was slower? Like, what about it do you think was slower than what they actually put up earlier in the weekend?
I just think they played it a bit safer, looking towards the tail end of that dungeon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Going as big as they maybe could have, taking a little bit longer to finish off those corruptors before going into boss. Like, just tiny things, but possibilities to maybe shave off some couple of seconds. So I'm very curious on who takes the cake here.
Yeah, I'd love to see both of them just go all out in this, which no doubt they're going to, given the competition here, right? And we've talked about this, right? That deaths with that extra penalty because of perils, it just makes it so that sometimes you are making those decisions, right? That maybe we go a bit slower. Maybe we really try to make sure that we don't have any deaths here at the end. But when you're in a matchup like this, Perplexed versus Mandatory, going in for a possible match point, you have to just go for it, and I'm very curious to see what they have as they blast into this. This will be our second game of the series, Grim Batal Perplexed versus Mandatory. Both of these teams out to prove a lot. Mandatory trying to prove that they are the reigning champions, and they will remain as such, while Perplexed are trying to prove that, hey, they're actually really good players, and it's kind of wild that they haven't taken one yet. So hopefully this is the one for them, right? But, you know, on either side, and either way, this has already been an amazing matchup, so I can't wait to see what this Grim Batal has in store. Dratnos, take us into it.
All right, so we do see no surprises in the composition. Perplexed still using that Warlock here, which has some really, really nice utility. In particular, the gateway at the end of the dungeon, as we get past Forge Master Throngus, is potentially something that will allow Perplexed to gain some time, even if they are behind before then. Both teams starting off with a big lust pull here. very dangerous section of the dungeon. We are looking to see if Divine and Skylark are both able to preserve that last resort as well. Tank deaths are a huge cause of damage in Grim Batol. Being able to preserve that cheat death effect on your tank is really valuable. So far, both teams have done it on this first pull. Divine, actually going to be the team that finishes faster here, is Perplexed as he runs over to the side and is going to start off this dragon bombing gather.
So something that you shouted out is the fact that they both lusted, but both of them actually pre-lusted the trash pack, which I think makes a lot of sense whenever you have to factor in that it's not about like getting the lust for the longest duration, especially on that pull. It's about getting the pack killed off the fastest amount of time possible. And so if you're going to kill the pack off in 30 seconds, you actually don't need the full duration of the lust, so you'd rather press a little bit earlier. That way it comes up a little bit sooner. These teams are operating on... They're firing on all cylinders here whenever you have to think about very small things like that. And both of the teams, again, a major optimization that we've seen during this MDI season is this dragon bombing run, where both of the teams, their Vengeance Demon Hunters, are grabbing double Twilight Drake there, and then on top of the trash to allow the 4 players doing that bombing run to just shoot their number ones into the pack and being able to kill all of that off. Now the downside is that you don't have your tank shooting at all, and you end up having a lot of trash actually still up and available around this first boss in General Umbrus, and so you're going to have to kill this trash off. It's actually really, really scary where this trash is, and it's actually caused a lot of deaths. You need to make sure that you get kicks, because the earth callers can also get stuck in the middle of the room. But assuming that you get like decent RNG and you don't have to move back and forth over and over again, it should be pretty easy for both of these teams to be able to clear out all this trash.
All right, now Perplexed got this boss pulled first, but Mandatory, Hopeful is doing something incredible to this boss here with that rogue DPS, and Mandatory are actually now 12% ahead on boss damage despite pulling later.
Wait.
This isn't a DK versus Warlock thing. This is just a rogue difference thing.
Hopeful saved his death mark. Look
He
at this.
did,
From
yeah,
the first
okay.
pull, he actually didn't press it on the first pull.
Okay, so
and
now
instead-
Perplexed have it being pressed. So Perplexed actually are going to be catching up and overtaking at this point, but their next death mark is going to be slower, I think, is the downside here. Mandatory are going to get another death mark in 30 seconds faster than Perplexed, but both teams are going to be killing this boss right around the same time. So actually, I mean, this is so neck and neck right now.
Yeah, I think it's one of the situations that they didn't really want to overcommit offensive cooldowns to the first pull. They were already pressing Lust. They were pressing the Breath of Syndragosa and the Ascendants, and so they didn't actually end up thinking that they needed that many offensive CDs on pull, and so they were able to have that Death Mark and that Kingsbane to just completely erase General Umbrus.
Wow.
A really, really strong strategy for Mandatory.
So Mandatory 4 seconds faster on the first boss, and they're going to have their death mark in 42 seconds here, whereas Perplexed are still going to be waiting a minute for it. Although Perplexed are actually going to get an extra Kingsbane in here, because Hopeful is now obligated to hold on to that Kingsbane, whereas Swag could press it right now and get another use into the dungeon. Looks like they're maybe deciding against doing that, though, for Perplexed, as we do have a Molten Giant pull for Perplexed, whereas Mandatory are going straight into the boss. Now, Mandatory are going to get a bit of extra count out of this. Perplexed will be fighting a bunch of count with the boss, I think, as well, because they do have a gateway skip planned for later, unless they've changed their strategy.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Perplexed are now engaging the boss. How do you feel about the Perplexed versus Mandatory situation here, just looking at the count differences? Because they're going to be like pretty different in terms of how much count they have coming out of this area.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Perplexed are going to be able to accelerate a little bit, but what Mandatory are going to have access to is Mandatory can do a double Lava Bender pull. It's very scary.
Yes.
But it's a lot of count if they can do it, whereas Perplexed are going to sidestep that area entirely, right? They'll be able to just gateway over and start their dragon pull as soon as they want to after this boss does eventually go down for them. So I'm not sure. I think this is where we're going to see the difference in strategies really start to make itself evident. Mandatory should kill this boss first, but the question of who's actually further ahead in dungeon progression, given that difference, it's going to be very, very close. I think Mandatory would like a little bit more of a lead than they have right now, given that Perplexed do have that extra 6% count.
Dude, I feel like Perplexed are going to be ahead coming off of Forge Master Throngus as well. Like, you also have to kind of look at the offensive cooldown situation. They do have Breath of Syndragosa, like you said, for that double Lava Bender pull. But Perplexed, you know, they're not, like, super shy on their cooldowns. They're going to have stuff coming up in, like, a minute 30. So, actually, maybe they are a little bit dry on their offensive CDs, but they have an easier route through here. They don't have any pack that they need to be pressing these major offensive cooldowns on. So, both teams are actually going for a pull right after this Fortune Master Throngus area. And mandatory, like you've pointed out, they are going to be doing double lava bender. One of the lava benders is going to be focused down first, getting pushed into that ascension phase, and then they're going to be looking to pull the second one in as like a chain pull, as opposed to doing them all together on pull. Because if you end up having the double ascension, then you have the heat from the lava benders, and it's just a little bit too intense. And so that's why the teams are pulling them a little bit slower.
It looks like mandatory haven't even pulled that lava bender.
I'm looking at that. Yeah, you're right.
So
they actually didn't grab it.
Let's see what they do here, because there's a couple of different pulls that are options at this spot. I wonder if they're just going to take this lava bender forward. Yes, they are. They are going to take this lava bender with this dragon forward. So they're going to do this pull into the cubby. We see a lot of teams do this pull. We don't see a lot of teams do this pull with a second lava bender. So this is going to be so scary for mandatory.
Perplexed are actually doing the exact same pull as mandatory, except mandatory has +1 lava bender in this large trash pack that we were talking about. But the advantage should be here for Perplexed, because they're going to have all their offensive cooldowns coming up in just a second. They have the King's Bane with the Deathmark combo. They have the Infernal actually being pressed. They have the Ascendants available, but the trash pack actually just died. Wolf Disco just erased this trash pack all himself, and just not even using the offensive CDs. Ooh, they actually got repressed for swag. Mode goes down for mandatory. What happened? The Lava Bender AoE?
It looks like, yeah, just the combined damage of 2 lava benders plus all the other stuff on this pull ended up taking him out. Is he okay? He does manage to regrowth himself. He's going to be all right. Hopeful is going to cheat. Hopeful cheats death. That's all right. That's okay. That's what that's for. And that is a big damage reduction for a little while as well, so he's not actually in all that much danger right after it does pop. They are going to move forward. Perplexed are way ahead. Perplexed have 15 seconds now of death timer, and they're going to take this boss. They're in this boss maybe 30 seconds faster, something like that. So maybe 40 seconds of advantage for Perplexed right now when you factor in those deaths. It's going to be extremely close still. The end of this dungeon could still go either way. The Frost DK might perform better than the Warlock as well on single target here. Although it's nice to have a ranged DPS to work on. Like, you can actually be effective when there are spirits fixating you in a way that melee, it's sometimes a little bit more awkward.
I feel like this is about to be the last hard pull of the dungeon for both of these teams in Mandatory and Perplexed. They're going to be looking to grab the 6-pack of trash into this boss. I believe that pack is double Beguiler, double Warlock, double Enforcer, and so it's a lot of actually very scary mobs for pretty much all parties involved. The scariest part, too, is actually the fact that you have these Shadow Flame spirits on top of the boss. This triple melee composition that Mandatory is running has a really hard time of actually dealing with these Shadow Flame spirits just by themselves, and so the Warlock should have a little bit of a better time of being able to deal with all of this trash on top of the boss. Do you think Wolf Disco presses his Infernal with his Spymaster's Web here at the 8-minute mark?
I think you're holding it for lust, the Spymaster's Web on the last boss at this point. I think that's going to be the most time-efficient way to spend this dungeon. There is an Infernal coming down.
Oh, yep, he pressed it.
Yeah, Infernal, nice for the stun, actually, there as well. Nice little piece of... one of the times where Infernal stun comes in big.
Valiona ended up getting 3 stacks of the Affix here. The Oblivion Orbs ended up contacting the boss. Now, it does make the boss do a little bit more damage, and you have a little bit less mastery, a little bit less leech on your gear, or on your players now because of it, but it's not the end of the world for Perplex. They were able to actually even get the dragon killed off before that ended up mattering, and they are somewhere in the order of 30+ seconds ahead of Mandatory in this dungeon right now, Dratnos. They have the 15 seconds of death timer in their favor. In addition to that, they were, 25 seconds ahead on the boss? That is a huge deal for Perplexed.
Oh, a brutal Affix spawn for Mandatory as well, right at the end of the boss, so they're not going to be able to get any benefit out of this, really. No. A bunch of those orbs are just waiting behind them in the walls there. Maybe some will come into this pull, but either way, Mandatory are going to start a double Corruptor pull. I kind of feel like maybe they need to go quad Corruptor to have a chance here, but I don't know if they know that that is how far behind they are at this time. They might be able to claw this back with better single target. Their Lust is also coming up 10 seconds before Perplexed, so that might be an advantage that they can leverage as well.
We saw this in the Chinese weekend. Perplex actually did the strat where they actually meld off the hatchlings to make sure that they don't put the shadow damage taken increase debuff on all the players. So Divine walked up, melded it off, and if those mobs drop combat with you, they'll no longer apply that amp. And that's actually allowed Perplex to take the double Corruptor and these hatchlings straight into the final boss. They're actually not even waiting. They have Lust up in 15 seconds as well with all of their offensive CDs. This double Corruptor is really, really scary, but the moment that the Bloodlust is pressed with all of the cooldowns, this boss and that trash should be erased.
Swag getting hit by that Corrupt here. Does have Cloak, is going to end up pressing it.
Giuseppe might get mind controlled. You can actually get mind controlled here if you're not careful.
Wolf Disco dropping super low as well. Wolf Disco is mind controlled.
He got MC'd. Oh my god,
He's on the other team.
He's gonna lose his Spy Master's web too.
Oh, he's okay. He lives.
Oh, he's back. He's back.
Somehow, he survived despite that mind control there, and here comes that Lust, here comes that Infernal. But now Mandatory are ahead on the boss as a result of this, or they're right equal. But Mandatory are also 15 seconds behind on the death timers. They've pulled these Corruptors in as well. Those Corruptors are still alive for them. This big Lust coming out from Perplexed with that huge combination of all of their cooldowns as well. It's just absolutely melting Aerudax, and plus the 15 seconds of death timer. As long as they can hold on here, as long as they can avoid getting hit by these tentacles, getting stunned, once again, Perplexed should be in good shape here to close this one out. Another extremely close map, but it is going to be Perplexed equalizing our series 1-1 against Mandatory.
That was a Wolf Disco MC away from actually losing too. That was so close. Holy.
This was amazing. Honestly, my heart stopped when Wolf's health plummeted, but Perplexed are coming for that title that's always just been out of their grasp. They have taken this evening the playing field here. One mistake can cost you, as we've seen, and it did cost Mandatory this time, but this was such a close one. I mean, holy cow. Dratnos, in this run, we had the death, but do you think that really was the only thing separating this this victory?
I think the death is 15 seconds, right? Plus, it's however long you lose from the logistics of the death. You know, you're going to have to cast a battle res, that's some runic power. But it was just the healer who died, which is not usually a huge amount of additional time lost on top of the 15 seconds. I would say at most you could maybe attribute 25 seconds to that death, which means even still Perplexed would be faster in this map, even if you gave Mandatory an extra 25 seconds, right? They won by 31 seconds here, only 15 from that death penalty, so I mean, it's extremely close. This is an extremely close map between the two teams. Perplexed would have been faster without that mind control at the end as well. That certainly cost them a little bit of time too. So, I mean, close to perfect runs out of the two teams, though.
I mean, it was amazing, incredible there. And I mean, Makes, you were really getting, a close-in eye on these, mechanics and action and the routes. So what were you seeing over on the analyst desk?
Honestly, I'm so surprised that Mandatory changed their route from what we saw yesterday to what we've seen today, and we'll get into it. But first, of course, both teams here doing the double dragon pull. I think you guys already elaborated how Mandatory could pull ahead on that first boss, and I thought it was really ingenious kind of planning out the CDs in that way so that they could have like full boss DPS. Now this is the pull that Perplexed does that Mandatory does not do. It's an extra pull in the Forge Master area that Mandatory shown yesterday and today that they don't care about. They don't do this. Instead they go bigger in the area after Forge Master. And what we saw yesterday was Mode actually trailing ahead, grabbing that lava bender on the bridge and adding it into the first pack. Now they changed that approach. They grabbed both of these lava benders into the second pull, and that is so brutal of a pull, and you can see what's happening here right now in a couple of seconds. Mode actually stands in that explosion from the lava bender, and on itself that probably would have been fine, but then another cast does go off, and that's just too much for him to survive. See, is fine here, then a cast comes through, does go down. So unfortunate there on the overlap, would have left either of these things individually, but in this situation just a little bit too much. And then Perplex just pulls ahead on the overall routing, since these really problematic pulls with that difficulty are just taking Mandatory too long to execute. The single extra pull is faster, which is really rare in the MDI. And then we got a little bit of extra goodness towards the end here. Look at this. It's just incredible. That Dark Pack runs out. He drops even lower than. You cannot even see his health anymore. But worry not, my friends. Wolf Disco is a warlock, so all is well.
So you get charmed for 10 seconds whenever you get mind controlled by those mobs, and more often than not, you actually just like die to passive damage due to the fact that you actually can't be healed by your party. He got really lucky that he didn't die there. That was incredibly close.
That was such a good moment. I really thought, I was like, oh my gosh, he's gone. And then seeing it come back up, I mean, really cool moment. Well done. Luck is a part of it, sure, but well done to them. That was amazing. And this is going to be taking us into Necrotic Wake, which, speaking of deaths or potential deaths, is one where we've seen a lot of those. So, I mean, Tettles, you know what makes you're giggling. Before we hop into the next step, what do you think about Necrotic Wake?
Well, so we've seen the fastest Necrotic Wake ever from Mandatory in the group stages, but now we kind of decided that this dungeon should be a lot harder than, so it's a plus 12, and we already saw them in there yesterday. They had a good run, 0 deaths, 11 minutes and 52 seconds, but that doesn't mean this dungeon isn't still a beast that these teams need to defeat, and I'm really, really curious on what they have to offer in this one.
Yeah, I mean, we've watched Necrotic Wake at the +9 was the one where we saw those world records broken, right? Mandatory coming back to claim it after Holy Moly, but that was a +9. You know, we'll toss it over, Tettles, now to you. I mean, +12, how much of a difference does this make in this particular dungeon?
Oh, I mean, I think that it just opens up the opportunity of deaths to be a lot more
I see.
common.
Tettles is keeping us in
We
suspense.
have claimed another one.
Another victim falls.
mute.
Ooh, I was muted in not to broadcast.
Just for us.
Oh, I see.
Okay,
All right, just for
it's
us.
okay.
Just for us. All right,
Keep your
Tettles.
secrets.
As I was saying that, like, I feel like the +12 actually opens up the opportunity of having a lot more deaths. More often than not, it's actually on your tank, just because the amount of damage that the mobs end up getting amped by the Zaltath Sky on the +12 level is just a ton. But so I think it's going to really come down to like Skylark versus Divine here, for making sure that they are going to be healthy and making sure that they're in positions to not go down on some of these large trash pulls.
All right, so just off the bat, we are going to see this large pull onto Blightbone for both teams. Both teams on this Warlock strategy as well. We have one of these shields being used. Actually, both teams are sending this shield here. 50% damage reduction AoE around you when you have that shield going. Very powerful effect. It's now expired for both teams. Mandatory have another one on mode. Perplex looks like haven't picked up that second shield just yet. Both teams are working on Blightbone, but it's actually Mandatory who are substantially ahead currently. The next Rathazol Ram is coming out into that AMZ Darkness for Perplexed. I wonder why Mandatory are so much faster here on this so far. I mean, do have a Fleshcrafter off to the side. Maybe we've landed some extra cleavers into Blightbone compared to Perplexed. Maybe other things accidentally soaked it for them. I'm not sure.
It could be something as simple as that. I feel like, yeah, just positioning where the mobs are with something like maybe a good Abomination.
Oh, Perplexed got more count at the start, so that's probably why it took them longer, yeah.
That makes sense as well, yeah, the additional count. I don't know how I feel about the additional count here. I don't think that this count is actually going to have plus or minus 1 pull implications. I think it's going to be a situation where Perplex are going to be able to, slightly claw back a little bit of time. I suspect it's probably, Trash into a Marth. That's going to be the differentiator here, where Perplex are probably just going to have to play a little bit less than Mandatory are. Oh, actually, Mandatory are grabbing this extra Gatekeeper. This is what the difference is right off. We already see it right here on the screen.
Yeah, Mandatory going into the Gatekeeper after the boss was dead. It looks like Perplexed actually had 2 Gatekeepers on boss at the same time here. They now finish off these Fleshcrafters with those Throw Cleavers, and it's going to be 33% for Perplexed. They are the first team to get that. Both teams are going to get the same configuration of Trash killed, just in a slightly different order, and it's actually Perplexed. Even though they were a little bit slower on the boss, they are the first team done with this section of the dungeon. As we see them now jumping around. Yeah, it's actually Perplexed going to be getting this pull going a little bit faster as well. They take a little bit more of a direct route to get this started.
So what we've actually seen a couple of times during Group A and Group B is then after this trash pack gets started, you see Mode and Zasevi walking up and pulling the double Marauders. Those mobs will actually get pulled into the pack. At some point, after Zasevi is able to kind of get his team stabilized, and after Mode is able to get their team stabilized, they also press their Power Infusion, because that's the most important global that you can be pressing here. They're going to walk forward, they're going to meld off of combat from the pack, and then they're going to fade and use invisibility potions to make their way into the Amarth Arena. That's then going to allow them to grip like a 2-seater mount on top or into the Amarth Arena and allow them to do a lot more damage to the boss and just have this pull set up really well. Look at Mode on the right-hand side of your screen. You can already see him pre-positioning, getting ready to go and do that meld strategy that I was talking about.
Yeah, forward goes the Priest for Mandatory, and one thing that Mode is known for as well is that Disc Priest. This is his main spec. This is something that over the years there's been a lot of dungeons where Mode has been the only person comfortable on a Disc Priest. That no longer is true, right? There's a lot of other people now who play a great Priest, and Mode also has branched out and plays all the healers, but still this is a comfort pick for him.
Zasevi hasn't even pressed his meld yet.
Yeah, Mode sneaking around the side here.
I don't see where he is on our screen. So he might actually already be ahead and didn't have to meld. Oh no, he's actually still here. Oh, wow. This is going to, I think this is going to allow Mandatory a lot of time saved because of Mode's pathing here relative to what Zasevi's been doing.
Yeah, Mode has this RP all started. The boss already spawned. Mandatory already about to be pulling the boss. Whereas Perplexed, there's no way they can set this up anywhere near as quickly. And it looks like they're instead going to be doing maybe another pull in this area. Yeah, here comes that gateway. This is a gateway we've seen out of the Chinese region as well. But is this going to let them actually gain any time? They're just standing around here waiting for this pull to get going.
A Shine DC'd, man.
Oh no, tragedy for Perplexed in this upper finals here. A Shine disconnected from the game. That's going to completely throw off their whole plan here, whereas Mandatory are already in this pool, and what a heartbreaking way for this map to go. Perplex can just feel the seconds draining from their map. They don't want to start this pull without that Shaman. Mandatory already working on this boss as well, and at this point, these two teams are so evenly matched that with something like this happening, realistically already the only way back in for Perplexed is going to be an absolute disaster for Mandatory, and the pulls where that's most likely to happen have already passed. Mandatory are now done with all but that skeletal monstrosity of this trash here. The grips trivializing these reanimated warriors and mages on this boss as well. So Mandatory will just have that final section of the dungeon. Now even more time draining away from Perplexed. The good news for Perplexed, last resort just popped for Skylark there. So the chance of a tank death into some kind of catastrophe have gone up for Mandatory, but it is still a very low likelihood.
I think that once a Marth dies, there's no way that Perplex can even come back, even if a Shine does return. Like, once this boss ends up going down, it's a situation in which Mandatory, like, even with a full wipe, they would be wiping and their respawn point would still be at this Marth arena. Yeah, it's a really unfortunate way to see this go. It's, like, pretty unsatisfying, honestly.
Yeah, it's tough as well. We really hate to see DCs mattering in matches, as this one almost certainly is. It is one of the things we don't do restarts for as well. We don't do replays or restarts for DCs because that's like, you know, the players' internet. It's not one of the ones on our end, which it's it doesn't make it any less sad to see though.
Yeah.
It's the good news for Perplexed. They looked really solid in this series. They could potentially try and recover this, and if Mandatory has some big problems in this Necropolis, but realistically, the chances in this series are over. But Perplex played so well this weekend that they're still in the upper bracket right now, so they can lose this series, go down to the lower bracket, and go on a revenge tour. And sometimes, when you're in a team like this, you have this moment where you're like, okay, that one was out of our control, but now all the ones that are in our control, we're not going to lose any of those anymore.
I mean, dude, they were 5 seconds ahead of Mandatory coming out of the first boss area. I mean, they were looking really good. One of the narrative points that I was talking about coming into today was the fact that Mandatory had all of these better timers than Perplexed, and it looked like it ended up like where Perplexed were actually just kind of maybe being a little bit slower in some of their early matchup series, to the point where they actually were able to go toe-to-toe with Mandatory in both of the dungeons that we saw them be able to perform in. And now Mandatory here, look at this. This is an absolutely colossal pull. This was the pull that Zyronic pointed out as one of the most important ones, where you're actually using that fully stacked Spy Master's Web and utilizing that Warlock damage engine to just completely pop off on this massive trash pack. And I think that the strategy for Mandatory in this dungeon looks spectacular as well. I feel like this is exactly what we needed to see out of them.
Yeah, Mandatory are operating so cleanly here. This entire series, they will have only had one death if they're able to keep it clean from here, which is incredibly impressive.
Yeah, I mean, right here, you also have these mobs throwing Cleaver. What you'll also see is that a Fleshcrafter is mind-controlled off to the side. Well, actually, it's not mind-controlled right now. It's caged off to the side. Whenever you have a Priest in this dungeon, Priest is one of the specializations that no matter how good or bad Shadow, Disc, or Holy are, you are going to want a Priest in this dungeon no matter what. The RP in this area and the trash packs that you have to kill are forced, meaning that you have to kill them to progress the dungeon. However, that doesn't count whenever the mob is mind-controlled or control undeaded to be your ally. And so you're actually able to keep that Fleshcrafter, which does that Throw Cleaver ability, which does, you know, somewhere around like 30 to 40 million damage per hit. And so you're seeing Mandatory really, really optimizing the amount of damage that is dealt by that Throw Cleaver. And it's just a way to speed up this dungeon by a lot. Whenever we're seeing it on the plus 12, that mob is doubly important, because then it's going to allow you to skip phases, skip shields, skip Dark Exile casts. And so Mandatory optimizing the Fleshcrafter usage is perfect.
Okay, so here's a thing I want to look at for Mandatory. Their best Necrotic Wake before was an 11:52 against Polish Mountain. Do we think they're going to be able to go faster than that in this series?
I think that they are. So the last two bosses are actually really short whenever you're doing this Fleshcrafter tech. The last boss alone is only about 50 seconds to maybe like a minute 20, depending on your cleaver timings and what you're getting the cleaver on, depending on also whether or not you get shields. I think it's going to kind of come down to the Surgeon Stitchflesh positioning and how well they can position the mobs and the abominations relative to where Surgeon Stitchflesh is. If they can position those perfectly and make sure the Fleshcrafter cleaver is on the boss permanently, as opposed to actually hitting that Stitchflesh's creation, that'll be a huge time save.
Yeah, this is definitely something to look out for. Again, that timer is 11:52 for Mandatory to beat their previous best run. They're already here on Stitchflesh. Skylark is actually in quite a bit of danger here. No cheat death available, and this is quite a high tank damage fight.
Mason's using the talent where the mob becomes like sapped whenever he has fear on him, but it no longer moves. And so that actually allows Mandatory to have a spammable CC for this Fleshcrafter that's really good.
Ooh, okay.
Void
that's nice.
Well.
We can see a Void Tendrils on it as well. Yeah, keeping it hostile rather than mind-controlled and friendly, and keeping those throw cleavers coming, but keeping it rooted as well. Very nice.
You really don't want to be like having your priest dealing with mind-controlling the Fleshcrafter during this boss. This boss is actually pretty healing intensive, and it's a tough one to actually go through. And so having the priest juggling MC on this mob is really, really obnoxious. Oh, look at this. Hopeful actually taunted Surgeon Stitchflesh off of Skylark to allow the separation between the A-bombs and the boss.
No. Okay, they are going to be able to get it dead as well. Skylark in meta here, barely going to be able to survive. Those tank damage gets intense towards the end of that fight. Timer 11:52 is what we're looking for to see if Mandatory are faster than their previous run in here. We are going to have Lust. We're going to have every single cooldown in the game. Is that going to be enough to send this boss home in a minute and 10 seconds? It is a plus 12 keystone level. It's tyrannical. Xalatat's Guile's active, but there is a Fleshcrafter on our side, which is really nice.
They also save the spear for the boss. So they're multiplying their offensive cooldowns. They're multiplying the lust. They also have that Fleshcrafter, and so this is a fight that even on like high keys, if you optimize this Fleshcrafter perfectly, this boss can only take like 2 minutes and 20 seconds ish. And so I think that there's a chance that they're going to be able to get it killed off. It kind of depends on Dark Exile RNG a bit, where if you actually go double meld on the Dark Exile cast from Nalthor, you can make the boss not recast it onto players. So there is a little bit of RNG. Stove also misses the gateway. Like if you click that gateway at a perfect time, you can also skip that Dark Exile. I don't think it's going to be faster than the 1140 that you saw earlier, but this was a perfect run for Mandatory, and not even one that I'm sure that Perplex could have competed with otherwise.
Yeah, 11:52, the timer for Mandatory to beat here as they march in to our grand finals here. This has been a great run out of them. It is actually going to be slightly slower, a hair slower than their previous run against Polish Mountain, but still 0 deaths, something that you can never be upset about. Mandatory also have to finish off that Fleshcrafter, but they do already have it quite low here, so it should die for them momentarily. That last throw cleaver is going to send the boss home, and a Tempest is going to quickly kill off that Fleshcrafter. 12:06 going to be the timer, and Mandatory are our first Global Finals grand finalist.
Mandatory coming in, absolute powerhouses, moving on to those finals in our finals. But it's amazing to see them play. I mean, such a smooth run from them regardless, and incredible play from both of the teams throughout this series. Now, of course, Perplexed will not be out of the running. They will be moving down to the lower bracket, and honestly, I am worried for everyone down there because seeing them play today, they were incredible. Now, Mandatory, right? So DCs aside, how did these two runs look? How did Mandatory's run look? And, if Perplexed run hadn't been interrupted, how do you think they were looking, Dratnos?
I think they were looking good. I think that their strategy at the start of the dungeon was a little bit faster. And, it's hard to extrapolate that forward because Mandatory looked really good in the middle and the end of the dungeon. But if it had gone like that through the rest of the dungeon, then it would have been Perplexed that could have actually been a little bit faster there. I know that's something that they are going to be trying to win their way through the lower bracket and get another shot at in the grand finals.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if anything, I really do feel like you were saying that this might just add fuel to the fire, right? Sometimes you need that little extra kick, and seeing them perform at the level that they did today, I think this will definitely encourage them and incentivize them, even if it's frustrating in the moment right now. But, you know, Mandatory's run very clean, and makes, as you were looking at it, what were you seeing on your side?
So actually, I first and foremost want to say that we've seen in the previous two maps how close these two teams are, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Perplexed make a comeback in the grand finals here at the end of the day, so hopefully we'll get that rematch in that way. But let's focus a little bit on the dungeon, because in the parts where they did go head-to-head, I saw some interesting differences right out of the gates. We had a little bit of a difference in what they pulled. Perplex here going for 2 gatekeepers onto Blightbone, which is a lot. That's a lot of difficulty added there and a lot of damage that needs to be done. Mandatory did not do that. They only had 1 gatekeeper there, and they needed to play another pack after this. So once again, kind of the pathing of the dungeon differentiating out here. We then know, of course, that Mandatory does a little bit of a bigger pull towards the tail end here, but there was some really cool tech that Mandatory did on that 3rd boss, where Hopeful actually taunted in between to make sure that the team has a little bit of an easier time there getting damage out. So we're going to be showing that in a couple of seconds as well. Of course, unfortunate with those disconnects, but I think we had a very good series up to this point, and I'm really curious to see what else these teams can offer for us in the next runs. And yeah, you're going to be seeing this taunt come on here to make sure that the team has it covered. Sludgeflesh being cast out of this group by Hopeful, surviving in true DK fashion, and then that hook gets landed very easily.
Yeah, I mean, well played. And here we've got a little comparison, you know, makes. Did you want to take us through this as well?
Yeah, so this is, the timeline is a bit different, because just screenshot things, but if you see that the boss damage sequence ends a little bit before 1:30 for Mandatory here, we're going to be taking a look at what Perplexed had going, because their fight did take a little bit longer than 1:30, but you can clearly see the hits of the Flashcrafter coming on in here, and how very eloquently they did with finishing off this pull. Very nicely done. That's only boss damage, so really getting that damage where it needed to be to finish off the pull.
Is the Fleshcrafter stream?
Yeah, we could make another team and maybe name it that. I'll give you 3 years to claim the title, Tells.
Well, only whenever they bring back Necrotic Wake again.
Yeah. You're gonna have to play the long game on this one and really try to time it just right. But I think it's well worth the effort. You know, honestly, this was a really good start to the day. Those first 2 maps were so amazing, and seeing these 2 teams play at that level that we've really wanted to see out of all of our teams, particularly these 2, was phenomenal. Of course, this is going to take us into our brackets and where things have shaken out so far. So yes, we will have Mandatory moving on here to the grand finals, and we will have Perplexed going down, and they are going to be a huge hurdle for anybody that comes out of that Polish Mountain or Holy Moly matchup. And with that in mind, I mean, looking at this, Tettles, Polish Mountain, Holy Moly, who do you think is going to come out of this one, and who do you think has the best chance against Perplexed?
Okay, I think that Holy Moly is a noticeable step ahead of where Polish Mountain are. Polish Mountain have kind of been the underdog Cinderella story the entire MDI season. They were an underdog Cinderella story in Group A. They've been an underdog Cinderella story for the Global Finals as well. I feel like they've overperformed expectations time and time again. However, I think that Holy Moly have a legitimate chance to win the entirety of the MDI, especially with how consistent and how strong some of their strategies have been. I think that their Arms Warrior play is second to none. I think that they come out and utilize strats that are pretty much unmatched by some of the other teams, and so I think that they are really good, and I think that Holy Moly is probably, in my opinion, going to be 2-0 in Polish Mountain.
I mean, you know, we'll get to see all of our predictions. You know, Tettle's just throwing one out here, kicking it off. But we'll get to see all of ours in chat. You'll get to get yours in too, because this is going to be an interesting one. You know, Polish Mountain, like you were saying, Tettles, they've climbed really high. But Holy Moly has lived up to their name in every possible aspect of the word. And it's amazing to see, or words plural, and it's amazing to see how far they've come, especially being a newly assembled team. Although, full of veteran players, you know? So we will be seeing for ourselves what's going to happen after the break, but we will be taking a short break as we get everything ready for the next matchup. So everybody, it won't be long. Just stick around, and we'll be back with you shortly. The global finals continue, and this time we are headed down to the lower semis. I mean, this is a match that, even though we're down in the lower bracket, is still going to be one that I think a lot of us are really curious to see how it plays out. Chat, we want to know what your thoughts are too, so be sure to get your predictions in on this matchup. But we were talking about it a little bit before the break. And Nagura, I mean, Polish Mountain, holy moly, this is a pretty interesting matchup. Do you think one versus the other has an advantage?
So I definitely think Holy Moly is like the favorites in this matchup, right? Polish Mountain, they're the new team. Of course, Holy Moly technically is also a new team, but the players in the team have been competing before and have been playing in the Global Finals before as well. So they definitely are the more veteran team when it comes to the players. Polish Mountain has never competed in MDI before, did end up getting second, which was incredible. But they kind of like stumbled into that second place, I want to say, because they did end up winning against Miscount. Miscount didn't really perform as well as they usually did. And Holy Moly definitely had a more convincing second place in their group. And they've also performed incredibly well this global final this weekend. So I do think from previous performance and from the group stage, Holy Moly definitely has a little bit of an edge over Polish Mountain in this series, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting. You know, Polish Mountain, I think a lot of people are leaning towards Holy Moly, but Polish Mountain obviously has kind of gone through, they've been at home in the lower bracket, they've made the sweep before. So, I mean, Makes, do you think they can do it again here?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I personally have been nicknaming them the lower bracket kings because it does not happen very often that a team gets knocked down to the lower bracket in like the first series and then goes all the way to the finals of a group stage, right? That's super rare, and they have notably done that before. So who's to say that they cannot do it again? They somehow have that magic of the reverse sweep that they're tapping into. Maybe they can find it against Holy Moly. I do think Holy Moly is a tough opponent for them to beat, but they have beaten tough opponents before, so I think there's a good chance that they take one, if maybe not two, of these maps.
All right. Well, Dratnos, you're the only one that we haven't heard from in this matchup. I mean, Holy Moly looked really consistent, right? We've seen them pull off some amazing plays. They've had a lot of deathless runs, but do you think that they have what it takes to be up against the best of the best?
Yeah, I mean, Holy Moly came into this weekend, I think a lot of us were saying, yeah, this is a team that, you know, hasn't played together in this configuration before, but after their group weekend, we are expecting the world from them. We are seeing such great play from them. In their upper bracket series against Perplexed, they very, very nearly would have been in the upper bracket coming into today as well. They have been incredibly strong. They've beaten almost everybody they've come up against. They did get sent down to that lower bracket again by Perplexed, but that's one of the teams in the tournament where, you know, if you're having really close games against Perplexed, that's a really, really good place to be. And I think they have cemented their spot as one of the favorites of this weekend.
All right, well, those are our thoughts, so let's take a look at how we put those thoughts into our predictions here. Now, we, this is one that honestly, I think most of us have been favoring Holy Moly, but Polish Mountain, I feel like when they took down Miscount earlier, for me, that did kind of put a little doubt in my mind where I was like, well, maybe they can just do that again to anyone. Nobody is safe. So let's see how it actually turned out as we all kind of looked at it. I know I said that, but Holy Moly, I do think is going to take it.
What does Dratnos predict?
Oh, okay, we'll see. Okay.
I thought it was going to be like some big change now, but it's all the same. Come on.
Maybe we'll get to see a little bit here with the other two. Tuttle's ironic.
Oh. What do you mean?
Okay, all right, too. Yeah. I was going to say, you know, I think whatever happens, we aren't going to make the other team play just get beaten 99 times in a row, but, you know, could have some sort of death gauntlet run, could be wild. But I mean, we all feel pretty confident about Holy Moly, right? And I think we've seen a lot to back that up. But let's look at the actual dungeons they're going to be playing here and see, now with these bans, I mean, what do you think they were sort of considering here with these?
So I'm not surprised to see the plus 12 dungeons being taken out of the pool. The teams kind of did a handshake moment where they both took out one. It could have been that they decide for the same one, right? But instead we're going to be going into the Stone Vault, the City of Threats, and then I think that Siege possibly being a deciding dungeon could be spicy.
So there's two very interesting things I do want to point out. Number one, Holy Moly has banned City of Threats 3 times and didn't ban it this time. So that's very interesting. And another thing I want to point out is Polish Mountain has banned Siege of Borealis before. One time they were not able to ban it, and they had 20 deaths in that dungeon. It was the very first one they played against Mandatory on the first day, and they did not perform well in Siege. So to see that they didn't ban out that dungeon makes me believe they either practiced it a lot more since then, or that their Dawnbreaker just is even worse in their opinion than their Siege, right, when it comes to practicing, because they have also banned that dungeon before. But the City of Threats not being banned by Holy Moly is very interesting to me, considering that they've banned it 3 times before.
Yeah, you would think, I mean, maybe they just feel in this matchup that it's going to be kind of advantageous for them, or that they're going to be able to, maybe take it 2-0 like we predicted. I mean, Dratnos, did you have a thought?
Maybe they have secret tech in there, right? You hold secret tech, you ban it so that nobody sees it, and then you show it off on Sunday when nobody can adapt in time. That could be big. Could be.
That would definitely be exciting. I mean, I hope that's the case, but we're going to be going in here. Polish Mountain versus Holy Moly. Elimination is on the line, so they've got to fight for their life. Makes, take it away.
They have to, right? Both of these teams going in strong here out of the gates, and both of these teams having a little bit of a different priority in comps as well. Not something we haven't seen before, but on the left-hand side for Polish Mountain, we're going to be seeing that Warlock shine, whereas on the right side, Holy Moly opting to go for the Unholy DK, but we have our first deaths already! Both the Shaman and the Warlock going down for Polish Mountain, and that just might be the end of this map for them, but Holy Moly says no, we're gonna send an equalizer as their Shaman also goes down to the ground pound.
Alright, Soda going down there at the end, definitely a problem for Holy Moly, but not as big of a problem as it is for Polish Mountain. Losing 2 players at the very, very start of the pool, losing out on all of their cooldowns as well. That means they're going to take so much longer to finish this up, if they even can finish it off, as their Warlock does go down again. All of these ground pounds coming out that usually you wouldn't be getting because the Moss would be long dead at this point. And we do see more deaths following, up to 5 deaths at this point, as they're ramping up even more. 6 death coming in from another AoE ground pound coming through from these infused golems. As they don't go down, it's just so much damage onto the group. They now managed to finish off the pool, but obviously at this point they've ramped up 1 minute and 30 seconds in death penalties, while Holy Moly only has those 15 seconds from the death on Soda at the end there.
That is actually incredible. If you had told me that we'd be 7 deaths in before we hit the 2-minute marker in this dungeon, I wouldn't have believed it. This is the worst we've seen a team ever have an experience with this first pull. Really, really unfortunate for both of them, but worse for Polish Mountain, arguably. However, this dungeon is quite volatile. There's always a chance that something like this could happen again. Unfortunate for Polish Mountain, though, their fate is no longer in their own hands. So they're really hoping that Holy Moly might do something like this in some of the later packs that are yet to come, as Holy Moly is finishing out Edna right now.
Yeah, I do also want to point out that Polish Mountain, I mean, even though they had so many mistakes, they're not that far behind on boss damage. Like, you would think that losing 2 players at the start of your pool with all of your cooldowns would cost you more time, outside of the death penalties, of course, but they are still holding up pretty well on their side. Holy Moly now did manage to finish off the boss. The death on their side also not ideal, right? If we've, like, what we've seen from Perplexed and from Mandatory earlier with all of these like flawless runs, definitely not something you want to see on their side either. But as you said, there's also still lots of dungeon left to do, and both of the teams holding on to this bloodlust as well means that we're going to see some major pulls later into the dungeon, especially in the Skarmorak area. That's very likely where they're going to be using their lust, and they're going to be pulling the spoilers onto the boss, which can be another very difficult point and very volatile pull in the dungeon.
Yeah, I think if you're Polish Mountain at this point, you kind of have to do some crazier than pulls, hoping that you can maybe catch up sometime. We saw something like this yesterday. I believe it was either Mandatory or Perplexed, where they just went and pulled the entire area on the right wing. Basically, this forge loader then running into the room that is happening here, and maybe Tank just actually has exactly that plan. As I'm speaking, we're still going. Another pack is added, 2 of them, 3 of them. This is the kind of pull they now need to execute as well to maybe get some of this time back.
This looks like such a difficult pull as their rogue does go down to a lava cannon, unfortunately, as they were just waiting in the corner, making sure that everything gathers up. Now, thankfully, the rogue did not send cooldowns before that death, so we're going to be able to rest them back up and hopefully be able to execute this. But this is just such a difficult pull with all of those Forge Shoulders and all of the casters coming through. But the gathering of the pull has happened, so that's the most difficult part about this, being able to get all of these mobs in without having any major issues. And it looked fine for Polish Mountain. Now they just have to finish it off because it looks like they're going slower and slower on their damage. The damage is definitely drying out, and they're running out of AoE interrupts and disrupts as well that they have to do to disrupt all of these menders to get all these alloy bolts and the heals interrupted. But it looks like the Force Shoulder is dead, and some of the casters are following now too, so they are able to finish off this pull. But holy moly, they're already on the boss, and they also have more trash percentage. They're 51% enemy forces already. Holy moly, just doing so well.
Yeah, so I think for Polish Mountain, we should probably see a similar number once they have finished the trash that they're now taking into the boss. But you can, of course, clearly see the difference in dungeon progression for these two teams. Holy moly has finished all of the trash here halfway through that second boss, and they are not stopping right now. A bunch of damage coming in from that AoE, but is not going to hurt them too much. The most lethal part of the dungeon is yet to come, though. That Skarmorak area, we've been talking about it non-stop. Teams go really big here. They pull the entire gauntlet with Skarmorak. That's where that Bloodlust is going to come into use as well. And a little bit of an uneven kill-off time for Holy Moly here, as Dorlita is still alive, doing some AoE damage. They will be able to finish it off.
All right, yeah, that was a bit scary as Brock did go down quite a bit earlier, but they'd managed to heal through that AoE damage, and now they're going to be moving into that Skarmorak area as we've talked about. We'll see how big they're going to be going. They probably at this point know that Polish Mountain had those issues at the start of the dungeon, so in theory, if they have a plan for a little bit of a safer strat, they could do it, but they can't go too safe, because they're not that far ahead in the dungeon, especially if they're going to have a death here and there later on. But first, we're going to see a little bit of a skip coming through as Tief is pulling the Despoiler and this pack to the side. Going to be Shadow Melting off the aggro in just a moment. There we go. And now we're going to see the Shroud to move through to the trash that they're going to be pulling into Skarmorak in just a moment.
Yeah, so the reason why we're shrouding here is not only to skip that first pack, but to also go further into this gauntlet before you get in fight with some of the mobs that you're dragging there. That just makes it a little bit easier for your tank to get them all grouped up and get that aggro going. But you can see we now have everything that they just surpassed, and Skarmorak pulled here. That Bloodlust is running, and that's where that Unholy DK says, "Thank you very much, my time to shine." I'm funneling all of that damage into the boss. Can we reach the 20 mil is my question. The answer is yes, right now, right here. We've seen bigger spikes before, but I think with looking how far they've gotten through the boss thus far, you're not going to be mad about this one. Trash has died off. One more time, they're probably going to be getting a shield cast here, and then they can finish off Skarmorak.
Wow, that was actually incredibly clean by Holy Moly. They do get that fortified shell through, but of course the Despoilers are all dead, long gone at this point, so they're not going to get that deadly overlap of the Void Discharge AoE plus the Despoiler AoE, so they're going to be totally fine here. And what a nice execute by Holy Moly, as unfortunately Polish Mountain did manage to gather up the pull on their side as well, but their Shaman did go down while Bloodlust was already running, so losing out on that cooldown there. The Ankh is coming through now, but we do lose another one to melee. 2 more people going down. No more battle rest available for Polish Mountain. This means that's going to be a full wipe. They're not going to be able to finish off this pool. This is just a super insane pool with all of this trash still alive. And Skarmorak on 47%. They're not going to be able to execute this any longer. So just tragedy for Polish Mountain in this stone vault. Holy moly, though. They're still on this only one death that happened at the very start of the dungeon. They did manage to continue and have no more issues moving forward. So Holy Moly definitely on a very good run on their side.
So actually, while you were taking us through the unfortunateness that was happening there for Polish Mountain, took a look at the replay because I was a bit worried about their skip that happened there. It didn't look like Tankers was actually using Shadow Meld to take off some of the mobs that he pulled to the side to let the team surpass. So maybe that was the reason why this pull went as awry as it did. And you can see right now they're actually in fight with this pack at the beginning here that usually teams opt to skip. This might be their actual plan, or it might be something that went wrong here for them. He did have it available, so might have just forgotten to press that Shadow Melt and all of the fuss that this dungeon probably gave them.
I wonder if it is intended. Like maybe this, like sometimes the teams when they practice, they try a certain pull, and at some point they deem it to be too risky to actually do in the tournament. But like maybe leave it in as a plan B, you know, like, so what if we have issues at the start, we're behind, let's just try this like Hail Mary pull that we've practiced a few times, but we deemed it too risky to do in the tournament. So that could be something like that, where they're saying, okay, usually we would skip past this, but we've practiced it a few times. The chance of it going well is maybe just 50%, but we have to try it to be able to get back into the game. Now, it clearly did not work out for them, but it would have actually put them a lot closer to Holy Moly if they would have pulled this off and if they were able to skip some trash later on.
Yeah, well, we're going to be hearing from Dratnos what he thought on that, I'm sure. I'm very curious to hear that. But now we're going to be seeing a repeat on Polish Mountains' side, whereas Holy Moly has finished all of the enemy forces. They're 2/3 into Void Speaker Eirik. And from here on out, I think this is very much guaranteed, even if something should go awry here. That first map going towards Holy Moly, looking at the series though, maybe that City of Threats that you were talking about is going to be a dungeon that Holy Moly isn't as comfortable in, and they just decided to ban that +12 instead out of being even more uncomfortable there. So there's a chance Polish Mountain could make a return.
Yeah, I'm actually very interested to see that City of Threats, because we haven't seen either of the teams play it. We have seen barely any team play that dungeon, as a lot of them have banned it out. But there it is, Holy Moly finishing off Eirik, and they're going to be the winners of this first dungeon in this best of 3 series.
Well done, Holy Moly. And chat, your faith was not misplaced. We saw that the majority of you were on Holy Moly's side, and they have taken the first map. But of course, Polish Mountain, they still have a chance at this, right? They still have a chance to avoid elimination. But when we look at this Stone Vault, how did this kind of measure up? Nagura, how did this measure up to their past performances with this particular dungeon?
So Holy Moly actually have played this dungeon 3 times, right? This was the 4th time that they have played it, and they were faster twice. They had a 10:55 and a 10:40 before, so this is not their best performance coming in. But of course, they had this one death at the start, and at some point they knew they were ahead, so it's possible that they, took a beat or 2 before they went into a pool that they wouldn't have done otherwise. So I do think that Holy Moly can do this dungeon quicker, but they still don't have the fastest time this weekend, as the fastest time still is with the mandatory on the 10:37.
All right. Okay. Well, there's still hope. Absolutely. Like you're both talking about. But, in this one, we had a big wipe. But of course, I think Holy Moly went through it pretty smoothly. So, Dratnos, what were you seeing on your side?
Yeah, I mean, this map looked so good for Holy Moly. Of course, things went wrong right from the very start for Polish Mountain and continued to go further wrong from there. So it's a little bit of an open question. Was there adaptation possible from either team? One thing that Makes You mentioned was potentially pulling that big AoE mob into the Skarmorak pull to try and catch back up at the end. A very ambitious strategy if that's something that's intended. It's hard to be sure because every single team we've seen has been unwilling to do that pull, right? They've all been so scared of taking that Despoiler into that side pull. So I don't know. I mean, I struggle to think, I think that it's so dangerous, it's hard to imagine that it's planned, but on the other hand, it kind of almost worked, maybe. I mean, they did wipe there again as well, but it didn't necessarily look impossible to have that in there. Maybe it's the kind of thing where it's yeah, this is only going to work for us 20% of the time, but we know we're far enough behind that, we just got to go for it. And the thing is, it doesn't even save you that much count, right? But it does save you a bunch of time of like setting up the skip. You just run through, just grab it all. I don't know. I struggle to understand whether that was planned or not, but it did look almost well executed from the side of Polish Mountain. I think the big thing for Polish Mountain is just going to be, look, we're going into the rest of the series, right? That was one game. Things went wrong very early in that one game, but it was just one game. We can absolutely claw this thing back, right? We're going into 2 maps. It doesn't matter how much you lose the first map by when you go into the second and third. Those are brand new days, and they can absolutely still have a chance in this series, I think.
We can hope so, right? I mean, Polish Mountain, they have struggled up the steepest of inclines. They have made it through even the lower bracket run before. So as they look ahead now to this City of Threads, we've talked a little bit that this might be a place where they could get back in this game, right? As they kind of strategize. So Nagura, how do you think that Polish Mountain needs to kind of approach this so that they can recover and stay in this?
Well, first they have to win that next dungeon, right?
So
very important. The one after as well is pretty important.
This one, they have to win.
Excellent analysis,
okay.
Nagura.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. No, but this City of Threads, it's one of the most difficult dungeons this weekend. That's why we've seen so many teams spun out this dungeon. We've barely seen it played, and when we've seen it played, it's actually one of the longest dungeons as well. We have a 14-16 is the fastest from mandatory. Now, good news is that both Polish Mountain and Holy Moly, they could have watched mandatory and they could have practiced their run and get close to, or maybe even beat mandatory's run to be able to practice for this series here. Maybe that's why they also didn't ban it out. Maybe either of the teams have practiced this enough that they think that they're now confident in this one. Another good thing for Polish Mountain is that this is a time trial dungeon, right? So they're certainly very practiced in City of Threads overall, which maybe leads to less mistakes from Polish Mountain.
Yeah, I mean, fingers crossed, it's something where we've seen almost all the teams get hit by this at some point where a pull goes wrong, something goes awry, something happens, right? And you have that wipe. It doesn't mean you are completely out of it. It just means that you have to reset and you have to get in the game for the next one. So they're going to be trying to do just that here in Game 2, City of Threads. This is going to be Polish Mountain, our underdogs that have climbed to unparalleled heights in their first MDI run, and Holy Moly, our team of veterans, although first time under this name, who have been wowing us this competition. Really, mistakes can happen on either side, but this will be the one that determines it. Polish Mountain needs to stay in this, and while City of Threads has been a dungeon many of our teams have avoided this weekend, these teams are going to have to put all their knowledge to the test in this particular run. Here we go, we're going to head into it, Mates.
Yeah, and right out of the gates, we're actually seeing a little bit of a difference in healer choices on Polish Mountain and Holy Moly left-hand side, deciding for that Disc Priest, whereas Holy Moly stays with that Resto Druid. And we, of course, know that that's a little bit of a different in damage output, but trouble already starting for Polish Mountain here.
Yeah, I think this is definitely not intended. We do see Polish Mountain engage the Swarm Guard here. I'm pretty certain they wanted to shroud this, and accidentally their Shaman did somehow pull the Swarm Guard, so they are playing it. They decide to play it instead of instead of resetting or having the Shaman go down. Sometimes you also just get in combat with this pretty quickly if one person gets in combat with it. So yeah, just very unfortunate for Polish Mountain. We've seen this mistake happen numerous times in the group stage as well. This skip here at the very start is not easy because of the true side on some of these mobs and how close you're getting to them. So definitely not a mistake that is new. We've seen all of the cooldowns held onto because they need it for this pull now, and this is the pull they wanted to do initially. So they're going to have some extra count. Maybe they can skip something later on, and that will make up for the time that they lost there. But yeah, definitely not ideal coming in from the Polish Mountain.
Well, but I wouldn't count them out just yet. No death seconds against them. They are on to the boss. They have that Bloodlust running. And while they are a little bit behind on overall dungeon progression, they at least have a little bit of extra trash as well. So maybe it can work out for them here in this dungeon. After that unfortunate start in the Stone Vault, I think there's still chances for them here. And we're going to be seeing whether or not they can pull it off. Holy Moly, though, have moved on. They're working on getting those eyes together in a couple of seconds, and that is a sequence of the dungeon where you can actually save a lot of time. So we're going to be keeping our eyes open to see how quickly they can get their eyes together.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see, as we do see them split up in just a moment here. We're gonna see the very standard strategy, probably, that we have seen from most teams. Now, of course, we haven't seen Holy Moly in City of Threats just yet this weekend. We have seen them before in the group stage, and the common strategy from these MDI teams is that we split off into all different kinds of corners. We do see the Rogue walk a little bit with a Warrior here, with the tank. The reason why the Warrior joins the Rogue here is because of Trickster trait and the duration of it, right? So the tank walks a little bit with the Rogue uses Trickster trait last second before then mounting up and moving to that last eye, being able to tricks it onto the tank as soon as he reveals it, and then joining the group again. While in the meantime, the Druid and the Shaman walk to another corner of the area, engaging that other eye to be able to get all four grouped up at the entrance area of this zone.
Yeah, you can see that Mosh is still running here. He's going to be going back to the rest of the team now. Yeah, there we go. Whereas Holy Moly on their side, they got ported back. Yeah, we're going to be seeing the same out of Polish Mountain now. Both teams opting to use the detection bring back to get these grouped up. But this is what can happen, that She Death getting procced on Polish Mountain side because of the frontal, and Mosh does go down here. That is the first death that we are going to be witnessing. Does the mop stay though? Is it still there? I think it is.
Yeah, that's what I think I saw it there. I wonder if it reset now though. Like I saw it standing there, but
it's coming. It's coming.
They got it. Okay. Ooh, okay, that would have been a disaster. So what happened here is that the Rogue did manage to get back to the group by stepping into the detection area, but instead of the mob snapping to the tank like they usually want it to happen with the Trickster trait on the tank that I explained earlier, it actually snapped to the Rogue. So something happened with the tricks, didn't go off, so it snapped to the Rogue. The Rogue was stunned at the entrance there because stepped into the detection area, was not able to do anything, procced the cheat death, and then went down afterwards. Thankfully, the eye did not reset its position because that would have cost them an insane amount of time. They did manage to aggro it, but still, they do have a 15 seconds death penalty, plus the time that they lost with the eye not immediately grouping up with the other ones, so they probably took a little bit longer to finish them off.
Yeah, that's right. And now you can see both of the teams walking towards that second boss. There is a little bit of a detection mob on the side of Polish Mountain. I'm not quite sure what was going on there for a second, but it seems to have worked out for them as Holy Moly have pulled the second boss. And unfortunately, Nagura, we're once again not seeing any trash on this boss. I don't think it was meant to be in this dungeon. I don't think we'll see it at all this weekend, but there's always hope, you know, a little bit.
I was wondering as well, because again, Holy Moly banned this dungeon 3 times, so I keep looking at them. I keep looking. It's like, is there something they're gonna do? Is there some crazy strat that they try to maybe keep a secret all the way until Sunday to make sure that no other team can steal it? And I haven't seen anything just yet. There's still some time left in the dungeon, so maybe they're gonna be doing something crazy after this boss. But so far, everything looks pretty standard, at least MDI standard. Don't try this in your keys in a puck. I don't think this is something you want to do. But yeah, Polish Mountain did manage to engage NX and VX now. So notably, they did not pull the Guardian mob before or while they were waiting for that RP.
Yeah.
Maybe they didn't do it because they had that extra trash from the very start because they made that mistake. But then you would think, okay, that's not actually the best time save, right? Because that mob is for free, because you have to wait for the RP to happen anyway. So what else are you doing there, right? So if that is the mob that they chose to skip because they had pulled extra trash that they did not intend on pulling, then this is not necessarily the most ideal way of doing that. But maybe there's just nothing else that they felt like they can skip.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, because that is the mob that you get to play while the RP is happening, so it's kind of just time you spent sitting around otherwise. I'm also really curious of whether or not their route normally has the Lord bug in there, or if that's something that they now decided to do. But Holy Moly on their way to grab everything and then some here after Fangs have been defeated, and you can see that they grabbed all of the lower plateau. They're now grabbing all of the stairs, and they're going to make use of what we used to call a Harry Potter spot. They're hiding in a stair corner as they are waiting for everything to get in line of sight, get grouped up, avoid some of these casts as you are line of sighting them, and now is where that Venom Shell is going to be added into this pull. Make no mistake, this pull is incredibly difficult, and you can see why that's the case right now. All of these AoE blurps coming out, a lot of damage going onto the team, tons of interrupts and stops to be hit, and a frontal to be dodged as well, but holy moly, making a great showing.
Yeah, that was actually incredibly well executed. Now, we have seen this dungeon played before, but we haven't seen this pull before on this plus 10 key in the global final. We've seen it in the group stage before in the lower key levels, but this pull has been split up by Mandatory even the first time we saw them play it. So the fact that Holy Moly manages to pull all of this together, definitely very impressive. We do see a death, unfortunately, for Polish Mountain as they're doing that same pull as Holy Moly was just doing. They did not have a battle res, I believe, right? So the rogue actually had to release. Am I mistaken? Yeah, so they're gonna have to finish this pull without the rogue present, which is gonna be so difficult for them. But thankfully the Venom Shell is already dropping really low, so that's good. As long as the Venom Shell is dead, they should be able to recover this still.
Well, hopefully you're right, but down goes the Shaman as well. Yitte will follow. That's their healer, and from here on out, there is no salvation anymore. Tank is going to follow. That pull just went awry in a really bad way after Polish Mountain were already behind in this city map. Very, very unfortunate for them, but that also means all eyes on Holy Moly. Can they clock it out? Can they find the 2-0 in the lower bracket run and make their way one step closer to the grand finals?
Yeah, I mean, this bodes really well for Holy Moly here, as they did execute this pull so cleanly. They'd also managed to move on after the Venom Shell was dead, being able to spawn that next boss super, super quickly on their side. Very nicely executed. I do want to point out that Mandatory, when they played this key, they were so far ahead that maybe they chose to divide the Venom Shell pull into two, because they were so far ahead and they didn't want to risk it. So it is, of course, possible that Mandatory could have done that pull as well. But Holy Moly, the first one to pull it off in this global final here on broadcast, and executing it so well. So very nicely done. Now, once this boss goes down, they still have some a part of a dangerous pull that is left, where they're going to be pulling that mini boss with the trash, which can cause some nasty overlaps with AoE damage. So we'll see if they're going to be able to get through that one cleanly as well. But yeah, still 0 deaths in this run. Holy Moly definitely looking super clean here now.
Yeah, they are, and they are on their way to finish this one out. Still need to finish this trash though, then play the mini bosses and the final boss, and they are going to be getting that bloodlust up and ready for it as well. 20 seconds to go on that. Checking in with their cooldowns, that should line up nicely. We already have Kingsbane available. Breath should be coming up, and Ascendance as well. So all of that is going to line, and I assume will be done very, very quickly with this boss on the side of Holy Moly. I do want to say once more how great Polish Mountain have done to get here in the first place. I think a team that surprised many with their group stage run, and for a team that's playing in the MDI for the first time, basically no competitive MDI history on their side, this is a really, really great showing from them, even though these last two maps might have not been their best performance we've seen.
Yeah, 100%. Polish Mountain, they're definitely a team that have a bright future ahead for these competitions here, maybe even for the TGP as well, if they're going to be competing, because the fact that they can stay cool, even though they fell into the lower bracket early in the group stage and also here in this global final, and managed to end up getting second in their group stage, being able to make it to Sunday as well in this global final. Absolutely incredible by them. So yeah, absolutely 100% agree with you. Holy Moly now did finish off all of the trash in this area. They are going to be pulling a few more to get 100% enemy forces while they're fighting the boss here. Bloodlust also back up again for them. So they're going to be popping all of their cooldowns here, making sure they're going to get that trash out of the way in just a moment. Because, of course, they don't want to risk anything. So you might even see some focused target damage onto the ads rather than the boss, which they wouldn't be doing if it was a match where the other team didn't make any mistakes. But, of course, they know that Polish Mountain did have this wipe now, so they're going to be able to play it a little bit safer here on this last boss.
Yep, that's right, but that Bloodlust is helping with any added difficulty from the trash. Trash is finished as well, enemy forces are at 100%, and we do have the Bloodlust finished as well from here on out. It's natty damage, as some of the kids would say, and they're doing great at it. 25% to go on the boss. Holy yeah, they would, Nagura. Come on, how dare you?
All right, so Holy, no, they would totally, yeah, totally.
You wouldn't know.
No, that's true. I wouldn't know. All right, that's it. Holy Moly did finish off the boss, and they're gonna be moving on, and this is gonna be the end for Polish Mountain, unfortunately, as they are gonna be eliminated, taking home that 4th spot, and Holy Moly is moving up, heading to play against PERPLEXED.
Holy moly, you know, it's intimidating staring down Perplex here in the lower bracket, but with that natty damage, as the kids call it, they are definitely going to be able to pull, maybe be able to pull it off. Perplex has been looking so strong, but honestly, Holy Moly as well having a very good showing in these. And, as you were pointing out, Makes, I think that Polish Mountain, so amazing what they've achieved, especially coming in for their first one. But looking at Holy Moly's run here, did you notice anything different from how, they may have approached this in the past?
I think maybe it's the nerves, or maybe it's just the first time that they have gone this far. Notably, that 3rd day is always the hardest because of all the maps you've done so far, because of how quickly teams are adapting between the days as well. And, well, Holy Moly is a new team in this constellation. Some of their players have a lot of competitive history, so they're maybe a bit more used to that change, whereas Polish Mountain at least let their nerves show in that last day. But I'm really, really hoping that we're going to be seeing them again. I think they did fantastic in their time here in this season, and maybe we'll see them for the TGP as well, and if not, hopefully for the next MDI.
Yeah, it would be great to see more of them, absolutely. I mean, both of these teams, right? Amazing players and a great run. But Dratnos, as you were observing this one, what were you seeing?
Yeah, I mean, this was a tough one here for Polish Mountain. Sort of a similar story to that Stone Vault that we saw out of them as well. Right off the bat, we have this Shroud mishap here, and this is just such a brutal spot to be in, because when this is happening, you're now in combat with a medium difficulty pull, but you can't afford to use any cooldowns because you need it for your next pull, so it just takes forever to get that set up. Immediate time loss, and of course, things just kind of continued to spiral from there. A lot of ways that this dungeon can go wrong, but it's good that we started to see from Holy Moly sort of what the City of Threads might look like at a pretty good run. Again, Holy Moly, I believe they were banning out this map in their other series, but they looked pretty solid in here. It's interesting, though. It didn't look like they had, super secret hidden tech or anything. So I'm curious as to the thought process for them of banning it up until this series and then letting it through in this series. This is an interesting decision that I'd love to talk with them about potentially if they win this whole tournament. That'll be dibs on that question when we have our interview at the end of the day. But yeah, of course, things sort of spiraled a little bit further for Polish Mountain, right? This is it's a bit of a snowball-y dungeon. Things went wrong early, makes it easier for things to go wrong late. Impressive pull execution by Holy Moly, this really big scary pull. Sort of a delayed pull in there as well of the Venom Shell worked out really nicely for them, and they were able to get this pull handled beautifully, I would say. Something that we've seen teams going a little bit more ham with this pull, taking it forward a little bit more aggressively, but that's often been at the lower key level. I think it makes a lot of sense to back off a little bit from that kind of aggression when this key level does start going up, as it has this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, you have to kind of balance it out, right? That strategy, especially too, as you're trying to just stay in that lower bracket, how you're going to pace it and what you're going to do. And as we look at the bracket here and now, we will see that we are saying goodbye to Polish Mountain. Thank you again for participating. And we have Perplexed versus Holy Moly that will be coming up, which is going to be a huge one. And now between these two, of course, they're going to have to face mandatory at the end. But, I mean, Nagura, Perplexed, Holy Moly, they both have their strengths. What do you think that will set them apart or above one another?
Well, okay, this is actually a rematch, right? We have seen Perplexed Holy Moly in the quarterfinal yesterday, and Perplexed did win 2-1. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that much, because as Tattles pointed out earlier, it was such a close game, or such a close series, that if you run that same series a couple of times, then Holy Moly probably would have won some of them, right? So I do think that this is going to be a super close game between those two. But as I looked a little bit at the map pool, I personally think that Perplex is going to be doing a little bit better in the maps that we have in this pool. I think just slightly, though. It still could go either way.
Okay.
Okay. I love how, like, uncertain you said, like, I think maybe.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm not confident in this.
Honestly, I know we'll get to see our predictions after the break, but when I was doing mine, I sat there and I was like, yeah, no, hold on. Wait, nope, this one. Wait. No, wait, hold on. Okay. But we will get to see that after our break, that matchup. And before then, we're going to be playing a Whose Spell Is It Anyway? So I hope, as I see Dratos literally just starting like...
I love this. This is my favorite bit of the day.
It's going into fly mode.
Just hunkering down, rubbing his little legs together. Yeah. Try to decipher the spell based only on the information available in the tooltip. Chat, we'd love for you to play along as well. And, you know, these tooltips can be from any abilities, talents, or items usable in dungeons. We've had some that have, you know, faked us out. We've had some that were known right away. And Dratnus, I mean, no pressure on you, but usually you're the one that's leading the way on this.
Yeah, I've lost the last couple, though, so hopefully they've given us a nice, easy one here this time.
Perfect. I know that one.
Oh my God.
I know that one.
Okay.
I won't say it not to spoiler you guys, but I know it.
Wow.
Oh, say it.
Wow.
You can
Makes-
no,
yeah,
no.
do
I'm
it.
not.
Spoiler us.
No,
Why not?
No.
why-
I would
okay,
take
so
fun
it's-
out
so
of
it's
your
a-
game.
It's a 3-minute cooldown.
This
And
is
1,000%.
it's time skip,
something.
right, from Evoker, where your cooldowns recover 1,000% faster for 2 seconds, 3-minute cooldown.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's
I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yep.
You're right. Yeah.
Say
Not
it in German,
even.
it makes.
What is it in German?
I don't know what it is in German. I
I
can
want to know what it's in German.
Zeitverschiebung. I don't know, something like that.
Amazing. I mean, look, not even the Chinese language could stop Dratnus. I mean, Dratnus is just going for it. And
Too
then
easy for a
makes
guy
you-
like me.
To be fair, makes you did know it first.
Yeah, of
but-
course.
Oh, this, okay, all right. Yes, time skip. Okay, and I think we're probably on the right track here. Okay. All right, well done. Okay, now the real key is going to be guessing the icon, because those sometimes can get real tricky.
Oh God.
Hold on, this is
They're
the
the
same
same.
icon
It's just
4
one.
times. Come
Oh,
on.
it's
It's
the
just
horns.
supposed to be
It's the
one
horns.
circle.
No, there's
see.
a double
Wait.
swoop
So,
versus a
see.
single swoop
Yeah, one
as well.
sure,
which
I
we
see
see
it now.
I think
I think it's a
C.
single swoop, but also the
Me
horns
too.
are different, right?
I think so as well. Yeah, the horns are different. I think it's C also.
And
the
the
horns
wings
should
are
be-
also a little bit different too.
Okay, but I
should be
will
like a
say the
draft here,
hands
so-
on C and D look really sus. Like, they look like photoshopped horns. I'm not believing that C and D are correct. I think it's actually A or B.
Really?
I'm locking
Look
on
at
C.
that hand. You guys think
Yeah, I'm
it's-
saying C.
The hands? You
Oh,
don't like
I
the
guess
hands?
the hand
Yeah.
does look...
the hand
Does
on
this
C
look
and D
weird?
looks so sus.
I feel like the
Really?
double swoop looks so sus. It looks like it's the copy pasted and then flipped and then put over.
See, I don't. Yeah,
The
too.
thing
I'm
is
gonna
covering
go
the
with
hands.
C. I'm C.
I'm also C.
What's? Oh, it's. You guys are all locked in.
Yeah, I'm locked in on C.
Okay. In that case, I will be saying A, just to be
Oh.
different from you guys.
Okay, yeah, go against the grain.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So we're all locked in. C except for Mason.
Unfortunately.
Oh, well, sorry, Mason.
Nice.
All right. It's okay.
All right. You know what? Good guess, chat. Good guessing on your end as well. And that was a new one. Thanks, production. Good trick there. But we have even more that's going to be coming up ahead. We've got an amazing matchup that's going to be going down as we head into our lower semis here, or excuse me, our lower finals here. And it's going to be a huge one, everybody. So make sure that even though we're going on break right now, you don't miss a second. Be back when we are, and we'll see you very soon.
Where
We're back, and very soon we'll be hopping into our lower finals. But we have a big one up ahead of us here, Perplexed versus Holy Moly. These are two of our top contenders, and honestly, even before the break, we didn't know which way it was going to go. So chat, see if you can guess ahead of us and determine the outcome of this matchup. Now, Perplexed, right? We've talked about the fact that they have been in it. They are one of the longest running teams. They have been fighting so hard. But looking at just the MDIs, right, their time trials versus sort of their final placement, Tettles, how do you think they've been performing this time around?
All right, so I did some research coming into this weekend. Perplexed, I would describe them as second place merchants, where a lot of the times they actually do really well, particularly in time trials as well. Look at this. They have a lot of seconds. They even have a few firsts in terms of time trials. And then they are just not able to kind of convert that into really strong performances in the global finals. Whether or not it be like they had a lot of cup success during BFA back whenever we ran a completely different format. They had a decent amount of success in the beginning of Shadowlands, but then there's been a couple of seasons where they just haven't performed up to their and our expectations for them. In Dragonflight Season 3, that was last time we saw them, they ended up coming in 3rd place. Behind both Mandatory and Echo, and so they kind of had a resurgence from some of the stuff that we were seeing later on in the Shadowlands, and I'm really interested in seeing how they're able to convert that, because this is the first time that we've actually seen them get 1st place in a time trial in a very long time. Now, for Holy Moly, it's kind of an interesting dynamic, because in Dragonflight Season 1, the team of Wexy and Igloo ended up getting 3rd place on a team called Legendary. Zyra, what do you think about Holy Moly coming into this weekend?
You know, it's funny that you mentioned that team Legendary, because that's also where Hopeful came from before he went to Mandatory. Yeah, that Legendary team was really strong. And the fact that these two teams were able, these two players were able to go from a team that finished 3rd and then create a new team that also, it will minimum finish 3rd this weekend is pretty impressive. We don't normally see that. I mean, thinking back to all the different teams that Dr. J put together, they pretty much finished 3rd, 4th all the time, but they kept changing players. They never really gelled. They never really got that consistency. This Holy Moly team, this is their first time, and they're finishing 3rd or higher. If they stick together, they could potentially challenge in future MDIs. If not this one, I mean, this is going to be a really close series based off of what we've already seen. Holy Moly's been a fantastic team. Now, they have had a couple hiccups along the way, but in general, they've had really fast strategies. Going back to Group B, they had some of the fastest runs we've ever seen. They were only just barely beaten out by Mandatory in most of the dungeons that they timed. So, yeah, this team looks fantastic, and I don't know about you guys, but I actually think Holy Moly might win this series. I predicted them to win this series.
Okay. I mean, we've heard a bit from Tettles and Zyronic, but I mean, Nigura, these two, I mean, they are really strong teams. Do you kind of feel like one or the other has something going for them that's kind of swaying you towards them?
Yeah, I mean, as I said before the break, I personally think the Perplexed has maybe a little bit of an edge over Holy Moly, not only because they won against them already this weekend, but because of the map pool, right? We do see Mist as the first dungeon that neither of the teams can ban, and Mist is the dungeon where Perplexed has the fastest time of the weekend, and they won against Holy Moly in that Mist. It was only by 5 seconds, to be fair, but they did win. So, of course, Holy Moly had the time to look at their routes and improve a couple of seconds here and there, right? So it's definitely not a guaranteed win for Perplexed, but going into that first dungeon with the confidence, knowing that you have won before, and that you just have to execute your strategy well to beat Holy Moly, that's going to be, in my opinion, favoring Perplexed a little bit. Ooh, the necrotic button.
Ooh. It looks like chat is also in agreement with you that they're favoring Perplexed right now, but, we just had our bans. Go for it, Tettles.
I feel like if I was Holy Moly, I would have been looking to ban, like, the Grim Batol. I feel like that would have been... After having seen Perplexed play that Grim Batol earlier today, I feel like this is like a tough map pool for Holy Moly to play. Because, like Nagura mentioned, that Mist of Tyranid Scythe, while Perplexed was only 5 seconds ahead, I think that this map is going to really come down to that Mist of Tyranid Scythe. I think it's going to go 2-1 one way or the other, and we're kind of coin flipping this Mist of Tyranid Scythe with maybe a 55-45 advantage for Perplexed, because I'm kind of looking at Holy Moly Stone Vault. I think that one's maybe a little bit better than the Perplexed one, and then the Grim Batol I feel like is noticeably Perplexed favored.
Something about the ban specifically here, that Arakara ban, that's just a pure respect ban. In the quarterfinals matchup, this is the one map that Holy Moly took off of Perplexed, and one of those very close matches, all 3 of those maps were sub 10-second differences. and a couple of them were decided by just one death. That's the thing for Holy Moly. They've consistently been a team that is able to finish dungeons with 0 deaths and do it quickly. Almost every other team will usually splash 1 death here or there just to some inconsistency in the strategy, but Holy Moly has consistently been a team that's able to finish dungeons with 0 deaths.
So I did some research into the Arakawa because I was trying to figure out why Perplex kept banning it over and over again. There was only one situation in which Perplex couldn't ban out the Arakawa, and it was that upper matchup whenever they played against Holy Moly. So I think that they may have actually just kind of taken the mulligan on their strategy for Arakawa, knew that they actually weren't really that fast, but then whenever they were doing bracket work and trying to figure out where can we actually allocate our ban, they realized that they had a pretty good ban for Arakawa every single time. Now the downside of that is if you don't think your strat is particularly good in Arakawa, then that doesn't let you ban against other teams' strengths, which is a bit scary. However, it's like it is actually a pretty solid situation against most teams to just be like, okay, yeah, you know what? Our Arakawa kind of sucks. We're just going to take the mulligan on that, and we'll just avoid losing that and ban it out every single time we see it.
Yeah, that's an interesting one that we haven't talked about as much, right? But looking at how these two have kind of strategized which maps they might play, ban, what's going to be up for them, you know, we took all that into account as we looked ahead to our predictions, and we'll take a look down below now as we reveal them. We can see how they measure up compared to chat. Okay.
No, it's the other way around. There it is.
Okay, we've got pretty much a spread across the board here. I mean, it's tough because I hear all of you and I'm like, yes, holy moly, I agree. And then I'm like, I should have changed my prediction. But then looking at Perplexed earlier, they were so solid. I mean, it's ironic you went towards holy moly. What kind of swayed you their way?
Just the consistency, man. We've been talking about this ever since Group A, but with the affix set this season, specifically Challenger's Peril, if you're able to be a 0-death team, you give yourself a better chance of performing and getting the wins, and I think they're better than every other team at doing that. Perplexed does have the faster strategies, so like technically they're still favored. I just think, you know, something about this team, I don't know what it is. I mean, the graphic titles showed they're a fantastic team, one of the best in history. There's only one other team I'd consider, you know, better than them overall, and obviously that's Echo, but I don't know, man, it just hasn't been working out for them lately. I'm favoring Holy Moly.
Okay, well, you know, whichever way you leaned, whichever one you voted for, we'll have to see how it's going to pan out. This is the first match, Perplexed versus Holy Moly. Whoever loses is eliminated. It is all Unigura.
All right, there we go. Both teams already starting their run. We don't see a change in composition from what they've used before, but we see the pre-last. The last was already running as the key started, so that means that both of these teams think that they can do this dungeon a little bit quicker than what we've seen them do last time around. So very interesting here, using that pre-last. They are, of course, both doing this triple villager pull, which is incredibly difficult to execute. Looks like Holy Moly has a little bit of an edge over Perplex on the pull, being able to finish it off quicker.
So this was kind of the same situation whenever we saw the Mists of Tyrannosaith earlier on, whenever they played it yesterday. It's a situation where we're looking at the Frost Death Knight versus the Arms Warrior. The Arms Warrior is better through, I would say, the first half of this dungeon. All the way up until you get to Mistcaller, I think that Arms Warrior is a superior specialization to the Frost Decay. That Frost Decay really comes online on that back half of the dungeon, on Mistcaller, all the way through the Tredova Trash onto the boss. That is the situation in which the Frost Decay is a little bit better than the Arms Warrior. The Frost Decay is also a marginally higher DPS specialization for the damage burn on Tredova itself, or on Ingram Malok itself. However, the Arms Warrior does a lot more damage to like the Droman Ingram Malok phase 1 of that situation, so the Arms Warrior actually allows you to get pushed a little bit faster. So it's a really interesting comp decision and comp differences between these two teams, because Wolf Disco, he actually plays Warrior, so if they thought it was better, I think they would have swapped.
Yeah, I think so as well. That's a good point. Wolf Disco, a very well-known warrior player. I mean, obviously, Wolf Disco can play anything. He's really good at yeah, he literally can play anything. But Holy Moly did finish off that pull, the first pull a little bit quicker, and the second pull also a little bit quicker, making up a couple of seconds already the start here of this dungeon. And they already are fighting Ingra, and as you mentioned, they're going to be cleaving down Ingra quite a lot while hitting the Droman as well, which is going to be so beneficial for them, as they're going to be able to, they don't need to do as much damage to the boss in that amp phase, because they already get so much cleave on the boss here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is kind of where that warrior is really, really strong. So looking at the boss splits yesterday on the first boss split, Holy Moly were actually able to kill off Ingram, Malak, and Droman at 2 minutes and 36 seconds. Perplexed, on the other hand, were able to kill that boss off at 2 minutes and 45 seconds. So that's kind of the time that we're looking to see out of both of these teams as to whether or not they're improving their time. And that kind of gives us a viewpoint into how the rest of this dungeon is going to be looking. And for Holy Moly on the right-hand side of the screen there, able to kill that boss off at 2 minutes and 39 seconds. So a little bit slower than where they were yesterday, about 3 seconds slower. We're Perplexed on the left side of the screen at 2:43, a bit faster than where they were yesterday. And we know that Perplexed has a very fast closing sequence of this dungeon.
Yeah, so Perplexed actually doing a really good job. They managed to get to that phase much quicker than Holy Moly. So even though they pulled the boss later, because Holy Moly was cleaving more onto Ingra, Perplexed managed to get to the phase faster and then still managed to finish off within the M phase with the less boss damage onto Ingra. So definitely very well executed by Perplexed. We did see both teams now pull that right trash pack from the maze through the wall to get it gathered up with those two defenders at the start here. So they're able to get that extra trash in. Holy Moly executing it a little bit quicker again though.
So Holy Moly yesterday, whenever we were looking at Mistcaller, was about 20 seconds faster on Mistcaller itself. I don't think you can realistically look at like the splits. I think you have to look at just like the total time difference. What did you see there, Nagura?
I saw a nice melt. So basically the mobs were still alive, and usually you can't open the doors if you're in combat, right? But the Sevi on that Resto Druid did melt to be able to open the door so they could drag the last like Guardian Defender that were still alive forward. So it saved them maybe like a second or two, but still nice tech there by Perplex.
I mean, this is a difference of like 5 seconds in these dungeons. I feel like this is the closest map that you're going to see over the weekend, because Mist is such a solved map in terms of how you play it. So the teams are very, very close to one another every single time we see Mist of Tyrannosaurus being played. And so now both of these teams are onto the Gorge Gullet. Gorge Gullet, pretty slow mob. But since both of the teams have it, it's not like any team has a super large advantage on that mob.
Yeah, definitely not. As we do see the AoE actually going through and not dodging out of it, using a defensive to just stand in there. Yeah.
Wally got sacked by Teef, and then Soda just crazy. Like stood there too.
I mean, that's a min-maxing, right? Having a full melee come not walking out of the AoE swirly from that Gorge Gullet, which Perplexed walked for the
my god!
Door.
Minus 30 seconds! That's minus 30 seconds right there! Oh my god, Nagura, that is a huge time loss. That's like 2 deaths worth of a time loss that they're having to now run back. And now it's not even an issue of okay, so they don't have to solve. They actually knew what the door was, but running into the wrong door is a catastrophic situation. Look at Holy Moly here. Holy Moly are already done with the trash pack that Perplexed have now just pulled, and that is the opening that Holy Moly needs to be able to win this map. That is a huge time loss from Perplexed.
Yeah, that was a major mistake coming in by Perplexed here. It's going to be Holy Moly, like, I don't want to say firmly in the lead because it's still only seconds that is separating them, but still one whole trash pack ahead at this point. That was just a crucial mistake by Perplexed, as Holy Moly is now already on Mistcaller. So, yeah.
For the Perplexed believers, I have okay news. The most important thing isn't that they're faster coming off of Mistcaller, because we knew that Holy Moly was going to be faster coming off of Mistcaller. That Arms Warrior composition is better than the DK composition through the maze. The DK is just, how you want to play around Frost DK is just like not very good for the maze. They need to be within 20 seconds on this boss. And dude, they are so slow on this trash pack. Perplex are actually like stalling on this trash pack. This is really, really sus, because on the right side of the screen, Holy Moly, they've already gone into the first guessing game, and they've actually completed the first guessing game phase prior to Perplexed even pulling the boss.
Yeah, Perplexed also gearing up to pull more trash here. So they're going to be pulling another trash pack through the wall here onto Mistcaller. So that means so this probably means that Perplexed only has to do one more pull after this boss. They're going to be pulling everything into Tredova, while Holy Moly maybe has to do another pull after Tredova or do one before. Unless there's no way they can do that much, right? Like, there's no way they do 35%.
So the trash break points in this dungeon on having to like re-pull mobs after Tredova is so it's either 52%, and then you can actually do like stack horns after Tredova, and it's not the end of the world. Somewhere between like 52 to 58, and that's not like the end of the world, depending on how many of the flyers that you want to grab. The 70% mark, like right above the 70% mark, allows you to, like Nagura mentioned, solo pull into Tradova. And more often than not, it's actually pretty bad to pull mobs through the Mist of Tyrannus, the wall. We've seen it time and time again. We're holding W's just a superior strat. Unless you get the route that Perplexed and Holy Moly got in conjunction with that very large Tyranid villager pull at the very beginning, and that will allow Perplex to kind of claw back a little bit of time. But Holy Moly, they were able to one-phase Mistcaller. They're running double Mad Queen's Mandate. They get the 10% guessing game all the way killed off to 0 with a bunch of their burst DPS, and now they are running around the left side. This is about a 2-second time save, so a very minimal time save in the grand scheme of things, but it is something. And now what is Holy Moly going to grab trash-wise? Because we think that they have to 2-pull this area, looking at the fact that they're at 65%.
Yeah, there we go, the Shroud coming through to be able to skip that initial Staghorn at the very start. And while we have gathered up all of these Reavers and the Staghorns, they are stopping here for a moment, though.
So I think what we didn't catch off to the right was Igloo actually ran away from the rest of the group, and he ended up tagging that pack that's onto the right with the Acid Gullets and the Gorgers.
They didn't make it, Perplexed.
Oh, they missed the Mistcaller. That's
game.
another minus 45 seconds. That's actually another huge time loss for Perplex. I feel like Holy Moly is in a position to where they're going to be able to win this convincingly, not even be too stressed. They've downed that first Staghorn that they needed to, and now they are pulling all of this trash into Tradova. This is Holy Moly going for broke here. They don't even have Lust available. They're going to have all their offensive CDs coming up in about 15 seconds, and Holy Moly are firmly in the lead as Perplex have finally downed Mistcaller.
Yeah, Holy Moly looking so strong as all of this trash is coming in and they're not slowing down. This is still very scary, though. They have to wait for all of these mobs to just slowly trickle in because they're moving so incredibly slowly. They do not have Bloodlust, as you mentioned, so it's going to take a little while to finish this off. But look at the damage onto this trash and just still fully focusing the boss here.
So this is the situation in which the Frosty K is noticeably faster than the Arms Warrior. Whenever you're having all of these Gorgers and these Acid Gullets stacked up on top of the boss, this is where the Frosty K has insane pop-off potential compared to what the Warrior is doing. The Warrior is able to kind of hit the boss, do a little bit of damage to the boss, but this is where the DK is going to accelerate a lot. And the Bloodlust is coming up for both these teams in about 20-ish seconds, but Perplex don't even have Tradova pulled, and Holy Moly have the boss at 39%. Holy Moly still need a little bit more count. I suspect that they're going to grab this Staghorn pack that you're seeing trickling in. Yeah, right there. So they need to make sure that they're getting that mob, that Staghorn kicked. This is also very dangerous because there's the Acid Nova cast from the Staghorn. That makes you take increased nature damage taken. So any additional damage that is coming in from the Mind Link, coming in from the Acid Gullet Circle, can be really questionable and actually very scary, but it's not something that Igloo can't be able to heal through. And Teef does a really smart thing there. If you blinked, you might have missed it. He bubbles off that Mind Link so he doesn't even have to run out. And now Holy Moly just have to deal with the rest of the Staghorn as they are still in Lust. And a couple of mistakes from Perplex set them behind, and Holy Moly are able to capitalize on it, going up 1-0 versus Perplexed again for the second day in a row.
Holy Moly continuing that trend as they are no doubt making Perplex go holy moly. I mean, this was a phenomenal map from them. They just seem to keep gaining more and more momentum, and Perplexed can't afford to falter here. But this will go to Holy Moly, and we'll have to see if Perplexed can pull themselves up and continue to push forward. Now, looking at this, it was minor mistakes that set them apart. Well, maybe not so minor. I mean, Tuttles, what really jumped out at you from this particular run?
I think it was just the mistakes from Perplexed. I mean, walking into the wrong door, that's a huge time loss. And missing that Mistcaller burn, that's another pretty large time loss, all things considered. And it was a situation where I don't even think Perplexed looked worse than they were yesterday. And if they get both of those things, I actually think that their time in this dungeon, that 10:45, if they get both of those things, I believe that they are faster than where Holy Moly were. So that's a situation where it's just those very, very minor mistakes that ended up holding them back. And I think that even if they get one of those, they maybe still were going to be looking to win, but both of them just really solidified the fact that they were going to be losing.
Yeah, I mean, it stacks so much on there, as we saw, and it's ironic with all of the things that you were observing in this particular map. What were some of your thoughts?
Dude, Holy Moly is so good at just doing the little things right and securing those tiny advantages over the course of a key. And also just, again, zero deaths, but keeping things clean. The Warrior Tech and Miss has been so good for them. And it starts off right at the start of the key. Warrior absolutely blasting this pack. They get through this trash pack maybe 5 seconds faster than Perplexed, which you wouldn't think is that big of a deal. But when you factor in the second affix spawn of this dungeon coming in on that second trash pack, they're actually able to take this entire buff from the Xalatas Bargain affix, chain the extents of that debuff duration until the last second when they actually pull the boss, which lets them get a ton of cleave damage on top of Ingram Malik from sweeping strikes on the warrior, as well as just random double targets from the Prot Paladin and the Enhanced Shaman. They had the boss at 74% when they started the damage burst on that boss. Perplexed was at 90%. Of course, the mistakes for Perplexed in this key just cost them so much time. This reset might... just failing the maze, this might cost you at least an entire death's worth of time. And then in addition to that, not making the skip on the final guessing game of the encounter as well probably cost them another 15 seconds or so. All in all,
this trashing the boss is huge, by the way.
It's
that
huge.
was an insane time save.
You have to make value from the Frost DK cooldowns. That's why you played in this key. You have to be able to get those 2 minutes with trash on top of the boss, and they did a good job getting value out of it. But it just wasn't enough. I mean, this is really where it just kind of was sealed, right? Not being able to beat the guessing game skip. I don't know what it was, but just the damage wasn't there for them. This Perplexed team, they are so good. And I want to point out the difference between this run and yesterday's run in Mists of Tyrannus Scythe. Our 2 times yesterday for these teams, Perplexed won with a 1050. Holy Moly lost with a 1055. Our times today, 1027 for Holy Moly. And I believe 1045 for Perplexed. So they both improved. But Holy Moly was able to get the better of them, and that's a scary prospect for Perplexed when we see what our map is coming up next. It's the Stone Vault, which was another one of those keys that Perplexed was barely able to eke out by mere seconds. 8 seconds between their time in our quarterfinals yesterday. Has Holy Moly found 25 seconds in this key as well?
I mean, we can hope that they've figured out how to even narrow it down more, but where Holy Moly is pulling this time from just continues to astound me, I think. I mean, it's tough here because Perplexed, they have gotten this far so many times, but with their knockdown to the lower bracket, I mean, are they getting in their head? I don't know, like, Nagura, do you feel like Perplexed, because they had that knockdown, that they kind of lost some of their steam, or how do you think that they can get back in this and take down Holy Moly?
Yeah, so this is going to be difficult for them. I do wonder if maybe like the disconnect that we saw from Mashine earlier maybe is playing on them, but it shouldn't, right? Like they're a veteran team and they should be able to recover from this and should be able to just get their head back into the game and be able to not have that affect them, right? So they should be able to get back into this and win that Stone Vault. But the Stone Vault, in my opinion, is slightly favored to Holy Moly, just because Holy Moly has played this dungeon 4 times already, and Perplexed has only played it once, and the one time they played it, they did win against Holy Moly, but the other, if you look at all of the times that Holy Moly put up, there's 2 of them that were faster than what Perplexed did whenever they won against them. So I do technically think that Holy Moly has a little bit of the faster strategy here, but of course Perplexed could also have improved their strat today. Like we've seen both of the teams also improve their strat in Mists, right? I still think this is going to be a super close one, but Perplexed cannot be making those mistakes, right? They cannot have any deaths, they cannot have any like wrong maze walks, they cannot miss those guessing games. Like they have to be on point to be able to win this next dungeon here against Holy Moly.
This is going to be the one that proves it. Perplexed, they have continually gotten to this point and never been able to seal the deal. Will this be the time that they overcome these challenges and they finally reach for that first place? Holy Moly coming in here, absolutely making us exclaim it time and time again with their fast runs, their clean gameplay. But both of these teams have to put it all on the line here. You know, Zyronic, give us your thoughts as we set up for the match.
One final thought before we get into it. We know Holy Moly's been practicing these keys. Perplexed did not have a super clean run yesterday. Remember, on their giant pull after the first boss, Wolf Disco died, lost his Spymaster stacks. That didn't let them get the clean one phase on Skarmorak. Perplexed can probably go 25 to 30 seconds faster in this key if they keep it clean. You need to keep an eye on that pull after the first boss.
All right, no pressure. They have to do this flawlessly because the competition is fierce. If Holy Moly wins it, they'll be taking this and continuing on. Tettles, take us into it.
All right, so right off the bat, like Zyronic mentioned, we are seeing a deviation in terms of composition for these two teams. We're seeing the Unholy Death Knight on the side of Holy Moly, and we are seeing the Destruction Warlock on the side of Perplexed. Again, like Zyronic mentioned, that Destruction Warlock really comes online in that Skarmorak wing. You're able to one-phase the Skarmorak prior to the Fortified Shell coming off. That's why we're seeing the difference between the compositions here. Both of the specializations do mostly the same stuff. You know, you're utilizing them for large AoE engines to allow your single target specialists in that Assassination Rogue and the Enhancement Shaman to kind of hold their offensive CDs for the bosses potentially. And Perplexed here, they have to play perfect. They've used all of their potential mistakes in that Mist of Tyrna Scythe. I don't think they have the opportunity to make any more of them in this series.
Yeah, they're definitely not able to make any mistakes here, as Holy Moly did manage to finish off the golem slightly quicker, meaning that they also were able to engage Edna a little bit faster. It was only a couple of seconds, so not too major of a difference there. Perplexed ahead in boss damage though, so definitely a little bit more boss damage for them. Holy Moly and of course Perplexed as well, holding on to the Bloodlust like we've seen very commonly for all of these teams, saving it for that very, very dangerous Skarmorak pull.
Yeah, so Holy Moly is going to catch up a little bit in terms of boss damage once that Dark Transformation, that Unholy Assault come up for the Unholy DK. So something that we kind of talk about a little bit is just cooldown usage. So right off the bat, we saw the Enhancement Shaman and then the AoE Specialist, the Destro Warlock or the Unholy DK, utilizing their offensive cooldowns on the first pull of this dungeon. And for both teams, we actually saw the Assassination Rogues holding those cooldowns to do more boss damage just in general whenever they were taking that trash on top of the boss. Now, for the Warlock, Assassination Rogue, Enhancement Shaman composition, your strategy is very clear. Every 2 minutes, whenever you have your 2s up, you pull as large as possible, and you just play around that. For Holy Moly, the Unholy DK has their cooldowns a little bit desynced from the rest of the group, being with 45s and a minute and a half cooldowns. And so there's these tweener pulls, these in-between pulls, that are going to be really, really solid for that Unholy Death Knight, of which they're going to have just this large pop-off potential, where the Warlock would have had to have hold their cooldowns for a little bit, or maybe they might not even have CDs available at that point.
And we do see Perplex finish off the boss a couple of seconds before Holy Moly here. Holy Moly also getting that affix there at the very end, which means that they're going to be able to get that full stack into next boss. Well, Perplex got it slightly earlier, and it's going to be running out in a couple of seconds. So Holy Moly probably able to catch up a little bit on this next pull because of the duration of the buff here, if they can carry it all the way through.
Holy Moly's had slightly better Ascendance orb spawning throughout the entire key. We even saw it like when it spawned on the boss, it seemed like it was slightly Holy Moly favored. It lined up really well with the Assassination Rogue's offensive cooldowns, where Perplexed had theirs show up just a hair behind. There is a little bit of variance in terms of the orb spawning, but look at this pull on the left side of Perplexed. So Perplexed is going to have -1 pull under Holy Moly's route, just due to the fact that they do this incredibly large trash pull into this Forge Loader. They pull all of this trash into the corner, they end up getting that 10% versatility buff, and this is a huge damage deal for this team. That's why the teams run into this area immediately, is to allow them to get that 10% versatility buff. Holy Moly on the right side of the screen, they're grabbing double Forge Loader, and they get a lot more trash in this area. Because the double Forge Loader just gives so much count, but Perplexed are going to have Master Machinists pulled noticeably faster. So is the strategy of Holy Moly doing 2 smaller pulls with this composition, with the Unholy DK, with the 45s in the minute, going to allow them to come back and match where Perplexed are in Master Machinists? It's really, really interesting. Holy Moly is also going to have a little bit more count coming out of this area, allowing them to do a slightly smaller Skarmorak pull.
And is Perplex going to be able to execute the pull that they were just doing as well? Because we, of course, have the 2 bosses and all of the range casters that they've pulled, the triple pack that they moved into the boss here. We did see the Gathering was a little bit dangerous, as some of the casters were just casting those alloy bolts from the back, but they did manage to stack up everything now and did also execute that pull. So all of the trash is now dead, and they only have the bosses left to fight, which is, of course, not going to be a big issue for Perplex anymore. Holy Moly now also did that same pull on their side, and they also managed to gather up all of the ranged casters on top. Once they're stacked up, not too big of a deal anymore, as we see all of the sigils coming through from the Vengeance Demon Hunter.
So for Perplexed and Holy Moly actually leaving this area, since Holy Moly killed both of those Forge Loaders off, they're actually going to have an easier path to leave this area, and that'll probably end up saving them 5 seconds. It actually kind of depends on the path of where the loader is. That's on that left side whenever you're exiting this arena. And if the loader's in a terrible position, then you can actually lose a bit more time. Where Holy Moly, their path to that minecart is obviously a way more direct route, since they don't have those Forge Loaders that they have to worry about. They are just going to be able to mine soothe that pack and then just be able to jump in that minecart immediately without any problems. But let's see how Perplexed Patrol looks.
That's also a little bit of a time save there, having the Warlock being able to use that gate to get back, right?
Great.
That's something. Yeah, that's actually really nice. Perplex being able to move through here very nicely, not having to wait around any seconds. So getting the gate plus a good patrol, very good for them. We do see the teams position themselves to the side so Divine can pull this trash pack. All right, we did see some issues with this skip before, but Divine jumping through, using that Shadow Melt should be nicely done here. Don't think that Divine is going to be incumbent anymore. We see the Shroud coming through as well, and this is the Skarmorak pull. This is what we've been talking about.
Yeah, so what are the most important things to be watching for on this pull, Nigger? What makes this pull so dangerous?
Well, first of all, we do have the spoilers and all of this trash coming in, which cast AoE onto the whole group. That's an insane amount of damage. But on top of that, you also have Skarmorak just existing, right? Which just also does a lot of damage to the group. And then you have all of these casters that have to be interrupted as well. On top of having the AoE that has to be notched out of. You have all of these curses going out onto the group, doing another insane amount of damage. But there we go. They just burned through the spoilers so quickly. That was absolutely insane damage coming through by Wolfdisker here. Look, the last spoiler about to go down, and Skarmorak is going to be dying before that fortified shell. This is actually insane. Perplex not even going to get one single fortified shell on Skarmorak. This is crazy. They saved so much time there.
I mean, dude, they're a full Skarmorak ahead of Holy Moly, and Wally going down on the side of Holy Moly. This is a colossal time loss for them. Right now, Perplex was able to beat that boss before the fortified shell. Now, Holy Moly, first off, they don't have their DK. Their DKs are their easiest to use battle res. Instead, they're going to have to use those jumper cables to get him back up. But he lost his Bloodlust. He lost all of his offensive CDs, this is going to cascade into a near wipe for Holy Moly. I think this might end up turning into a full wipe for them. But Perplexed, this is huge. This is the point where we were talking about they couldn't have any mistakes at all. They were able to get through their Skarmorak perfectly on the side of Holy Moly. This is a tragedy for them. They are able to get Soda onked and rezzed, but I don't even know if they're going to be able to make it through this boss. This Void Discharge shield is huge, and it's just ramping up over time, every single pull, so that Void Discharge hitting the players lower and lower, and it's going to be inevitable for Teef going down on the side of Holy Moly. But this is great for Perplex. I mean, it's going to be evening up the series here just as soon as we are able to finish off Void Speaker Eirik.
And honestly, I'm not sure if Holy Moly was able to beat Perplex, even if they had a perfect Skarmorak pull here. Just considering how incredible that was by Perplex, not getting that fortified shell, just absolutely nuking through that pull with the Dastra Warlock pick. I do think Holy Moly would have had a really difficult time competing with Perplex here, even if they executed this. But yeah, Perplex, I mean, what an insane run. They are moving forward, pulling Eirik here as well. Of course, no Bloodlust available as they've used it on Skarmorak. But yeah, this is going to be a run. I think they're going to be beating the best time here. The best time so far is from Mandatory, actually, 10 minutes 37. And they're going to be beating that very cleanly, I think, like they're already on 77% on Eirik. That boss, the trash is going to be melting passively. So I do think we're going to see a new best here.
Is this a perfect run? Like, I feel like this is a perfect run.
It looks very good, yeah. Even though they had bad affix timing as well, right?
Mm-hmm. You know what's also crazy about this this run? This is a map that will end up evening up the amount of best times in dungeons up to 3-3 between Mandatory and Perplexed. So that's actually a huge thing too, because we kind of talk about it. We talked about it at the top of the show about how even these teams were, where Mandatory actually were favored in a lot of dungeons in terms of just the amount of time that they were having in a lot of the keys. But now Perplexed really putting everybody on full notice on how fast their Stone Vault is.
Yeah, this is a very good run by Perplexed. The boss is the only thing left between them and making it into that third game here in this lower final. Holy Moly, of course. I mean, their strat is also incredibly good, right? They definitely did have a chance of winning this key as well. But yeah, I mean, Perplexed, I said that it's actually Holy Moly, in my opinion, that is favored in here. But I guess I really have to eat my words because that run was incredible as the boss is dropping lower and lower. And they almost, I mean, they were so close to actually have a sub 10-minute Stonewalled here as they're finishing off the boss at 10 minutes and 6 seconds.
That was a perfect run. I don't even think you can even say anything bad about that run for Perplex. That was crazy.
You cannot. Perplexed knew they had to bring it, and they did. You know, Nagura's saying, well, you just have to play perfect and nail the dungeon. And Perplexed was like, yeah, all right, bet. And they just did it. I mean, incredible run here from Perplexed. This is the type of play we want to see from them that will make them a champion and not just a runner-up. Incredible here. Now, Tettles, everything about this was amazing. The damage, the pre-shell burn on Skarm, the best run time in Stonefall, all of this. But what do you think contributed to this perfect run from Perplexed?
I think it's, like you were saying, missing the fortified shell. I also think one of the big things that they're doing that other teams aren't is they're actually -1 pull due to Divine just having the courage to do that entire Master Machinist swing in one trash pull and then taking all of that trash into the boss. That is a pull that basically no other tank does because those Forge Hands stack up an increased damage taken debuff on your tank. And so it is really, really sketchy whenever you're doing it. It's like Divine, he's on a timer. He can only live for probably 45 seconds total on that fight, and he might die during the gather because that pull is so just volatile. And I think that that is the biggest reason that Perplex is the fastest team this season in that dungeon is because they are -1 pull over the other teams.
Yeah, it's, I mean, just incredible. And yeah, looking at that gameplay from him was phenomenal. Yeah, Zyronic, go.
Man, what a run. I think a perfect stone vault is the best way to put it. We knew there was potential after we saw their run yesterday. We knew that Wolf Disco didn't quite go for the maximum damage as of yesterday. And, you know, we normally run a replay package of the whole dungeon, but instead of that, let's just watch the perfection of this pull here. The gather. These two giant pulls they do in this key are something that nobody else is doing, and it's really just helped along by the fact that Warlock just puts out tons of uncapped AoE, right? They're one of the best classes in the game at doing that. All you need is 2 buttons, man. It's Cataclysm and Rain of Fire. And you just keep spamming those buttons over and over again, and you're good to go. It's really easy rotation, and really you can spend the rest of your time just thinking about living. And once again, on to Skarmorak here. They've got the 40 stacks prepped for this boss of that Spymaster's Web Trinket instead of like the maybe 15 to 20 they had yesterday after he died. And I believe this is the highest burst number we've seen for AoE out of anybody at about 31.5 million DPS. Almost hit 32. And he probably would have kept rising too if the trash lived a little bit longer because he still had engines left. He was spawning more Infernals from Reign of Chaos. But the thing that's really interesting about the build that Wolf Disco is playing is he's not really AoE focused. He's actually more focused on single target. He could spec into more AoE if he wanted to. I'll show a little bit more about that afterwards, but the fact that they were able to get this one phase before the boss even started casting the fortified shell was just insane. That's the cleanest we've ever seen it done. The cleanest dungeon of Stone Vault that we've ever seen done. Of course, holy moly, we gotta clip this for them because this is a team that we never see wipe. So, you know, this is out of the ordinary for them as well. Had a mistake on the boss. The Despoiler were still alive when they got to the fortified shell. That's a recipe for disaster. But at this point, the damage was already done. Perplex was going to win the key. They were so far ahead after one facing Skarmorak. It was just a masterclass of a performance from them. But yeah, going into the talents here for Wolf Disco, you can spec into more AoE, but look at the build that he's running here. He's got the 2 Soulfire talents, of course, Soulfire and Decimation, allowing you to have more of that single target shard generation. He's also playing Chaos Incarnate, which is something that you really only play in pure single target situations. It does buff your Rain of Fire damage a little bit, but really it's mainly played for single target. You could spec into things like Fire and Brimstone so that your Incinerate hits a whole bunch of targets on AoE, but he wasn't playing that. He was playing pure single target. He was also running Mayhem for a little bit of havoc damage on the 2-target boss. Well, that's just a great spec for this key. And of course, let's hover over the Spymaster's Web, probably the best trinket we've ever seen for casters in the game. 40 stacks of that trinket, it's 40,000 intellect when you press it, man. That's a crazy amount of main stat. What a dungeon from Perplex there. If they can play like that in the next dungeon, man, they're definitely going to the Grand Finals. But, you know, Holy Moly can get it back together. It's going to be a close one.
And the next dungeon, will be coming up. And yeah, I mean, I love seeing these two go to that third because it's going to be amazing. And they are going to be going into Grim Batal. So another one where we've seen a lot of volatility here. I mean, Tuttles, this performance that they've just had coming into this one, what are you kind of expecting?
I think Grim Batal is always... I think Grim Batal's been the counter pick for Perplexed this weekend. I feel like this was the dungeon that they... Whenever they were done cooking their strategy for this, they were like, this is the dungeon that we will beat every single team on every single time. And I think it comes down to the Warlock strategy. It comes down to their consistency in the dungeon, and it comes down to like how they're gathering and dealing with all of the mobs. And whenever we saw them versus Mandatory, that was the map that they took off of Mandatory in the upper finals earlier today. And I think that this is a dungeon where if you're Holy Moly, you are so scared to play Perplex in this dungeon because they are so fast.
Yeah, that quickness, I mean, we've seen them go through it just like you were saying, and it's got to be intimidating. But holy moly, I mean, like we said, this is not a team that I think has backed down from any of the challenges so far. So, you know, looking at them going into Grim Batal, are there any strategies or things that we've seen from this particular dungeon that, you know, Nagura, you think would be of great value to them as they look at it?
So we haven't seen Holy Moly in Grim Batal at all. So that, like, I feel like that could be an advantage for them, right? Like they've seen what Perplex does, they've seen what Mandatory does. They can take they can take things from both of these teams and just conjure up like this perfect route, this perfect strategy. But not sure if that's going to be the case. We'll see.
I don't know.
We'll see if they. I want to see if they play the Warlock, right? Because that's something that we haven't necessarily seen them play before. But I also don't necessarily think that the Warlock is required here to be really quick. Because Mandatory has had a really good run without the Warlock as well. And it looks like Holy Moly is not playing that Warlock strat.
I'm not sure if we've seen Wally on the side of Holy Moly actually electing to play that Warlock at all this season. But right off the bat here, we have a very large trash hole, similar to what we saw in the Mist of Tyrannus Scythe, where they don't really care about getting the full duration of the Bloodlust. They know the trash pack's going to be dead way before that, and so they're basically just pressing it earlier. That way it can come up for the final boss whenever they want it.
Yeah, definitely using that lust as fast as possible here. Or even, I think we saw Perplex pre-lust and Holy Moly use it like a couple of seconds into the key, so both of the teams are going to be having that up in just a moment. Now we're going to see the strategy where both the tanks on the Vengeance Demon Hunters are going to be gathering up a lot of trash here for the dragons. Did you see something?
Yeah, I thought that Teef was actually with his group, but you can actually see him targeted on the right side, that he is actually setting up one of those poles. I was kind of interested in seeing if they were actually going to do the 5 dragon riding situation instead, but no. I feel like you have to kill these dragons with this. Yeah, he's right there.
Mm-hmm. And there we go, both teams having their Vengeance Demon Hunters gather up this whole trash, which can be super scary for them. Of course, they're alone, so they're not going to be able to get any kind of help from the healer or from any kind of CC, but both of them doing a great job finishing off that pool. Divine Field actually not being able to fully finish off some of these mobs here as 2 brutes are still alive, but shouldn't be too big of a problem. As now they're going to be moving into that first boss, but maybe because they missed the damage on them, they're going to be a little bit slower at engaging the boss on Perplexed side, actually.
Pack also looks a little bit higher HP than it is for Holy Moly. Holy Moly maybe ended up getting more of those 2 shots shot into that 5-pack like you were alluding to here. And both of the teams have engaged General Umbrus. You're really hoping for good RNG, and right off the bat, immediately, Holy Moly have to move all the way across the room. This is not the RNG we're hoping to see. You basically want the first couple of quadrants that you're safe in to spawn right on top of you. That way you don't have to like drag this trash pack a very far distance. In addition to that, we also have the Oblivion Orbs, which, depending on where they spawn, can actually funnel in really weird ways.
Yeah, it looked like both teams had bad RNG at the start there, as both of them had to move the boss across. So, which means it will even out again between the teams, which is great to see for the competition. But we do see Holy Moly being able to get the 10 stack buff, while Perplex only managed to get the 8 stacks because of that movement that they had to go through. And looking at the boss DPS, Holy Moly slightly ahead, getting a little bit of an edge here as they're able to finish off the boss slightly quicker. Yeah, Perplex definitely slowing down the damage there at the very end.
Yeah, doing a little bit of a cooldown check. It looks like everybody on the side of Perplexed ended up pressing their 2s about the same time, where Holy Moly had their cooldowns a little bit I would say a little bit desynced. They actually have theirs coming up about the same point too, all about the 115 mark. The DK presses Breath of Cinder Ghost a little bit earlier than the rest of the group pressing their offensive CDs, but it's not going to be anything to write home about. It's plus or minus 5 seconds. It's going to be coming up about the same time. So now let's see the difference in strategy here. Holy Moly are actually grabbing double 3-pack into the Molten Giant. This is a ton of casters. With triple Beguiler, double Earthcaller, you're kind of on a timer. Probably like 35-ish seconds for being able to get all these mobs, these small mobs killed off. But the big thing too is that this does an insane amount of damage to your tank. These Flame Renders do a massive tank hit on top of the Molten Giant's Molten Fist cast. And so those things are something that you have to really watch out for, as you could have tank deaths to this part of the dungeon.
Perplexed gathering up the same pull on their side, even though they were a little bit slower, of course, because of that boss split difference that we've seen 11 seconds in favor of Holy Moly there. Holy Moly now also engaging Forge Master Thrungus with that Molten Giant trash pack that is standing right there on their side as well. Perplexed doing the same now on their side. But we do know that Perplexed is going to be doing something different later with that skip. I think Holy Moly is actually doing the same thing, but without the gate.
Holy Moly have a lot more... I mean, their count's really high. I don't know what they're going to be looking to skip is the thing. So Perplex, whenever they're doing this, they're actually skipping like one of the Lava Benders and a couple of Warlocks, I believe, is what they end up skipping. Or maybe it's one of the 3-packs and a couple of Warlocks, where a lot of the other teams end up playing that double Lava Bender into the first pull that's like after the Thrungus area. So I wonder what Holy Moly is going to do with all this bonus count that they've gathered in this area, because whenever we saw Mandatory earlier, they ended up playing a lot less of this trash that was in this Forge Master Thrungus wing.
Yeah, so I think the difference here is, right, Perplexed, or generally the difference is that sometimes we see a team, and I think it's mandatory, right, as you mentioned, that is skipping that one pull, and they just pull into Thrungus, and then they do a much larger pull right after Thrungus, while the teams that tend to do that Molten Giant pull that we see both Perplexed and Holy Moly do, they're skipping the trash here to start. So we're going to see a Shroud here from Holy Moly, and they're going to be skipping the starting area, doing a little bit of a smaller pull, while Perplexed is going to be doing the gateway strategy on their side, very likely after this.
I mean, look at this. Holy Moly here. They're actually going for the double Lava Bender pull. A very, very dangerous pull indeed. And the fact that they don't have any offensive cooldowns really sketches me out with this double Lava Bender. This is probably the hardest mob in this entire dungeon. Just the amount of damage that it does, especially whenever it goes into the Ascendants. It starts pulsing AoE for an insane amount. On top of that, the circles that come out while the Lava Bender is pulsing that AoE do a lot more damage. And so that's actually very scary. And Perplexed, like you mentioned, their pacing here, they're able to actually get this pack dealt with a lot faster off the back of them doing a smaller pull and just getting it gathered quicker. And now you see that gate on the left side, allowing them to pull a bonus Twilight Destroyer.
Yeah, so this is very well that Holy Moly actually had a Lava Bender that didn't immediately... It took it so long to gather up with the rest of the trash pack, right? So they had to finish up that last Lava Bender that cost them quite a few seconds.
What are they doing?
They're going to have a lot of count going.
Dude, yeah, they're grabbing the dragon too. Like, they grab that extra Lava Bender and they're grabbing the dragon. Maybe this allows them to skip the dragon that's like right after the Valiona fight. But I feel like that dragon's pretty good count relative to where it's placed in the dungeon.
The mobs at the end, like one of the Corruptors, 2 of the Corruptors.
Oh, dude, if you can skip that, that's good value. Hold on,
right?
We're cooking.
If you skip 2 Corruptors and then pull the other 2 Corruptors into the boss, I think that would be really insane if they're able to do that.
So look at this. They're 5% enemy forces ahead of where Perplexed are going into this fight. Both teams are grabbing the double Lava Bender. This is fairly standard for MDI level teams to be grabbing this double Lava Bender. Basically, what you're going to be doing is you're going to be pushing both of them together. You would never do this on live. This is actual suicide on live. But you would be pushing them basically together. And then as Dragha dies, then you just kind of focus down the Lava Bender. So your main prio right here, instead of doing damage to the Lava Bender, is actually just getting the boss pushed to where you have that dragon spawning. Look on the left side of the screen here. We have Perplexed. They still have one of those Lava Benders alive at about 20% HP as Valiona spawns. Now, here's the general sequencing for this part of the fight. They're going to wait for the first couple of waves of tornadoes to spawn. They're going to wait for the first set of these adds to spawn as well. And once they end up killing off these adds, they're going to get knocked back. But then they're going to grab a 6-pack into this boss. The 6-pack includes 2 Beguilers, 2 Warlocks, and 2 Enforcers, so a very dangerous 6-pack. But with all of the offensive CDs available to Perplex, they just have the Ascendants. That should actually be able to be erased. I think they're also going to commit the Infernal. We at least saw them commit the Infernal earlier today whenever they were doing this poll. So it's kind of a situation where they just press their CDs on CD, but they have that Ascendance available immediately here.
Yeah, let's see if they can execute this pull as all of this trash has been gathered up. 2 of the affix debuffs actually going through to the trash. Not ideal, as that's going to make it a little bit more difficult, but we do see the AoE CC coming through, as we have one of the enchanters there not gathering up all the way, so they need to make sure they finish that one off before it can cause any kind of trouble, as they do get some AoE through onto the group. Holy Moly now also gathering up that same pull on their side. And they're going to be so high on trash. Let's see if they can execute it, though, as we do see some issues, but were able to recover.
What are we doing with all this count? Like they have so much trash, like 4% ahead of where Perplexed are. I think it's going to allow them to skip a Twilight Drake. That's the only thing that I could even imagine that they're looking to skip. Maybe you're right, though. Maybe there is some cook with the Corruptor skip, because look at Perplexed here. They're pulling into the double Faceless Corruptors, and they really need to make sure that they're not getting mind controlled here.
Yeah, definitely have to watch out for that, as Holy Moly is using that Shroud, and they did walk through, gathering up the Corruptors. Let's see how many Corruptors they're pulling. They are moving forward. This is going to be the second Corruptor. And yeah, we did skip the Dragon. I don't know. This is very interesting. Perplexed is about to finish off their Corruptors already on their side, though. Again, 2 buffs going through to the Corruptors, not being able to get that full stack on that affix buff for Perplexed, unfortunately.
Look for Perplexed here. This is a very subtle but important thing. You see Divine, he pressed meld there. What he does is he tags these hatchlings and then immediately melds them off. Whenever you engage them in combat and then meld them off, it makes it to where they don't drop that increased shadow damage taken debuff onto your player. That is then going to allow Perplexed to pull the double Corruptors into the boss. And look at this, as the boss has been engaged, they're going to have their Bloodlust in about 10 seconds. The very sketchy part of doing the double Corruptors into the boss is the mind control. You can actually get mind controlled by these circles that these Corruptors dropped. Oh my god, and Holy Moly have skipped the Corruptors. They actually don't want anything to do with them. Teef ends up melding those Corruptors off, and now Holy Moly are going to have the opportunity to Bloodlust a pure single target boss, and they are racing Perplexed to the finish here.
This is going to be so close now. Perplexed does have those Corruptors on the boss now. Usually, pulling stuff on top of the boss is actually very nice, and you're going to be able to cleave them off passively, but these Corruptors can be incredibly dangerous.
Is he dead? Eagle might die here.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Okay.
He's alive. Okay, he's alive. The boss is still so high for Holy Moly, though, as the Bloodlust was still running. Look at Perplexed. Perplexed has the boss already down to 30%. Those Corruptors are now dead as well on their side. They're just looking so strong. I don't think Holy Moly can catch up here, as the boss is just absolutely melting for Perplexed. Already down to 7%, and there's no deaths at all for either of the teams. So no death penalty, and that's it. Perplex is finishing off the boss, and they're going to be moving on to the grand final here, winning against Holy Moly 2-1.
Perplexed, they needed to get another perfect run, and they did it. Even Holy Moly's amazing strats here, this idea of bulking up on that trash and waiting to the end, couldn't secure it. Perplexed were able to push on, and what seemed like it might be distant for them is now a reality as they look to face off against Mandatory in the grand finals. This was such a good matchup. There's a whole series. I just want to take it and I just want to hug it because it's just so good. This is what you want to see. I mean, as we kind of look at this, a lot of amazing things just happened. But Tettles, what are some of the ones just right off the bat that come to mind for you?
I mean, I felt like Holy Moly absolutely played out of their minds there. That skip at the very end was a phenomenal one. And I feel like there is most of the other teams, every other team that is not named Perplexed, that Grim Patrol run probably beats those teams. That was an incredibly impressive run by Holy Moly. But Perplexed, I talked about it being their counter pick, their trump card that they're going to have over all of these other teams, and they proved why that is their best dungeon this weekend, and teams should be on notice and be looking to ban this out versus them because they are so fast with that Warlock strategy.
Yeah, that was incredibly played from both sides. Just an exhilarating match. And I mean, Zyronic, you were over there doing analysis on this, so what jumped out to you?
Let me just start off by saying I did predict Holy Moly to win this series, but I'm very happy that I predicted incorrectly. Perplexed is one of the longest running teams, and the fact that they're able to play this well for two straight maps is fantastic. And something also to say about Holy Moly, the way they play, they're incredibly consistent. They have 0 death runs, but Perplexed has faster strategies, and if they're able to pull him off with 0 deaths, this is what's going to happen. And like Tuttles was alluding to, this Grim Batol, this is Perplexed Dungeon, man. This time, 1053, that they put up, that is exactly the same time they had in the run against Mandatory earlier today. They are so good at this dungeon. If this shows up in the Grand Finals, which I think it is, I think Mandatory just have to ban it out. All in all, a fantastic key. Something we've been talking about, though, when it comes to the Warlock gameplay in general. We talk about the Spymaster's presses being used for AoE, but in this dungeon, they don't use them for AoE. They use them for single target damage. His 40 stack presses were on Forge Master Throngus for single target damage, and on Eridax for the single target damage. They just let the Warlock do single target damage. They don't need the AoE blast in this key to push anything in particular. It's just in general a good class for everything. And of course the Gateway skip saves you so much time in the middle of the key as well. Just all in all, a masterclass run for Perplexed. But, you know, shout out to Holy Moly in general, man. A new team coming into the MDI, first time playing together, being able to finish third, secure $30,000 for themselves. If this team sticks together and plays more in the future, I think we're going to see great things from them.
Dude, they were cracked. Like, this team was insane. I didn't know what to expect, because it's like these are players that have played on other teams and have like pretty good success. But there's kind of this thing where you're like, whenever you jump into your first MDI, you kind of have like cohesion problems sometimes, and it's difficult to kind of start firing on all cylinders. But they just hit the ground running, and they just looked sick this entire season. That was a team that, if they get a lucky break one way or the other, they could have made it into the finals here. They could have actually played through the upper bracket even. Like, this team has been insane.
Absolutely. And I mean, the incredible competition, particularly from these top 3, Mandatory, Perplexed, Holy Moly. We've been saying it all day. Anything could have swayed, you know, where we're going, oh, if just one mistake or this thing or that thing.
They even 3-0'd Polish Mountain.
I know. Like, it's wild. it's unbelievable. They're just pulling matches out of nowhere.
They actually 99-0'd them, I think, to match my prediction.
You're right. Your prediction was correct. Yeah. No, I mean, this final matchup will be a best of, there it is. Look, it's not going to quite be a best of 99, but it will be a best of 5 between Mandatory and Perplexed, which will give both of these teams a lot of time to shine. But holy moly, although they are eliminated here right at the end, they will be our 3rd place, and well earned. I mean, cohesion didn't even seem to be a question, and if they can just keep getting better from here, I think we're going to see phenomenal play from them. But this has been an amazing matchup. Mandatory, Perplexed coming up in our grand finals. I mean, Nagura, these two teams, what do you think about this matchup between them?
Okay, this is going to be difficult. I personally think Perplexed is playing phenomenally, but Mandatory did have the time that Perplexed had to use to be able to win that lower final, and they were able to practice for the final, right? So they were able to see what Perplexed is doing against Holy Moly, and they were able to practice some of their runs. I do think the final map pool, though, is incredibly interesting. Like, both of these teams have, like, there's a lot of dungeons that both of the teams have banned before, and some of the dungeons that we haven't seen them play at all, like the City of Threats. Neither of the teams have played it, and it's in the final. We have Arakara in there, which Perplexed has banned numerous times before. We have Dawnbreaker, which Mandatory has banned every single time they've seen it. So what are they going to do? The map pool is going to make this final a lot more interesting, in my opinion. And I do think we're going to see, probably going to go to 5 games, I think.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's ironic. What do you think? Going to 5?
I think it has the potential to. I don't know what I'm going to predict just yet, but I mean, these two teams are so closely matched. That match we saw at the start of the day today was fantastic. It could easily go all the way to 5 games.
It could. Tuttles, you know, I've asked the other two. What about you? You think going to 5?
It's kind of a situation where I think that Mandatory might be able to close this out 3-0, but if Perplexed actually are able to take one of the first maps, then they can end up making it to the Grim Batol, and then that can actually end up turning it into a 3-2 series one way or the other pretty easily. I think I see a lot of paths where it ends up being like 3-2 as opposed to... I think it's like either 3-0 or 3-2 is kind of how I'm feeling about this entire series, more or less. So I tend to agree. I think it could go to Game 5 pretty reasonably.
Yeah, I agree too. I agree as well. And I think it's tough, you know, Perplexed. they gotta be feeling good coming off of this. This is like best case, worst case, lower bracket situation for them. So maybe that's the confidence boost that they need to just really finally stand up to Mandatory and claim it. But Mandatory, they're defending champs for a reason. So, I think it'll go to 5 myself, but, we're gonna have to wait until after the break to see. Before that, we are gonna get in a quick, whose spell is it anyway? So we're gonna get this in. All of you can play with us too. We're going to try to decipher the spell base. Yeah, we're really drawing it out, everybody. We
had Chinese last time. What are we going to have? Just going to Polish this time?
Dude, there's no way. I can't believe they gave us Chinese last time. What is that?
Okay, not Chinese, so might be harder, though.
Your next Star Surge or... No, it's a 1 minute.
This is Nature's Swiftness or Ancestral Swiftness. Oh, it's Nature's Swiftness. Ancestral Swiftness is 30 seconds.
Okay.
Your next Regrowth or...
Predatory Swiftness.
Oh, come on. They're the same
Druid
thing.
Shaman. What color do you sense emanating from this talent?
Aren't Druid and Shaman Nature Swiftness the exact same spell?
No. Oh, I mean, it's kind of similar. I'm pretty sure it's the Shaman one. Because I think the Druid one is like... It's like... Regrowth... Entangling Roots or something else. There's like a third spell that I can't remember what it is. And so I think it has to be the Shaman NS.
Okay.
Yeah,
I like that.
I stand by that. Yeah, I like that. All right, Nature Swiftness, Shaman.
Bang.
Locked
please.
in.
Agreed.
Oh god, Dratus is somewhere like face palming thinking they're idiots.
Yeah, I'm Nature Swiftness locking in.
Okay.
Which class? Which
Which one?
Oh, Shaman. Sorry, Shaman.
Okay.
Shaman. Okay.
That'd be Shaman.
Okay, it's Shaman. It's not Predatory.
Hey.
Nice.
We're so back. We're so back.
Love it.
All right. Guys, I know this is a light blue claw with 3 talons. That's all I know. Watch this.
Okay, but you have 3.
Oh god.
Okay, well,
3 of them are like that. Oh no.
Well, hold on. One of them has four talons. One of them has 4 talons.
Okay, so it's not A. It's not A. I have no idea what the arm looks like.
Feathery bits?
Oh, the arm.
Look at the top part of the arm.
Drumstick.
Oh no.
I feel like B is the most balanced in the frame, but I feel like
B looks 20 years old. The girl is really far from her mic. She has leaned all the way back.
I had to go away because usually you see these icons a lot smaller on your UI, right? So I'm like going away and squinting at it.
Hold on, let me get far enough back too. Yeah, good point.
Yeah, me too. Let me hold on.
Smaller.
Let's see. Can we make it smaller? Smaller. Thank you.
That's good right there. Right there.
I can see it. It's
D.
C.
I think it's D.
It's C.
Oh, what?
No, it's definitely C.
I think it might be C
D?
actually.
I have no idea.
It is C. It's not B.
Now.
That's too many jagged edges to be B for sure.
C or D?
I think
that actually really helps. Can you make it smaller again?
I'm gonna go C. I'm gonna go C.
C. All right,
C just looks right.
Yeah. Tuttles, do you have any guesses? Right. Did you determine yours?
I'm gonna guess B, but I have no logic behind any of it. I feel like it's all just I'm clicking something.
Okay. All right. Let's see what it is.
It could be A for all I know, actually.
Oh gosh. Yeah. Watch like Ironic kept.
Oh wow! It's B.
No.
It's not A.
Oh wow.
That's crazy. Okay.
All right, Tuttles, you got it.
For all the wrong reasons. For literally all the wrong reasons.
What are all those edges supposed to be? I don't.
Yeah.
It's 20 years old, got ripped off.
It's 20 years old. There's no way that there's any good reasoning for it.
Okay.
It was a root, it was not a claw.
Oh, maybe that could be it.
Is it
you know what?
root?
That could be it.
Nature Swiftness.
I think it's a claw.
I mean,
is it a
why would it be
tree
a claw?
stump? Oh my god!
Maybe it's a tree.
Wait a second.
Is that a
Wait,
leaf?
this changes everything.
Hold on.
I would have said
is
B
it actually?
if I knew this was a root.
Is this?
I thought it was like a
stump. What is this?
I thought it was like a hand holding a healing spell. That's what I always thought it was.
No, it's a talent, like a
claw
talent,
casting a
right?
healing
Like
spell.
it's gonna fly, like it's like swift, like a bird.
But it's nature swiftness.
Yeah,
birds are part of nature, Tettles.
don't know what nature you go into. I live in a concrete jungle. Hello? There's no birds here.
I live in literally the same jungle as you. We live in the same city. All right, everybody. We have had a great day today, but it's only going to get better. We have our grand finals coming up after a short break. This is going to be the series that settles our Season 1 Mythic Dungeon International once and for all. So, after the break, make sure to be here to find out who is going to take that first place medal. We are back, and at long last, it is the grand finals. This is going to be just an incredible match. I mean, this has been amazing seeing them even this weekend play Mandatory and Perplexed, let alone now seeing them go head-to-head after such incredible games. We got a lot to look forward to, but chat, it's a tough one. Get your guesses in, get your predictions in, drop them in there. And we actually have a little something as well to kick off this huge final series. You've all been asking, and we have a little news that we'd like to share with all of you here and now. The Great Push is coming back in January. So signups are going to open in December. Those time trials will begin January 22nd, and you can register right now at Raider. Or you can register when they open at Raider.io/tournaments. So everybody get in there, check it out. TGP, it's going to be an amazing one. And this is an incredible time as well because for the first time ever, we have both MDI and TGP in the same first season. So get in there, show your stuff, and remember that there's some amazing titles and other things to take home as well. But let's talk about these two incredible teams. So Mandatory Perplexed. Now, this is a big one because for the first time, perhaps, these two teams are really going to get to showcase something that they maybe haven't before, right? And I mean, Zyronic, did you want to talk a little bit about what's different for them here and now?
Yeah, so something that's interesting that we haven't talked too much about this season is that there's, in past MDIs for the past 5 years, there's always been this looming threat of like, okay, this run is really good, but how are we going to use it to beat Echo? And this time around, that is not the case. Both of these teams are insanely good. Both of them have fast runs in every single key. And I think really this series is going to come down to whether or not they can play as well as they have been playing in the dungeons they're good at. I think Tettle's going to go over us in a little bit, but both of the teams have particular dungeons they're specialized into that they're really good at. And the bans are going to be a huge point here. If they get the bans and picks right, this could easily go either way.
Yeah, I love it because these teams, I think they've really been able to just shine on their own merits, right? Like to really get to see them just doing what they do so well and then go head to head in this direct way, have some newcomers come in. It's been amazing, but I can't wait to see what they're going to bring in here. And, you know, just like Zyro was saying, Tettles, both of these teams have some specialties with dungeons. So do you want to talk about what they've sort of played into or avoided?
Yeah, let's talk about ban philosophy a little bit. So Mandatory has permabanned Dawnbreaker, and Perplexed have permabanned Arakara basically every single time it's been possible. I'm kind of interested in seeing if there's going to be a deviation from that strategy. I think that for like Perplexed, maybe looking to ban something like the Siege of Borealis would actually be a pretty solid ban from them. And I think that for Mandatory, looking to ban like the Grim Batol could be a really solid ban for them. There's always a kind of this discrepancy of, are you going to ban against your opponent, or are you going to ban for like what you have or haven't practiced, and kind of also like what you kind of think that you're not very good at. But immediate reaction right off the bat is Perplexed again banning that Arakara and Mandatory banning that Dawnbreaker. I think it kind of makes sense. So let's kind of go over some of the times and like who is actually favored in each of these dungeons. So first off, we have Necrotic Wake. That is a Mandatory favored map. City of Threads, we've actually seen neither of the teams play this map. Siege of Borealis is also a Mandatory favored map. Then the Stone Vault and the Grim Batol, so what would be maps 4 and 5, are very heavily Perplexed favored. This, I think, means that this City of Threads that we're seeing in map 2 is a huge pivotal moment of this series and could actually turn the tides one way or the other. I could see a world where it ends up being Mandatory 3-0, but I think if you end up taking if you go to Stone Vault and Grim Batol and you're a Mandatory fan, you might be in a lot of trouble.
Go ahead, Zyra.
There's one ridge that could be thrown on those points. I 100% agree with you on every single point made. That City of Threads is going to be pivotal. The only thing is, Mandatory has had that last 3 hours or so to look at this map pool and think about their ban for it and think, what do we need to improve on just in case those first couple of dungeons don't go well? They could have gone in and spent time in Stone Vault perfecting their strategy there, or making sure their City of Threads is up to snuff, or making sure they get something better in Grim Batol. We just don't know yet. They could have something else to throw at us.
Man, I mean, just seeing both of these teams, it's been brought up a lot over the course of the weekend that the best teams oftentimes have the greatest spread of strengths in dungeons. And because we're going to be seeing so many here, even with those bans, I mean, I think we'll get to see them all kind of tackle these in very contrasting ways. But Dratnos, as you kind of, are thinking about this when everybody's been saying, what are some of your kind of thoughts about these two and the map spread ahead of them?
Yeah, I think that Tettles' analysis is surprisingly spot on. I think it's going to be on Mandatory to get this series over in 3 games, because I do think the Stone Vault, the Grim Batol, look like series where I'd much rather be Perplexed based on the timings that they've had so far. That Warlock comp that Perplexed, I think they play that to perfection, and it's really well suited, especially that Grim Batol, the way that they do that dungeon. And they've done that dungeon 3 times. Between those 3, they have 1 death. That is an incredible degree of consistency for Grim Batol. So I think that, this series, it's got to be a 3-0 for Mandatory, or I think Perplexed are likely to take it.
Who's more clutch, Mandatory or Perplexed here?
See, that's the thing, is historically it's been Mandatory. Perplexed have never converted in a grand finals. They have, in fact, they've often failed to even make it to this point in the tournament. So historically the answer would be Mandatory. Here's a look at
we can take a look, yeah.
Like they've had a lot of time trials that have gone super well for them, right? This is no exception. First in time trials, a place they've been before. The last time that happened, they went out in 7th/8th back in Shadowlands Season 2.
That was the Halls of Atonement Bear incident. Do you remember that one?
Yeah, Shadowlands was not a good... The ending of Shadowlands was not great for them. Put it that way.
No, but honestly, we've seen them steadily make this kind of comeback, coming back from the terrible bear incident that happened and moving forward as they leave that further and further behind. But Mandatory, they are reigning champs. They are riding that high of their last victory, even trumping Echo when they were going up against them. Perplexed, this is their time to shine if ever there was one. We've seen them play incredibly. And here in this Necrotic Wake, you can see we have all been back and forth about our feelings on it. I mean, look, I'm going Perplexed because I believe in the dream. I believe in them landing it here and now. But, it's going to be a difficult matchup, and we'll see if we make it to that best of 5. This will be game 1 in our grand finals, the Necrotic Wake, Mandatory versus Perplexed. Zyronic, give us your thoughts as we start heading into it.
Oh, this is what they play for. This is the entire season coming up to this series alone. A month plus of practice, starting off the expansion, getting ready in these dungeons, even prepping on the PTR and the beta. All of that prep has led to this series. Perplexed find themselves in the grand finals for the first time in a long time. And Dratnos, we're in. Here we go into the Necrotic Wake. We see a Warlock mirror matchup for both teams. Maesty on the Warlock for Mandatory. Wolf Disco the Warlock main. Seeing if you can make it work here. And we were talking about this. Necrotic Wake has been a Mandatory favored map. They're incredibly clean here.
Yeah, Perplexed. So in the last time these two teams played here, Perplexed had an unfortunate disconnect and they lost badly as a result. But up until that point, they were actually a little bit faster in getting out of the Blightbone area. We'll have to see how that works out again. You can see Perplexed have actually pulled so much count here. We have multiple Zul'Rama's Gatekeepers in for both teams. Extremely scary time for these players. The barrier, the darkness, the AMZ, all getting extremely high value on this pull. As you can see, the health bars bouncing all over the place. We have those shields on the ground being used as well. Mandatory do pull a little bit less count into this pull, or at least they did last time, getting up to that 23%, and Perplexed up to 29% here. So they are going to be a little slower on Blightbone, but they should be a little bit faster in getting out of this, because after Mandatory killed Blightbone here, they run and they pull into another Gatekeeper, whereas Perplexed should be getting all the count that they need once this boss does eventually die.
Of course, both teams using that tech of mind controlling the Fleshcrafter so it doesn't get blitzed down in that AoE there, and they can use those Throat Cleavers to finish off Blightbone after the fact. Mandatory doing it quite a bit quicker, although Perplexed is going to be going down quite quickly here. Yeah, so here we go. This is the difference in strategies here, right? Mandatory pulling into this third Gatekeeper. We're going to have to see how long this takes them. They do have 2 Fleshcrafters, so it should go quite quickly, but it's really going to come down to whether or not that Perplex can make up that trash later on, or if they've changed their strategy here. The thing we know is Mandatory is super clean in this dungeon. Pretty much every single one of the runs have been 0 deaths or non-consequential deaths, so as long as they're able to keep doing that, I think they're still going to have the faster strategy. What does Perplex have cooked up for us here, though?
The two teams are neck and neck right now. If you look at the bottom of the map here, 12 seconds faster was Mandatory on that boss, but it is actually Perplexed who finished the entire area, getting to that 33% count, a little bit ahead. It's not 12 seconds, though. It's like 2 seconds in favor of Perplexed at most, as we are going to see this massive pull going with Narzuda. Divine dropping extremely low here. Okay. Is he going to be able to avoid this cheat death being popped? It looks like somehow, yes. That was extremely sketchy.
All good, though. Everything's back together. And we see differing strategy pulls here from as well. Mandatory skipping around the Necromancer, pulling that Sorcerer instead. But Perplexed just shackles the Mage on top of the Necromancer and drags the Necromancer in as well. That's a little bit of extra burst damage they have to worry about. Those extra Grim Fates could easily top on top of extra AoE damage from this pull and instantly one-shot a player, but they're confident enough in their strategy to try to make it work here. And that Necromancer is dead, so they've gotten through the super dangerous part of the strategy. They really just need to make sure they don't get hit by any errant, gruesome cleaves here, and I think the positioning is good enough for them to do that. Now, the question is, who's going to be more confident in setting up the next pull early? Mode has not left yet, neither has Zasevi. I think they're both heading off at roughly the same time here.
Yeah, this is going to be the variable to look at. Zasevi starting that journey. We assume Mode is as well now for Mandatory. Yeah, Meld has already been popped by Mode. Zasevi running around the side here, heading up the stairs, and pathing on around. And this is going to be the opportunity to mount up now that combat has dropped. And actually Perplexed here, not going to be doing this the exact same way. They're gatewaying over. Mode, meanwhile, sneaking up around the side. Fade, walks past, starts that boss RP at the top of these stairs, and then hops on that mount, and is going to run into position to...
Yeah.
Interesting.
So this is different. So Sevi goes and grabs that spear by the golem on his own and ends up taking the gate across with the team, whereas Mode runs into the boss room and he ends up gripping Hopeful. Hopeful goes, grabs the spear, blinding sleets the Necromancer pack there, shadow melds off the aggro, and then gets gripped by Mode to join the group. And look at what this gains them. They're on the boss with the trash, whereas Perplexed are just going for an AoE pull without the boss here. No, they're going to snap it on top of the boss now, but this is still so much faster for Mandatory. The boss RP hasn't even started yet for Perplexed.
But oh no, Perplexed are going to be getting into combat now. The trash is sort of slowly filing in around the stairs here, so it will be joining them soon. They have Sigil of Silence to help group these. Actually, it looks like they're... Where's the trash? Okay, it's snapping up. Yeah, there it is. Starting to snap in for Perplexed. Slowly over time. It's going to be evading for a couple of seconds here as well. Divine.
Oh, Divine Field!
Extremely low. It's going to die. The Necrotic Bolt takes him out, and he's going to get that battle res, but that is not going to be enough for Perplexed. This is absolutely catastrophic for Perplexed. The rest of the team now dying soon afterwards. 6 deaths gone for Perplexed. 1 minute and 30 seconds of death timer. The B-res also committed by them. This is unbelievably brutal for Perplexed. Now they have to run back, and they are something like 4 minutes behind. But Mandatory having an Enhancement Shaman die. That's an Ankh. Mode super low as well. Gonna try and stabilize. Topping himself. Maystine popping the Dark Pact to live here. Thunderstorm to interrupt everything. It looks like they've maybe stabilized.
They've stabilized,
Things are not perfect for them.
The ticking damage from that final harvest was scary for Mandatory there, but not nearly as bad as the full wipe from Perplex, and hopefully we have a clip of what exactly happened for Perplex there. I suspect that this Necrotic Wake is potentially a scenario where Perplex don't expect to win it, so they go for a strategy that might seem a little reckless, maybe even a little careless, just to try to potentially compete if Mandatory has an issue. It's a 5-game series, right? We're best of 5, first to 3. Mandatory's expected to win this map. It's not over just yet if Perplexed loses this, but Mandatory's looking pretty dominating so far, Drynos.
Yeah, Mandatory have a massive lead. Perplexed going to try and stabilize here. Their goal now for Perplexed is to be in range of catching up if Mandatory make a mistake. It's going to be very hard for Mandatory to make a mistake that is going to be as costly as what just happened for Perplexed, right? Oh, and Perplexed, insult to injury here. Divine goes down once again. No B-res available. He's going to have to try and run back. Now, the pack is pretty low, so Perplexed might be able to do this. And they have a Warlock, so they can summon him. So, minus another 30 seconds here. But Mandatory, unbothered, starting up this massive pull in the Necropolis. And once again, Mandatory in this position where they have an incredibly good Necrotic Wake. And it doesn't matter. They could have a mediocre run, and it's still going to beat this absolute catastrophe for Perplexed. Like you said, the important thing here for Perplexed is to let this not affect their poise going into the rest of the series.
I mean, everything about this run from Mandatory has pretty much meticulously been gotten down to the last global cooldown. They know exactly what they're going to do for every single pull. We know they had it from the 9 Necrotic Wake, and they just transferred it all over to the 12. Things like that set up for a Marth, where they have Hopeful grab the spear, gets gripped through, Shadow melts off the aggro of the Necromancer. Everything is meticulously planned out, and if you don't have that strategy prepared in this key, you're really not going to be able to beat them on their own key. That Necropolis pull as well, the attention to small details to make sure that not a single cast goes off. One Gore Splatter there could easily make that pull impossible. So they've got everything planned out perfectly. And if there was a spot in the key where they could potentially wipe and let Perplexed back into the map, it was going to be that Necropolis pull. But now that that's done, I think it's all said and done here. It's just, we're essentially waiting for Mandatory to walk it in. Just 2 bosses left and a couple of mini bosses left for them. Perplexed are going to try to make a run at it, though. They've got all the trash dead, and we're on to a Marth. So, if Mandatory does have something catastrophic happen in this section of the dungeon, Perplexed are going to be right there.
Yeah, Mandatory are trying to beat their previous best time in this map as well, trying to stay on form, trying to stay practiced. I think with the 1 death, it's going to be very hard for them to beat their previous best time, which was actually an 11:52 against Polish Mountain. I don't think that's even, that was a 0-death run. They've actually had 2 0-death runs of Necrotic Wake, so this is going to be their least clean Necrotic Wake, which is crazy to say because it has been quite clean. 1 death on an Enhancement Shaman, really not a big deal, as they do get that second side of the gauntlets killed, the third and final one spawning in here. So they're just going to have 1 more pull and then 2 bosses, and they'll be able to stop the clock. But you got to remember, this is a +12 key. That is a lot of extra health and damage. These bosses and trash pulls will last quite a while. Surge and Stitch Flesh, no way to really realistically one-phase it, right, with the plus 12 key level.
Yeah, Surge and Stitch Flesh on this key level, without the Bloodlust, without, the stacking of spears that we had at the start of the expansion, it gets a little sketchy, right? You're going to get a second phase. That means you're going to have 2 of those adds pulsing AoE damage on you the entire time. Yes, those have gotten heavily nerfed, but still, it's significantly more difficult than we saw at our other MDI key levels. We saw Mandatory almost rot out to it earlier today, so let's see if they can execute just as clean with 0 deaths here this time around. Want to get this creation low, but we don't want to kill it off, because we'll need that second hook to start the second phase on the boss instantly afterwards.
Yeah, this is an important part in this fight. There's that hook. Landing for Mandatory, of course, would be surprising if that ever didn't. So they now are starting that burn on Surge and Stitch Flesh. Destruction Warlock actually pretty good at this. No Infernal, but still lined up a nice Overfiend with it. Here comes that second hook. This one lines up with the Morbid Fixation, and perfectly interrupted there. And Stitch Flesh dropping reasonably low. Another Throw Cleaver coming out as they do a good job here of moving the boss such that hits ideally Stitch Flesh and not the creation, and certainly not anybody else. As now the next hook aimed at the stage. Stitch Flesh adding another abomination to the party here. So Skylark is going to be in some danger in particular, and the whole group really, as you now have 2 abominations. They stack up damage over time. Skylark grabbing them and pulling them away to the side, while Hopeful actually tanks the boss for a little while here. Ooh. So the Fleshcrafter has a nice clean line of sight to it. Another set of meat hooks coming out here. Looks like they're not going to be able to interrupt this fixation.
They can't cancel that fixation. The creations are too close on top of each other. Just have to cleave this off without Stove on top of the boss, and they're able to get it done. But you can see how that can get sketchy very quickly. The double pulsing damage can get those health bars low, but we have gotten through Stitch Flesh. We are on to the final boss. Now throw the Rhinebinder here. Everything is prepared. 2 minutes are off cooldown. Maestein has another Spy Master's prepped. The Bloodlust is ready, and now Thor is about to get sent to the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, incredible DPS on display here for Mandatory. Again, this is not going to be their fastest Necrotic Wake ever, but they've done such a good job of being consistent in this dungeon, a dungeon where a lot of teams have fallen apart, including, of course, Perplexed on the other side of the screen, who are now working their way through this gauntlet. They are trying their best to stay within range here, but at this point, there's just no way to catch back up after how well Mandatory have played here, slamming the door shut on Perplexed's hopes here. The Dark Exile cast does land on Hopeful.
Oh, we got the gateway. Let's
Beautiful.
Go.
So Hopeful's going to die when that debuff expires, but they should be able to get this boss killed before then. Really nice use of that Warlock gateway here, preventing that Dark Exile from yoinking him down to that side area, and that's going to save them some time. They're actually going to be reasonably close to that 1152 0 death run that they had, because I think largely of keeping Hopeful up here, doing full damage at the end of this fight. It is going to be all about Mandatory here, but remember, this is a best of 5, so they are going to advance to a 1-0 lead when they kill this Fleshcrafter, but Perplexed by no means out of it yet.
No, absolutely not. We have so much more to go here, and like we've seen and talked about over and over again, especially when you start getting to these plus 12s or other things, I mean, deaths happen, wipes happen, and how you recover and move forward is so important. So, had an unfortunate one there. Mandatory takes the first of the match, but it is not over yet by a long shot. This was very well played by Mandatory, though, and not surprising considering that they lost their world record and then broke their world record, and they've just had an amazing run in this dungeon. But, as we kind of are looking at it here, Zyronic, what do you think went really well for Mandatory here? What do you think has been so efficient about their run of this?
The story of this series we set up beforehand was this was a dungeon that Mandatory was always supposed to win, so they did their best job of making sure they were clean the entire key. They had a quick run. Still, only 14 seconds off of their best run with that death, which is pretty crazy considering the death adds 15 seconds. Perplexed, unfortunately, didn't go well for them. But in the back of your mind, you have to think as Perplexed, were we supposed to win this map? Not really. So you can't let that death affect you. You just have to move forward. It's a long series. You can come back. You've got 2 fantastic dungeons at the end of the series. You just have to find a way to get there. You need to steal one of the next 2 maps. And if you're Perplexed, I think you're pretty happy about your chances if you're able to do that.
Definitely. Tettles, what were some of your thoughts about this as you observed?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Zyro's analysis there was pretty spot on. I think it's one of the situations where we're looking at the first boss area and Perplexed are faster, in that first boss area, but then there was some stuff that Mandatory just does in that second boss area, and particularly how quickly they get a Marth pulled with all of their trash, and that is just like a situation of which they are able to save a bunch of time. For Perplexed, Zasevi's running around with Fade. He ends up grabbing the spear instead of having people use the meld, and so then the guys are kind of grouped up as opposed to getting a Marth spawned. And on the opposite side, you'd have Mode just like getting ready to get the boss pulled almost immediately. They also do this really neat gateway skip. I thought that this was really sick, but this was like the worst case scenario. I was like, wow, that's a cool gateway skip. We should get that for a clip. And then 15 seconds later, Divine Field gets bolted to death by the sorcerers, which, that pulls on a timer. I suspect that he was supposed to silence sigil those sorcerers before they contacted him, and it was just a little bit more damage than he necessarily thought that he was going to take. He ends up dying through his cheat death even. And for Mandatory, it was kind of business as usual. They had a death to Stove, but like we were saying, we predicted them and we penciled them in to win this matchup, or at least this map, rather. And I think that they kind of played to our expectations for this map. They continue to play super well with this Warlock, and they proved why they are at least my favorites to win this series.
Yeah, I mean, strong performance from them, absolutely. And of course, this increase in the key level here, it's a tough one. This is one that we've seen all sorts of teams have death to, but I think they did perform really well. Tettles, did you have any other final thoughts or additions to that that you wanted to tack on?
Not necessarily for the Necrotic Wake, but moving forward into the next dungeon, I started doing some more research in the City of Threads, because we haven't seen either of these teams necessarily looking to play the City of Threads. But something that I forgot about until recently is that City of Threads was actually one of our time trial dungeons on this plus 10 level. Now, time trials were a while ago. They were actually on a different patch, so some stuff has changed since time trials. But what you need to know is that Perplexed put up a 12-minute and 18-second time trial run. And you're like, wow, that's pretty good. And then you hear what Mandatory's time trial run was, and it was actually a 13-minute and 27 time trial run. So Perplexed were a full minute, well over a minute ahead of where Mandatory were in this dungeon. Is that something that maybe has Perplexed been sandbagging their strat? Now, we haven't seen City of Threads this weekend from them. We haven't seen City of Threads really much at all. Is this going to be something where Perplexed is able to bust out a strat that was never before seen? Because this map too, this was the pivotal one. This was the one that we talked about, that if Perplexed get to the Stone Vault and the Grim Batol, they could be very well in a position where they can reverse sweep. Now it's really going to come down to this map too.
I mean, yeah, this is one that I think is a big unknown, and it'll be interesting to see how they can tackle it. Perplexed, they have to shake this off. They have to get back into it, as we've established. But Dratnos, I mean, City of Threads, do you have any expectations about how they're going to be tackling this one?
Yeah, I think this is the biggest question mark in the series about who is favored here, because, the time trials thing is one argument, although if we just had teams with faster time trials winning every series, Perplexed would be undefeated, right? This is a time trial monster of a team, but Mandatory have really massively overperformed when it actually becomes time to clutch. And if we have this series and the narrative is, are Perplexed going to finally be able to clutch one out, or are they going to choke, as has happened in all these previous global finals? This first map is a really ominous sign for them that they had that pull fall apart in the way that it did. That's something that they really can't afford to have happen again here, because that Siege of Borealis is probably the map in the series where even if Perplexed play the best possible that they can, Mandatory can potentially be faster if they do as well.
And of course, like we've been saying, best of 5, so there's a little wiggle room here. But Perplexed, just like in the last series, I mean, they clutched it out there. So if they can do that again, if they can even turn this around, I mean, I think if they can get their bearings in City of Threads, it'll be really, really a good place for them to be looking ahead at the future maps. But Zyronic, we've heard some other thoughts on this. How do you feel this is looking for the two teams as they stare down City of Threads?
I mean, this dungeon is just a giant question mark for the entire weekend. We really have only seen it played twice. Once when it had to be played, and once when it was let through in the lower semis today. Neither of these teams have played it in competition in weeks. It's a tough dungeon, man. It's a higher level than what we saw it in groups. Obviously, it's the same as it was in time trials, but like you said, that was over a month ago. We've also got the hardest of the Xal'atath Bargains affixes on it. Voidbound has been something that can cause headaches for the team if it spawns at an incorrect time, right? When you think about the big pulls in this dungeon, a lot of them are dragging trash mobs all over the place. If a Voidbound spawns in the middle of that, Are you really just going to drop everything and focus that while you're running? That sounds like a pretty difficult thing to do. They have to have practiced it, though. It's in the finals. So hopefully we've got something prepped.
Dungeon kind of like Mist feels kind of solved, right? I feel like there's only so big you reasonably can go in a lot of these areas. It kind of has me questioning, like, is there something that's maybe undiscovered in terms of like tech or strategy that we haven't seen in here?
That would be awesome. I would love that. Yeah, I mean, we have yet to see the band that seems to have been strategic to reveal some kind of top secret hidden tech. So that would be a really cool one to see from them here, especially, you know, I think a good way too to kind of see Perplex kind of push themselves forward or give themselves a bit more of a boost as they come into this one. But I mean, it's going to be a difficult one, right? When we don't have a lot of data, all we can do is speculate, and I'm sure, chat, you're right there with us. You know, we're going to be getting into this next matchup here in a second, but, you know, Dratnos, any final thoughts here really quick before we settle in?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to go and do anything new in a dungeon like this where so much is already the maximum allowed pull, right? Like, you're pulling 4 spies together. There's no 5th spy. You can't add an extra spy to that, right? The thing that I'm going to be looking to see is, are these teams going to be able to do something like kill off the Venom Shell really quick and then take the rest of the trash forward into the Coagulation trash? Something we've seen a lot in City of Threads, but a lot of that was when it was a +9. Now that it's a +10, that is a little bit sketchier. So we are going to see the dungeon getting started here. Both teams on that same composition with that Shroud of Concealment. Not a 100% consistency Shroud of Concealment. Both teams are going to be able to execute it, though. Perplexed, grabbing that beacon from the Queen Ansarak there. Whereas the rest of the team, Mandatory, actually are going to have their tank just run ahead, aggro the boss, and that's going to teleport the rest of the team forward. Everybody except for Skylark is still going to get that buff here, aiming that frontal off to the side, whereas Perplexed are going to go straight into the boss and are going to dodge the frontal, a little bit sketchier, but are able to make it happen. Divine already having that Battlesguard veteran pop, same with Skylark, so this pull is getting extremely scary.
A little bit of a faster strategy from Perplex, but a safer strategy from Mandatory. Kind of shows the concept going into this dungeon. If that stays ahead and Perplex is able to execute, they should be able to be faster. That was the story with them versus Holy Moly. It seems to be the story here for them versus Mandatory. Holding the lead ever so slightly. Their trash is now dead. Mandatory only just now getting that final Herald down. Perplexed going to secure a very slight advantage on this boss. But as we know, Dranos, this dungeon, a lot of the time that can be saved is in this next area. How do you do the Eyes of the Queen? What's the most efficient strategy? I've heard rumors of snapping. I've heard rumors of things being done a little bit more quickly here, but they've only been rumors. In the MDI, we've really only seen the trash get dragged together. We haven't seen full-on snaps. So, Perplexed, you're the team who had like a minute faster time than everyone else. What do you have prepped in this key?
Yeah, you can see they are starting off this perfume vendor, able to get that killed. 8 seconds ahead on the first boss split compared to Mandatory, as we see them now splitting up and going to grab these spies. Mandatory in the exact same spot in the dungeon now, getting those perfumes and heading off for this mission as well. It's going to be a rogue Trix from Hopeful onto Skylark here in a second before he goes and gets the farthest one, and then he'll be using that spy to get sent back, or not the spy rather, but the guard. This is a common strategy, this is a very fast strategy, and it looks like both teams agree this is the fastest way to do this. That Trix of the trade, 30 seconds have started rolling on both of them. Swag getting in combat a little bit ahead of Hopeful. Hopeful, though, doing the exact same thing, getting a little bit of damage, and then running into the detection radius of this Pale Priest in order to get sent back to the start of the dungeon.
There's the snap. Okay. Both of them do it, so there's no real advantage for both of the teams. All 4 Eyes of the Queens are now together, and look at the speed here. There's a death from Stove to the Void Rush before Hopeful's able to get in. Also a bad Void Slam also from one of the Eyes of the Queens spawning far away from the trash pack. Mandatory has easily lost 20 to 25 seconds from the death, plus that bad Void Slam as well. They're not going to get any damage onto that Eyes of the Queen, whereas Perplexed, just perfection from them. Everything stacked together, no deaths. They were prepared for this.
Yeah, this is going so much better for Perplexed than it is for Mandatory. The good news for Mandatory, at least it was your Shaman who died. That's an Ankh, which means you still have your Battle Res available, but you're hoping to not have to use your Battle Res against Perplexed, right? This is the kind of team where you might technically have a Battle Res, but if you're ever forced to use it, it's possible that that is just too slow compared to a perfect run out of Perplexed. Perplexed finishing off that trash section, already running in. They're going to be grabbing that retired Lord Vulazak patrolling mob for a little bit of extra count, while Zasevi runs up to the top of the stairs here, gets ready to instantly start the RP once Executor Nizrek gets up there. Mandatory on the same section here, but yeah, like you said, maybe 25 seconds behind, something like that, maybe 30.
Yeah, especially when you factor in the death, right? That's just a huge amount of time lost for the team. And look at this affix spawning time for Mandatory as well. This is just the worst possible time for it to spawn. You're not going to get any of this buff in on top of the boss during the RP here. They get to use it to kill off the crab, but Perplexed are likely
in the same spot, at least.
They are in the same spot.
Timing.
So no real advantage for either of the team here. They might get like 2 seconds of it at the start of the boss, but no cooldowns are up for them just yet, so it's not going to be the most effective. It's really just the time advantage, right? Perplexed already on top of the boss. Mandatory having to wait a little bit for extra time. Look at the little tiny advantages Mandatory are trying to gain for themselves, though. As they're waiting for the RP, you can see Mode hitting some mobs, getting some resources. You can see Stove getting some Maelstrom weapon stacks as they go into the boss, and they're going to need every little bit of that damage they can get as they try to catch up here. Look at the positioning from Perplexed, though.
Yeah, this is interesting. They have one of these mobs in the wall here. Is this good? It's right in the wall. I wonder if they're able to hit it. It looks like things are going okay. The mobs are going to dash away, not baited perfectly like back into the wall. And they're going to continue dashing, splitting up. So maybe a little bit inefficient. If Mandatory can bait all these charges into the wall here, which look at this, they're setting up to do that. These mobs are not actually going to charge. And that's going to mean that they can keep their cleave going and claw back a little bit of time compared to Perplexed. A little bit less uptime lost here, only 15% different on the boss, as it's going to enter that Frost phase for Mandatory, already well inside that phase for Perplexed. The next Void Emissary is spawning right now for Perplexed. Should be spawning in a few seconds here for Mandatory. There's a little bit of variance with regards to when that affix can spawn, but here it does come for Mandatory as well. Neither of these spawns are going to be pivotal, I don't think, and it means they'll probably be getting one towards the start of the next big trash pull that they do. All eyes are going to be on this next pull. If Perplexed can do this pull quickly, particularly if they can kill the Venom Shell and then rush inside, there's going to be very little opportunity for Mandatory to get back into this one because this is nearing the end of the dungeon. However, it's one of the scariest pulls ever invented. So much tank damage here. Part of the reason we see Prot Warriors in this dungeon is because they have the capacity to live this pull in a way that a lot of other tanks just don't.
The Void Waves stacking up over time, just the raw melee damage from the pack is insane. Not to mention they need to make sure that none of the healing casts, none of those mending webs go off. But again, the start of the pull is scary as well. Tank in major danger is the only one being targeted by the mobs, but they leave it all in the dust in the background. Like you said, the main name of the game here for them, focus down that Venom Shell as quickly as possible. They do not want to get a second Venomous Spray. They can use a Poison Cleansing Totem for the first set of those debuffs, but if they get a second one off, that means the Sevi has to stop doing damage and keep the team alive. They do have tons of burst damage on that Venom Shell, so they might just be able to take it out for the second one. Good frontal bait to make sure nobody has to do too much movement or stop damage on these trash mobs. And now, what are we doing? The Venom Shell is dead. Are we just funneling this all into the boss? Not even worrying about killing off the healers. We're just going.
Yeah, Divine. Oh, Swag getting shot here by a lot of those knife throws. He's going to be okay, but he's in some danger. Maystein down for Mandatory. The Battle Res is available. It does come out, but this is another 15 seconds time loss for Mandatory. The Venom Shell is dead for them, but they will move forward.
Look at this emissary spawn for Perplexed.
Ooh. That's pretty good, I think, actually. They do need to focus it down is the problem. So these mobs are going to be getting a damage reduction for a little while, and the emissary's behind them. They can't afford to go back there because they'll be in range of getting attacked by those knife throws again. So they are going to finish off this emissary. This actually, I think, is pretty good.
This is really good, actually. Yeah, that was the best timing they could have asked for. They're going to get most of that buff in on the boss here. They do need to finish off these slimes here pretty quickly so they do get the boss to spawn, but I think they're more focused about making sure their trash gather here is as clean as possible. These mending webcasts, though, Dratnos, they are getting a long channel off here. Finally, we get a knock-up from the Thunderstorm on a Shine there, though, but how much healing did they actually get off? Or potentially, was that even on purpose? Are they trying to get as much funnel damage for the boss as possible here?
I'm not sure. Yeah, we have sometimes seen that Mending Web healing the coagulation, so they definitely can't allow that to happen. Divine in this pull now. That is his last charge of Shield Wall. No Battle-Scarred Veteran available. In 20 seconds, we're going to have Last Stand back. Shield Wall will be available again in a few seconds here, but this trash pull is still alive, still dangerous for Divine here. He needs to live. Zasevi dropping super low. Looks like Perplexed, though, have finished off almost all of that trash now. The huge damage from all of their cooldowns lining up and also pumping into the boss here. Divine is going to live All the trash is dead, and now it is just a boss for Perplexed. They are looking unstoppable here. They are not choking at all. They've managed to recover after that disaster of a necrotic wake, and just the end of the dungeon is left. It is not over yet, but this time it's Perplexed who have the advantage of the death timer, in addition to dungeon positioning in their favor. A Void Emissary spawn for them now is totally fine. They're going to get that killed off. And yeah, just the boss by itself feels like ankle weights have been taken off here after doing this fight with all that trash as well for so long.
You've gotten through the danger, right? You're happily on the other end. Mandatory, on the other hand, they're doing their best to catch up, but 35% on a level 10 boss, 2 extra deaths adding 30 seconds to their dungeon timer. And also, this coagulation boss has not been as clean and tidy for them as it has been for Perplexed, right? They had an unstable test subject casting out those dark barrages for the entire fight, making them move around a lot more than they otherwise would like to. They are keeping it close, though, credit to them, making sure that Perplexed have to have a clean run to finish off this dungeon in order to take the map victory. But they're gearing up to do that right now, already on top of the Elder Shadeweaver, that citizen being turned into a crab now, soon to follow, and they're going to just cleave it all together. Normally we don't see this on live keys, but of course in the MDI, you need to go as quickly as possible. You have to pull this all together. We could get nasty overlaps here. If that swarm comes out in addition to one of the AoE casts from the Shadeweaver on top of the slam, we could see health bars drop incredibly low here. They need to be prepared for that. Here is the slam. Everyone's topped. Sevi able to keep them alive.
Yeah, that Shadeweaver dying before this Umbral Weave would have been good. It's going to come out. They're going to be okay. But now they really would like to kill that War Shell as well. And they're just even cleaving here. Perplexed, not focusing something down, not making this pull any safer. Instead, they're saying, you know what's going to be most optimal for damage is even cleave. So they are going to do exactly that. They're going to get this Void Emissary. A nice spawn
they're
for
killing it off too. Here. They stopped the damage on it. This is so good.
Yeah, this is smart. So this, the Void Emissary, it put a little bit of a damage reduction on everything, but that's okay. What they really want is they want to kill it as late as possible so they can have the full duration of the buff going into the boss here. That's going to line up with all of their cooldowns, with their lust. Beautiful timing on that Voidbound Affix for Perplexed. This is going to be huge, and they are going to be able to deal so much damage to this boss with all of that multiplying together.
Couple extra unmakers on top of the boss as well are going to cause a few issues for Divine Field, but in the Bloodlust with the cooldowns available, they should make quick work of them. One of them already dead, second going down to cleave here pretty soon. And Perplexed are standing tall after that Necrotic Wake, which was disastrous for them, but they've done what they need to do in this dungeon, Dratnos. We talked about how they need to take one of the next 2 maps in order to get to the Stone Vault, in order to get to that final Grim Batol, and they've done it here. They have evened out our series at 1-1.
Well done to Perplexed. This is exactly what they needed to do. This is the best positioning for them moving forward. And, although Mandatory had a few mistakes there, it just goes to show that either side in a matchup this close, a single thing can cost you the map. And, Perplexed had a phenomenal run here. Now, we've talked a lot about how Mandatory maybe, in the past has been better at clutching it out. But do we think that this is Perplexed finally starting to get a little bit of that clutch themselves, Dratnos?
I think it is. This is a really, really clean run. That's the best City of Threats we've seen. They've only played it once, and when they needed it, it was perfect out of them. It's hard to point to anything that could have gone even better for them in that run. From the very start of the dungeon, you can see this graph for them starting to get shifted to the left relative to Mandatory, and each of those spikes coming further and further to the left. And look at that 4th spike, right? The one just after the 8-minute mark. That is a big extra set of damage that they got, and nothing on Mandatory's side compared to that, because Perplex just killed that Venom Shell and then ran right into the boss, right? Whereas Mandatory instead spent more time finishing off that trash before moving forward really fast out of Perplexed.
Super quick, and great to see them not get back into a corner here with that first map. Now, Tettles, as you were watching on the analyst desk, what were you seeing?
I feel like very similar to what the guys were talking about during the map itself. It looked like Perplexed were they started off and they killed the first boss 10 seconds ahead, and they maintained that lead for pretty much the entirety of the dungeon. They even gained an additional 10 seconds over that 10-second lead in this second area. Now, Mandatory did end up having a death as well, so they came off of the second boss, and they were somewhere in the order of 25 to 35 seconds ahead. And so that was actually an absolutely huge deal. And like Dratton has called it out, they were really, really clutch on the ending sequence of this dungeon, because this is a part of the dungeon that we kind of talk about doing this 4 Eyes of the Queen pull. This is not something that's super automatic. That Void Rush damage, especially if you have multiple of them stacked up, it can be really deadly. Stove ended up going down there, lost probably a decent amount of damage from losing Tempests and whatnot. And that was really bad. And then Perplexed, just what they ended up doing, they ended up pulling all this trash on top of the Venom Shell, and they killed the Venom Shell off, and they sprinted the trash into the coagulation, and that is an absolutely colossal time save over any of the other possible strategies. It is very, very deadly. I thought that Divine had an opportunity to die there whenever he was just like face tanking all of that trash as it was healing to full, but they were just kind of waiting on the slimes to die. They were waiting on the coagulation to spawn, and this looked like a perfect run for Perplexed. If they can keep this up, moving into that Grim Batol and moving into that Stone Vault that we're going to see later on in the series, they can actually win this series 3-2, in my opinion.
Yes, keep saying that. It's good for my predictions.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is incredible here, seeing them kind of go back and forth, where we have this one moment where they wipe, and then we have perfect runs from them, right? Just seeing so many between the last series and this one, really impressive with Perplexed. And I mean, we're looking ahead as well as we, finish up some of the footage here, even watching this amazing final burn here as well. But we're looking ahead now to our next map, which is going to be Borealis. And this is one that we talked a little bit about maybe favoring, one or the other. And it's ironic. I'm curious, Borealis, how do you think this looks now that the board is even?
The great thing about competition is you can look at this stuff and you can theorize, this team should be better here. They've got better strategies. But it all comes down to playing in the moment, man. And both of these teams are so good at doing that. They've got their picks they're doing it on. Perplexed, though, in the past 4 maps, 3 of those dungeons have been essentially perfect runs. These guys are on a tear right now. And this Siege of Borealis was decided by 5 seconds between the two teams earlier today. Realistically, either one of the teams could take this map. I don't think there's a clear favorite here. Mandatory needs to win this map, I think, if they want to have a chance of taking this series, because the next 2 maps are so heavily Perplexed favored that I think Perplexed are now, in my opinion, favored to win the series.
So whenever we say heavily Perplexed favored, we're talking 15 seconds here. Yeah, we're talking 15 seconds. We're talking 1 death differential favored, not they're a minute ahead. This isn't your granddaddy's MDI. We are battling from 15 seconds, not minutes.
Yeah, but it's amazing how in these intense matchups, right, 15 seconds feels like it's minutes, A single death happens and suddenly you're going oh, that's it, I don't know, oh gosh, okay. But it's hard when these teams, one or the other has a perfect run, or something like Borealis, like you were all pointing out so well, is a map where we honestly could just see it shift a little bit either way. It's really who's on it, who's in that perfect zone, and who's going to just really nail it. But, I mean, Dratnos, do you have any expectations, be it comps or anything else here for Borealis before we head into it?
I don't think you can afford to change anything up from the last time these two teams played in here. I think that, mandatory, maybe a few seconds faster theoretically, but it is going to be, and that's if we get to that perfect run versus perfect run situation. I think there's a good chance, though, that if we have a 0-death run, I do think Perplexed could still win in the case where both teams have a 0-death run. I don't think that Mandatory were far enough ahead that just a little bit of variance, a little bit of things going slightly differently might not have changed the outcome. You should I do think it's must-win for Mandatory, though, yeah.
You should watch for the bombs on the first boss whenever you guys are casting.
That's true.
I think that is a huge point that can actually swing the tide a lot.
Not only the spawn RNG, but also what you choose to go for first, right? Making sure you go for the middle bomb first so that you have the best chance of going to the second bomb quickly, right? That's a huge, huge deal. They need to make sure they get on there quickly, but we're already into the key and we're already on the run. No changes from the run earlier today. We've got the prop Paladin for Perplexed pumping out that damage, filling the gaps of the 2-minute DPS comp, whereas we have the more control-oriented Vengeance Demon Hunter for Mandatory.
Yeah, this is the strategy that we've seen from either team, so neither one is changing anything up at this point, which makes sense, right? Even if you look at what the other team's gotten here and you're that maybe is a little bit faster, there's no way it'll be faster with 2 hours worth of trying to quickly hot swap to it as Mandatory getting this boss pulled. Same with Perplexed. bomb spawns coming in here. It's always those first few circles. You can tell when you're doing this if whichever of those circles are hollow rather than having that texture inside them are going to be the ones that actually spawn the bombs. Both teams getting a pretty good bomb, I would say, here. I actually prefer Perplexed positioning here because their next bomb is towards the exit, whereas Mandatory's is actually over here towards this pier. You have to be careful here as well. Sometimes the boss will auto you as it runs towards bombs that are this close to the pier. Mode safely going to be okay. They actually get the boss killed first compared to Perplexed as well. Much faster than Perplexed.
Something else we have to cover as well is it is Unholy DK versus Frost DK, right? There's a lot more burst damage on that first boss for the Unholy DK. They've pulled a ton of trash on top of the boss. Perfect scenario for the Unholy to cleave all of that damage on the first boss, but it only amounts to about a 10-second advantage for Mandatory here. They need to keep that advantage throughout the rest of the key. Keep an eye on Skylark here on this pull, dropping dangerously low, but does hold on to the last resort for later on in the key.
Yeah, the Unholy versus Frost comparison is a really interesting one. I would say, a shine is down for Perplexed. The Singing Steel takes him out there. That's going to be an Ankh. That's 15 seconds for Perplexed. And our first two games were, whichever team had more deaths, it did end up losing. So Perplexed already now having a worse run than their previous siege, which lost to Mandatory even on 0 deaths. At this point, I mean, that's got to be feeling pretty bad for Perplexed. They do keep it going, though, and again, Shaman, the best person to die. But yeah, it's an interesting comparison point between the DKs, because normally I would think of Unholy as like, yeah, we're good in really big AoE, we're really good with Lust, we're really, really good with Lust on big AoE. And that first boss is an example of that. The end of this dungeon, you don't actually get a very good Lust for an Unholy DK because you're just fighting these tentacles. You don't get the full brunt of your cooldowns anyways before the tentacle you're fighting dies. You're having to reapply all these wounds each time you move to the tentacles. So I don't think you're even getting full value at the Lust at the end of the dungeon. I think the Unholy DK should be really good at that first boss, first pull, but I kind of feel like the Frost DK should be getting a little bit more value throughout the entire rest of the dungeon.
I think you do get a decent amount of value on a pull like this for Mandatory, where you pull a bunch of trash on top of Dread Captain Lockwood. The second phase and the third phase, again, Frost will catch up a little bit. Even into the section of the dungeon right after this, where you have those large crushers, right? You have a big target to cleave your single target damage into from the Unholy DK. So it's an interesting concept, and it's one of those things that was potentially something that gained them a little bit of that 5 seconds that was the difference in the two teams earlier today. But this is almost just a mirror image of what we saw earlier today in our matchup in this key. Mandatory just holding the slightest of advantages as we get into the second boss here. But that 15-second death was not there earlier today. That is something Perplexed is going to have to make up a ton of time in order to overcome.
Yeah, Mandatory are going to do a cool thing here if their route is the same as well, where Skylark is going to be able to go and grab some mobs over the wall here in a second. Those mobs fighting up by the Citadel of Borealis up there, potentially during the last phase of this fight. So let's see if they go for that again as they did earlier today. Second phase 2 for Mandatory. Perplexed still in that second phase 1. Cannoneer already nearly dead for Mandatory. Oh! Stove down for Mandatory, so the deaths are now equalized. Skylark jumping over the wall there is going to be grabbing those mobs and then going under the boss here, so those are going to snap in. But now we're equal on death timers between the two teams. This is a huge equalizer potentially for Perplexed, as the run is no longer perfect for either team.
We're back to dead even here, and it's merely just the raw damage and routing that's going to matter. As long as both of them can keep it clean. Mandatory are opening up still a bit more of a gap here. It was 13 seconds after the first boss. What is that going to open up to? Now Perplexed enters their final of the main phases on Dread Captain Lockwood. It's definitely going to be longer than 13 seconds, but not by a lot. It's really going to come down to the execution in this final section of the dungeon. Mandatory now gathering up their first pull. How big are we going to go? Are we going to see the triple crusher once again? That's 2 of them. Is the patrol there for them? I don't think it is.
23 seconds, the gap between our two teams as they exit the second boss. Mandatory now on this double demolisher pull. Very scary moment. That tremor totem is going to come down to counteract those fears. And Hopeful goes down to a crushing slam for Mandatory. That's 15 seconds, which now means they are only 7 seconds ahead of Perplexed. Plus however much value was lost on that death. It looks like the end of the Kingsbane was probably not getting fully amped from Hopeful as a result of that death either. At least it wasn't his death mark that he died on. But yeah, these two teams are basically even at this point. That death for Mandatory, not good. And Zyro, they don't have a res now as well. So if another death happens, it is going to cost them way more.
And this is the part of the key that Perplex accelerates in. This is when the Prot Paladin starts to shine. It blasts AoE damage on these pulls. Look at Divine Field nearly topping the meters against the 2-minute cooldowns of his teammates. They're keeping up with them on the Prot Paladin, and that damage is going to continue for him as they go into the next pull. Even without the cooldowns from the teammates, they'll still be able to chew through that. Mandatory, though, does have the 2-minute cooldown still available here. This is going to be a close one, Dratnos. I mean, this death timer is definitely going to come into account at the end of the dungeon here.
Absolutely, yeah. One opportunity that Mandatory are going to have to accelerate relative Perplexed is going to be this next boss room. We know that Mandatory loves to just get straight into boss combat, whereas Perplexed take their time, get the pull low a little bit before moving into the boss. Mandatory still ahead in progression. They're going to hop up, they're going to hit that Shroud of Concealment.
Mandatory saved the 2s. They didn't use them at all in that pull. They let the Unholy DK almost solo them, so they're just going to go straight into the... They could just go straight into the boss here with the 2s.
They are going to. That's exactly what they do here. They're going to have every single cooldown except for Bloodlust, and they're going to just dump them into the boss along with all of this trash as well. It's an extremely ambitious pull. Skylark dropping super low, still has that Last Resort available if needed. We're going to have that Ascendance popped momentarily here. All of those Unholy DK cooldowns, of course, 90
grip into the
seconds.
Breakwater! Oh, that was scary.
Yeah, the timing perfectly planned out by Mandatory there to avoid that fate. As we have the pack now starting to get pretty low, the Raider, the mob we're hoping to see go down, and it is the one that they are focused. It's going to die before it gets another one of those grips in, and now we just have Commanders. The Commanders do need to be kicked. They do AoE damage as well on that charge, but it's not going to be the end of the world for Mandatory. Another spawn of that Affix here, potentially a Poison Cleansing Totem angle to just remove all of those dispels for free. The group inside an AMZ for that next Breakwater, and the boss is dropping super low here for them. Perplexed have to accelerate here. They do have 15 seconds of extra death timer advantage, but they are still not in boss combat, and Mandatory are nearly done with the boss.
They wait for the 2-minute cooldowns. They got an extra press of them, but they don't want to pull the boss until they have the extra safety of the 2-minute cooldowns in the AG from the Enhanced Shaman. Now they pull Haddle Dark Fathom, but Mandatory already have their boss sub 30%. Yes, Mandatory have to pull on an extra trash pack, but as we've covered, that's not necessarily even a bad thing. That might even be more single target damage on the boss for them. Perplexed, just how much can you do with these 2s? I don't think it's going to be enough for them. But 15 seconds? I don't know if this is 15 seconds worth of damage, Dratnos. 60% on the boss is an insane amount.
It is an incredibly high amount of damage as well. Note as well that Mode is going to get another Heart of the Wild. Zasevi is not in the rest of this dungeon, so that's another little advantage for Mandatory based on how they allocate their cooldowns. It's going to be so close. Perplexed are going to need to do so much more single target at the end of this dungeon. Look at what Mandatory are doing as well. They pull into this trash pack at the end of the dungeon, and you'd think, oh, this is kind of inefficient, right? We're just fighting the trash by itself. But it's actually not, because you have to wait for that stupid gate to go down anyways here. Mandatory are using that time to kill this trash. It's extremely efficient. It's extremely clever. Compare that to what's going to happen on the side of Perplexed. They're just going to be running against that gate before it gets exploded. Inefficiently for a few seconds here. Mandatory out of combat now, hopping on those mounts, charging towards the last boss. And yeah, they are definitely still in the lead here, even with that extra 15 seconds of death timer.
Scary moment here from Stove. Can he get away from it? Oh, just barely able to dodge the barrage from Vitgoth there. That could have been dangerous. But again, the cooldown timing for Mandatory has been impeccable this key. 2 minutes available the second they get into Haddle Dark Fathom's room. 2 minutes available the second they get on top of the gripping and abolishing terrors here. Perplexed 2 minutes aren't going to be up for another 30 seconds. They might actually be active by the time they finally get down to the boss, but you can really see the gap that's opened up here now between Mandatory and Perplexed. Almost 45 seconds in terms of just raw execution in the key. Perplexing to somehow make up 30 seconds on this boss, and I don't think the difference between Frost DK Prot Paladin versus Vengeance Unholy is going to be enough to make that up.
Yeah, Frost DK is a little bit awkward here as well, because you basically can never get a full breath on one of these tentacles anyways. They're leaving Wolf Disco alone on that gripping terror. He's going to hit that Breath of Syndragosa, and even still, it's going to die before his breath expires. It's inefficient. Hopeful, though, dropping super low for Mandatory. Does have cheat death back, so even if he did die there, it actually wouldn't kill him. Always a nice effect. Mandatory have so much safety at this point. Stove, the only person really in any danger of dying here, along with Mode. Skylark and Hopeful having that cheat death, and Maystein playing that Death Knight class, which cannot die, as it already has once. We have Mandatory getting this Dispel, actually saving that Dispel for a little bit, milking it for a little bit of extra value here, just doing as much damage as they possibly can with all of these cooldowns perfectly planned out. Perplexed are speeding up on that first platform. They've gained a little bit of time on Mandatory on platform 1, but not enough time to win before the end of this dungeon, I don't think, because there's only 2 platforms left. Mandatory already nearly done with the second platform here. That Lust almost available. Perplexed hitting it on platform 2 here, whereas Mandatory holding it for platform 3.
This is just a masterclass of execution from Mandatory here. Yes, they had the couple of deaths, but just the cooldown planning was perfect. Hopeful had the death mark on pull for this boss here, but he saved it for platform 2, only opting to use the Kingsbane on the first platform because he knew that his Unholy DK and Enhanced Shaman could do plenty enough damage to get through that first platform. Won't have as much damage with the Lust here, but with the advantage they've secured for themselves, Mandatory should be able to finish this off. Perplexed have to finish this dungeon. 15 seconds they've got extra.
15 seconds,
I'm not sure it's enough. They already used the Lust though, Dratnos. Mandatory only just now popping theirs. Will it be enough for Perplexed?
They're going to be able to stop the clock very soon here, and Perplexed are going to have 15 seconds to try and win regardless. That clock about to stop here when this cannon shot fires. Perplexed, still so much health on that Gripping Terror. I don't think there's the damage to do this.
It's just not going to be enough. Stop the clock.
11:58. They're accelerating here at the end. We've got those Feral Spirits hitting that thing. We've got the Breath of Sindragosa coming up here momentarily for Wolf Disco. He hits it immediately on cooldown. 4 seconds left to stop the clock.
Oh, it's going to be so close. It takes too long.
But the cannon is going to need time to be repaired. And no, Perplexed are just a hair too slow. They shoot the cannon. They stop the clock, but it's going to be 10 seconds slower than Mandatory here. Wow, what a close finish.
Mandatory overcoming even death to secure victory here. This is a huge and massive advantage for them going into the rest of the best of 5 here, right? They have the leg up. They've got this amazing play that they just pulled off even with those 2 deaths. So as we kind of look back at it, even with those deaths, did Mandatory's cooldown timing and spec choices, do you think, take this for them, Dratnos?
I think that this was a pure execution. Well, I don't think this was an execution difference because Mandatory arguably, the teams executed it equally well. Perplexed, it says it has 1 extra death here, but that was at the end of the dungeon after the clock had already stopped. Mandatory had 1 more death than Perplexed, so yeah, I mean, their route just is faster, I think. I think what we saw here is that the time these teams played it before, Perplexed probably hit a better version of their run than Mandatory did of theirs, and Mandatory are probably something like 20, 25 seconds faster on average in this map.
Yeah, I mean, it did seem like that huge difference, right? It starts making it look less and less like it's just one little thing, one little choice, but rather there's a huge strategy that might have been different in and of itself. But Tettles, you have more perspective over as the analyst, so what do you think the breakdown of this one was?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Dratnos is right. I feel like the Mandatory strat's just a little bit better, and I think it comes off the back of that Unholy Death Knight being super, super strong. Right off the bat, too, we had Chopper Red Hook. This is what we call the God spawn, where you get the double bomb right on top of the boss while you're in Lust, and the boss just gets erased by Mandatory here. I am very, very jealous and wish I could get RNG like this in my runs. However, I always get the worst spawn of all time. But then Mandatory had to close out. They had a couple deaths. They had Stove dying to the second boss, and they had Hopeful dying to a crushing slam in the Monkey Town area. But they were so well set up towards the very beginning that it allowed them to have some room for error. In addition to that, some of that error for Perplexed that they didn't have room for, a Shine ended up going down to the Singing Steel cast from the Shredder. It makes me wonder, was like Zasevi lining that mob? Because it's not supposed to actually cast onto melee DPS, and so I wonder if Zasevi was actually out of line whenever he was doing that ability. This is where we saw Stove actually end up going down. There was a situation where Skylark ran to go grab those Curse Blades, and Stove just ends up getting like clipped by a Cannoneer frontal. It wasn't like the end of the world, but it is really, really scary, especially since we were saying that Mandatory was favored in this map. I think there's a world where Perplexed, given that run that Mandatory did, Perplexed could have won this. Yeah, like I was saying, there's the Stove death to that Cannoneer. Really unfortunate situation. But overall, I think it was a really cool run by Mandatory. I think their strategy for this dungeon is spectacular. And if they ever bring this dungeon back again, I feel like teams might be looking to copy their strat, or maybe even be looking to copy some of the ways that they gain count, at least for the TGP later on. Because these Curse Blades, these are just bonus mobs that you can do on top of the boss.
I mean, a lot of cool things here, and obviously it worked out really well for Mandatory. When you have that route that's just going to even overcome any death penalty, it's really impressive.
look at this as well. I feel like this was actually one of the points of which Mandatory is able to accelerate over Perplexed. I don't like that Mandatory is playing this Irontide Raider pack in the corner here. I think that that's actually pretty slow. But something that's super fast is the fact that they have all their offensive cooldowns available right on pull of Hadal, and they grab all of that trash with the boss and all their offensive CDs. That, I think, is one of the biggest points of how they accelerate in this dungeon over Perplexed.
Okay, so we move into Stone Vault now. This is a pivotal map in the series because I think Grim Batol is probably one of our more lopsided matches in favor of Perplexed. I would say Stone Vault is a slight favor for Perplexed. We've seen them play in it, and they had a zero death run at 10 minutes and 6 seconds, whereas Mandatory were 30 seconds slower than that. So Perplexed definitely the favorites in both of these maps, right? This is big for them. They have to win both of them, though. Mandatory only need to steal one of these two.
All right.
Zyronic, I think, go for it. You looked like you were cooking.
Stop me if you've heard this before, but Perplexed on the verge of elimination. 2 maps coming up. Stone Vault and Grim Batol.
Huh.
What happened last time? An hour and a half ago. What happened to them? They were able to clutch it out with 2 completely perfect runs. Can they do that again? Also, does Mandatory have something they've cooked up in the last 2.5 hours or so before this matchup? Do they have something in this Stone Vault? Do they have something in the Grim Batol prepared?
I don't think there's any way you can cook with that, with the level of perfection we've been seeing in these dungeons this season. I think there's no way that a 2-hour cook is better than 2 hours of practice and tuning.
So the strat that Perplex does that actually makes them so fast in this dungeon is actually in that Master Machinist wing after the first boss. They do a really large pull that most teams are actually splitting up into 2 separate pulls in some way, and Perplex is actually able to do it in 1 singular pull. Sorry, Zyronic's cat's mesmerizing me. But yeah, that's what you should be looking out for. Look for Divine actually gathering that pull, because it's actually one of the most dangerous pulls, I think, of this MDI season, and he can reasonably die to the Forge Litters and the 4chans there.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Zyronic, and a special thank you to your cat for blessing us all here right now in this moment. Just like a little moment here to decompress before we get into what is certainly going to be a high-intensity matchup here. And yeah, as we check in on our predictions down below, I mean, this is... Oh, no.
Look at that. Mason Nagura think that Mandatory is going to beat the entire game of World of Warcraft 3-2 down there, it looks like.
I love it. You know what? We're all settling in for this next one, but everybody, I think you're going to be on the edge of your seats. This has been a huge one historically for Perplex. We saw them get a perfect run on it earlier. Can they replicate that here and now and put themselves in the position that they want to be in, tying this up once again? Or Mandatory with this lead out to prove that they are ready to be champions for a 2nd year in a row? I mean, we'll see here, but they have been playing incredibly, and they're coming off of a really powerful run. So this will be game 4, the Stone Vault. Mandatory has match point. Perplex has to clutch it out. This is all you, Zyronic.
Can they clutch it out? That's the question. They've had great runs here, but we've seen the best of what it can be, and we've seen the worst. Well, I don't think we've seen the worst of what it could be yet, but we've seen what the less clean version of the dungeon has been for Perplex, and that is what Mandatory is hoping for here, as they haven't gone for the Warlock pick. They're sticking to their guns, Dratnos. They're going for the same comp here. They've got the Unholy DK Resto Druid.
Yeah, the Unholy DK and the Warlock are two kind of... They fill a similar role in this dungeon, right? Of just handling that huge AoE, being fantastic in that Bloodlust in particular, on that Skarmorak pull. Both teams are going to be getting into boss combat here momentarily. It is Mandatory who pulled the boss first by a couple of seconds compared to Perplexed. But yeah, Perplexed's big time save does come later in this dungeon. That Howling Fear cast getting dangerously close to going off for Perplexed. But of course, they just plan that kick, land it towards the end of the cast for some full efficiency. The boss is now started for both teams. Again, that Lust being held for Skarmorak.
It is, and I mean, we've seen this before. We know what to expect here, but again, it comes down to the execution. Mandatory should pull slightly ahead here at the start of the key, but for Perplexed, it's really all going to come down to those massive pulls. The pull right after this boss here. Can they keep it clean? Can they keep the Warlock alive and maintain those Spymaster stacks all the way to Skarmorak? These are the questions you're asking watching Perplexed here. But can Mandatory go faster than they did before? They kept it close even with the Warlock gameplay from Perplexed in our upper finals, so we'll have to see if they're going to be able to do it again.
Yeah, Perplexed. Pretty cool strat you can do with the Disc Priest. You just let those 4 extra spires get broken all at once. You can even do 5 or 6 sometimes as that Disc Priest, just with your Radiance into that big penance, followed by all of those, that Mind Blast, that Entropic Rift, those Void Blasts. So much healing in that burst window. Such a perfect boss for the Discipline Priest healing profile. Bunch of free damage coming out as a result. Mode on the other side, a Disc Priest main, playing the Resto Druid in here instead. You can see part of the reason why. That single target DPS the Discipline Priest does is always consistent, it's always good, and it does healing as well. But if a Resto Druid can actually shift into cat form, if they have the freedom to do that, they can do more DPS as a result.
I mean, it also adds the extra Dispel, right, for this dungeon, which is quite nice, too.
True.
Just in case you need to get an extra Dispel off in that Skarmorak wing of the dungeon. If you aren't going for the super burst strat with the Warlock, having the extra Dispel is pretty nice for that section of the dungeon. But here we are, and really, Mandatory don't have that much of a lead here. Only seconds here. It's really going to come down to this Perplexed
that we're faster on the first boss. I mean, that is surprising to me. I feel like Mandatory should have gained a little bit of time off of the first boss split. And they've actually lost time there, but Perplexed, this is their big opportunity. This is where they gain something like 20 seconds if it all goes according to plan. A massive pull starting out here. They get into the corner, activating that versatility buff, using that pillar for some line of sight to help these mobs funnel in. Great spot for that Warlock with the Rain of Fire, the stun coming out from that Capacitor Totem from a Shine, followed up by the second stun, of course, when you can talent it, so you get 2 stuns out of 1 global on that Capacitor Totem, into a beautiful Sigil of Silence. These mobs starting to get destroyed. Divine, 24 stacks on that debuff. Divine is in so much danger. That's going to be his last resort. He's dropping super low. The Pain Suppression lands on him as well. Is he going to be able to drop these 29 stacks here? Barely.
Looks like he did,
yes,
just barely. Wow, that was scary. Molten Mortar's still on a Shine here, too. That dot will be ticking. This is what actually killed off Wolf Disco in their run earlier this weekend, but it's going to be, once again, a perfectly clean pull, an execution from Perplexed. In the meantime, Mandatory opting to chain this into 2 pulls, and this is where Perplexed really get to catapult ahead here. Their next pull is the boss, whereas Mandatory only just now dealing with this trash pull, only just now gaining that engineering buff. But they also have to cleave through 2 of these Forge Loaders, which is a lot less efficient and less time efficient than what we saw from Perplexed here.
Yeah, they're playing an Unholy DK with these CDs here, but that's so much less damage than Perplexed got by just having every single mob in all of their CDs, both the Assassination Rogue and the Destruction Warlock really ascending at that target count. Perplexed already into the boss here. Things are looking so good for them. Mandatory setting up a pretty large pull into the boss as well here. They are going to be escaping this area with a little bit more count as well, which is nice, but it doesn't necessarily slow Perplexed down in the rest of the dungeon. It just makes the margin of error even smaller. This entire run has such a low margin for error for Perplexed. They enter that power word barrier inside this blazing crescendo cast, that crate being brought to the middle of the room, exploded for some big damage on the whole group. They managed to, of course, dodge those lava waves. And yeah, Perplexed looking really good here. 40% ahead on this boss. They've got something like 20, 25, 30 seconds, which it's not a lot of time, but with the teams both being this good, it is an eternity.
I mean, Dranos, Perplexed are further ahead of Mandatory in this key than they were ahead of Holy Moly. Holy Moly was keeping this dungeon closer at this point in the key earlier in the matchup we just saw. So Perplexed, they have a commanding lead. It's really just about whether or not they can keep it clean from here on out. Of course, it all comes down to this next pull into the Skarmorak wing. Can they get the damage out? All eyes here are going to be on Wolf Disco. He is carrying those 40 stacks of the Spymaster's Web. The Inferno will be ready. He'll be receiving the power infusion from Zasevi. His sole job is to kill everything in the Skarmorak wing. He got it done early today, bursting for 32 million DPS. Can he do it again?
Yeah, there is that beautiful Shadow Meld into Shroud of Concealment. As they run past here, Divine about to exit that Shroud to start grabbing this pull. No last resort available for Divine as well, so another potential failure point here could be a tank death. Something we very rarely see from Divine, but a pull like this, especially without that cheat death, one of the most likely places for it to happen. That CC chain starting for Perplexed. Wolf Disco's damage starting as well. That Infernal being dropped upon them. Beautiful Lust plus Power Infusion plus Infernal plus Spymaster's Web is going to rocket Wolf Disco up 25 million DPS and climbing.
And
30 million DPS Wow, what an incredible amount of damage there. The entire pack is already gone for Perplexed. It's all been turned to fire and brimstone. Wow.
It's just all gone. Everything's dead. The boss is sub 10%. Will they even see the cast of the shield? The answer is just barely, but they're able to kill it off without even it being close. Mandatory have finished. Mandatory, they haven't even pulled the boss yet. Perplexed is already done with the wing. The gap is huge here. Perplexed have done what they needed to get done in this key. It's just a matter of keeping it clean in the final boss room. Drat knows we're probably going to be going to a game 5. This is incredibly exciting. Just have to make sure we keep it clean on the Rock Smasher here. Do not get hit by one of these shield stampedes. Gotta keep it clean.
Yeah, nice little chill pull here after that massive Skarmorak pull. Of course, still pretty dangerous though. This is a triple pull in an area of the dungeon where even a single one of these pulls can be quite lethal, but Perplexed are doing a good job here, taking out these mobs carefully. And once that Rock Smasher dies, we could see them moving forward, and we do see, in fact, exactly that, as they move now into Mender and Stone Shaper pull as well. We're going to have some of these Earthburst totems that do need to get killed. Pretty good affix timing as well here for Perplexed. The totem, a little bit tougher to switch to with this comp as well. A lot of people here not happy about moving onto a new target and having some issues in even splitting their damage really quickly onto them. So they want to make sure they get those Stone Shapers killed so they get fewer of these totems. Looks like this pull is now almost entirely dead. Meanwhile, Mandatory. Skarmorak is dead. Mandatory going back to the start of the dungeon as well, but the tail is at the bottom of the screen here. You can see Perplexed. 1 minute 29 seconds on that Skarmorak boss split. So when Master Machinist died, it was 1 minute and 29 seconds until Skarmorak died for them. More than 2 minutes for Mandatory, who are now shrouding to the end of the dungeon. Mandatory did get more count earlier, so this is actually not as big of a lead as it looks like for Perplexed, because Mandatory got so much more count in that Master Machinist wing. Oh no! But they've actually had a little bit of a failure, it looks like, of the side skip there. No, okay, maybe a Shadow Melt intentionally to pull that to the side. We're all good.
The story for me is not whether or not who's going to win this key. Perplexed is absolutely going to be winning this key. The question for me, can they do it in sub 10 minutes? Earlier today, they had a time of 10 minutes and 6 seconds. We only just now eclipsed the 9-minute mark of the dungeon here. Over a minute left. All of the trash is dead. The boss is at 40%. They're getting an affix spawn to help augment their damage here as well. I think they might be able to do it. Perplexed, just how much do you have left in the tank? Can you go for the fastest run we've seen in this key?
Yeah, this is certainly going to be the fastest run we've seen here. I do think sub 10 minutes is on the table for Perplexed. The boss is getting super low here. They don't have a lot of cooldowns, so the damage is going to decelerate, although we're getting one more Kingsbane to try and make the sub 10 minute dream happen. Swag hits it immediately off cooldown, perfectly aware of his class's cooldown timings. And yeah, this boss is getting absolutely melted by that Kingsbane at the end here, ramping up in damage over time. It is happening. Perplexed taking out this Stone Vault in less than 10 minutes, a flawless run, bringing the series to 2-2 and match point here.
Perplexed can sense it. This is their time. They've waited so long, and they have this within their reach to be the actual grand champions. But they have one more map to decide it. Now, this was phenomenal. If we said that earlier Perplexed's run of Stone Vault was perfect, then, I mean, it's ironic. What was this?
They just casually took a run where they were like a minute faster than everyone else and just went a little faster too. They got the sub 10 minute for fun. Just, again, in the runs that they are good at, Perplexed are unbelievable. And in the past, what are we at now? In the past 6 dungeons, 4 of them have been completely perfect for them. And they just have to do it one more time to take the title. Something that they have been unable to do as a team as Perplexed in the past 5 years. The last time Divinefield and the Shine won a title was when they were with Shell's Angels over 6 years ago. Oh man, what an insane story it would be if they're able to get it done in this Grim Battle.
It would be amazing. And I mean, Tuttles, you were looking in at the nitty-gritty of this one, so give us your thoughts as we come out of it.
I mean, it's kind of what we expected with the Stone Vault. There was 2 very pivotal moments of this dungeon that really swung this dungeon heavily in favor of Perplexed. And the first one is that Master Machinist wing pull that we kept talking about, where Perplexed are able to do all of that in one pull, that Mandatory are doing it in two. And Mandatory actually started off pretty strong. Like, they were doing a lot of damage to this pull. They were even coming out of the first boss. So it's kind of just like a difference in strategy, and a lot of it's off the back of this Warlock. Just like, look at this pull. This pull is incredibly dangerous for your tank. There's a reason that most teams are splitting it up in a bunch of different ways, but Divine has decided that he is able to tank all of these mobs on this Vengeance Demon Hunter, even proccing his cheat death, and there's a timer that he's going to be on before he just dies straight up to this pack or has to kite away. But that timer is fortunately enough able to be met by all of the offensive cooldowns being available for Perplexed here. Then, by leveraging that Warlock as well, with that Spymaster's Web trinket, they're able to take all of the trash into Skarmorak that they're going to need basically for like the rest of the dungeon, and absolutely blow it up on top of the boss, allowing them to skip the Fortified Shell cast. Whenever we saw what Mandatory was doing on this boss, by playing the Unholy DK, it seemed like they were kind of throwing in the towel, being like, there's a couple of specific areas of which we were going to be faster than Perplexed, but being able to beat this Fortified Shell cast with the Warlock is also another colossal time save, and it's both those things in conjunction, because you're not slower than the Unholy DK in that Master Machinist Wing because of your pathing, and because you're then able to also phase Skarmorak before that Fortified Shell cast. That puts you somewhere in the order of about 30 to 45-ish seconds ahead of where Mandatory are in this dungeon. And Mandatory didn't look like slouches. They just kind of played their game plan. They knew that they were going to be slower, and they just put themselves in a potential situation where they were able to capitalize on a Perplexed mistake if the opportunity arose. But Perplexed, like Zyronic was saying, are looking incredibly clutch. And are they going to be able to clutch it out in the Grim Battle? That is the big question now.
It is. Zyronic, in the middle of that, did you have a follow-up thought off of Tettles there?
Yeah, just picking up on what you were saying there, Perplexed has never been a team that's had slow strategies, right? When they lose, it's because they made too many mistakes. It's really all on them right now. From what we've seen in this final dungeon here, in this Grim Battle, Perplexed has a run that's at least 15 to 20 seconds faster than what we've seen from Mandatory. Are they going to be able to capitalize on that? Are they going to be able to have one more clean dungeon run, one more perfect run? It's really all eyes on them now.
All right, last prediction of the season. Who do we think wins this? No more like best of three, just this best of one, Grim Battle. Who are we taking to win?
Perplexed. I think it's their time. I'm saying it.
Dratnos?
How about you, Dratnos?
I'm sticking with Mandatory. I think that this is where it's all going to fall apart for Perplexed.
It's ironic.
I really, really want to see Perplexed finally get there, but my gut says Mandatory.
Ooh.
Tettles?
I'll take Perplexed. Don't mind if I do. Yoink! I'll take the 20-second faster strategy. Don't mind if I do. But it's scary because, like Zyronic mentioned, it's a situation of which their strat's faster, but it's like only one death faster. So if there's any mistake, there is the opportunity to lose the map almost immediately. It's going to come down to execution and who is more precise and who is flawless with their execution in this Grim Battle. But we saw them beat Mandatory in the Grim Battle earlier today. And that's something that it kind of has to weigh heavy on your mind.
Yeah, it's got to be like a shadow, right? Even if you're going, hey, this is fine, we can do it. Just knowing that they have this momentum, just knowing that this is where they're going to be. Like, it has to be getting them.
It's why you had to win the City of Threads if you're Mandatory. Like, you literally couldn't afford to lose the City of Threads, and it was one of those situations that I thought that Mandatory could actually 3-0 them, but they allowed Perplexed this opportunity to just claw their way back. And is this going to be Perplexed's time to win the MDI?
God, I hope so. I hope so. Now, Tettles, you and I are aligned on this. We're here. We're believing it. And this is the dream. And we're going to manifest it. In chat, those of you who are also rooting for Perplexed, manifest with us. But, honestly, Mandatory as well, they are such strong contenders for a reason. And as we talk about this, Mandatory themselves have a lot to prove, right? They are returning champions, but they even have members of the team who weren't there for that victory and who have felt and have told us, as we've talked with them, that this is something they want to prove, that this version of Mandatory here and now can take it. But Perplexed, one of our longest running teams in the entirety of our events, who have for so long just had this fall out of their reach, and now in this moment are actually clutching it out in such an incredible way. Either way, one of these teams has to be our winner. Both of them need perfect runs here, and we can only hope that it's going to happen. But whatever happens, it will be decided here and now in Game 5, Grim Batal. This is Mandatory versus Perplexed match point. It's all you, Tettles.
Well, I will be going to the analyst desk. Goodbye.
So sorry, Tettles. You know what, Tettles? It's all you, Zyronic. I'm too hype.
We are getting caught up in the heat of the moment, but we are already into the key. Mandatory and Perplexed, they've got their strategies. They're locked in. Nothing has changed in terms of comp Stratnos. It's just going to come down to the raw execution. Can they keep it clean for one final dungeon? Something we don't talk about a lot over the course of a day of competition is it gets exhausting running so many keys and practice keys back to back to back over the course of a weekend. But this is it. It's all for this moment.
Yeah, the entire season has built up to this for Mandatory. The opportunity to be the start of a dynasty, right? 2 MDI wins in a row if they can win this map. For Perplexed, the opportunity to break 6 years of a losing streak in the Global Finals. Finally, this could be their chance. This is the closest they've ever been to it, as we have Grim Batal starting off here. It is Perplexed getting this pull grouped a little bit more quickly than Mandatory, although in the start of this map, we just have a couple of seconds being traded back and forth here. It's unlikely that we're going to see a decisive moment here yet, although be on the lookout for last resort on either of these tanks. If one of them loses it in this section, that would not be good news. Skylark and Divine both able to preserve that. There's actually a Brute still alive for Perplex, but that's all okay. Good. Divine can solo the end of that. Yeah, not a big deal at all.
Yeah, he was able to be a lot more healthy after that pull than Skylark was for Mandatory, so no problem for him to cancel that feast and go on and kill that Brute before his teammates get there. But yeah, it is mere seconds between the two teams here. Now, of course, similar to the Stone Vault, because we have this Warlock caster in play for Perplexed, something to focus on. Once again, I'm sure you guys in chat are tired of hearing it, but it's a huge point of the gameplay here. That Spymaster's Web Trinket is incredibly important. In this dungeon, they use it for single target damage on Forge Master Throngus, the second boss of the key, as well as Ariudox at the end of the key to do as much damage as possible, but that adds an extra level of difficulty to the dungeon for Perplexed. If Wolf Disco ever dies, all of that momentum is lost. He loses those stacks, he loses that potential to do damage, so there's an extra level of difficulty Perplexed is playing with. Are they going to be able to pull it off? But it's Mandatory at the start here on General Umbrus, just catapulting themselves ahead.
Yeah, this is looking good for them so far. Last time we saw these teams in this map, General Umbrus was basically killed around the same time for the two teams, but it's Perplexed now.
Perplexed
accelerating. Back. Deathmark desynced a little bit between the two teams, so Perplexed using that to now send the boss home, and they're actually going to get it killed substantially faster than Mandatory, moving towards the next section of the dungeon. Now Perplexed do an extra pull here, if I'm not mistaken. They'll be just starting off with a Molten Giant, whereas Mandatory will be going all the way into Throngus, I believe. Perplexed using a little bit of a gateway for Wolf Disco, speeding up in this area. And yeah, here comes a Molten Giant pull. Ooh, beautiful timing on that stun on the Molten Giant as well. Full uptime on that stun. That stun is great because it reduces the damage you take, and it actually causes the Molten Giant to take 20% increased damage while it's active as well. So really awesome timing here for Perplexed.
And this is a cooldownnless pull, right? They're not using anything. They're not even using the Spymaster's Web here. This is just raw AoE damage coming out from the 3 classes here. Not even a King's being used to augment the damage for Swag on the Rogue here. Only just now coming off cooldown, but still opting to not use it. A little bit of a weird desync of cooldowns. He's going to just feel obligated to save it for the Deathmark, right?
Right, the mob would have died after a couple of seconds, that Kingsbane, so he's just going to hold on to it. But yeah, it does mean he's going to hold on to it pretty much until that Deathmark is ready. A little bit of an awkward situation for Assassination Rogues whenever you have something like that happen, but Perplexed did that last time in this dungeon as well, so I think they've mapped this out, and it is the way to make the best of a kind of awkward overlap of cooldowns. Meanwhile, Mandatory are into this boss as well, but Perplexed are catching up on boss damage. They waited to go into this boss until after that pull was dead, but they're only 10% behind, and they have a bunch of extra count here once this Molten Giant pull does die under the boss.
Whew. Scary overlap there of the Flurry plus that Wake from the Molten Giant, but Sevi able to keep everyone topped, and this is where the single target damage accelerates. The Infernal comes out from Wolf Disco. This is where he uses his first press of the Spymasters in this dungeon as well. Probably 35-ish stacks of that, giving him about 35,000 intellect on top of the 60k base, almost increasing his damage by 50% during the Infernal. Look at him catching up to the Rogue and Enhanced Shaman on single target here. This is going to catch them up, but yes, Mandatory is going to kill the boss off first, but remember, Perplexed has more count here, and they do a great Warlock Gateway skip, which is going to save them a bunch of time. Mandatory really is the one that's pressured here. They need to go for huge pulls and do them quickly and cleanly in order to keep an advantage. They only kill the boss a few seconds ahead of Perplexed, 3 seconds between the two teams.
Yeah, Mandatory now going to be starting off a single Lava Bender pull. They didn't even bring the second Lava Bender in the past, and it looks like that's going to be no different this time. They'll be taking that Lava Bender into the next pull, which caused a death last time for Mandatory in here. Maybe if they can execute that flawlessly, they can be on pace with Perplexed. Perplexed, a much less ambitious pull here, but then they are going to get the huge value out of a Demonic Gateway from their Warlock right after this. That is going to save them a ton of travel time and let them start the next pull immediately. So, Mandatory need to finish this quickly. Skylark needs to live as well. That cheat death from both tanks, a vital resource in this area. These Enforcers do so much tank damage if you aren't able to reset their enraged stacks, but it looks like Mandatory are going to be able to get through there. They're going to finish off this Warlock. They're just going to run forward now, and they're going to take this Lava Bender into the same pull that you can see Perplexed starting here, with this Dragon going into the cubby here. This is where you can line that Dragon's first cast for free, so it works out really naturally for the start of this pull. And the idea is to kill that Dragon before it gets to its next cast entirely.
But the gateway across the chasm just saves so much time for Perplexed. They were able to get this pull gathered up in this cubby 10 to 15 seconds before what we saw from Mandatory. Also, that Lava Bender frontal was a terrible position, forcing melee players to get out of the way. This is a scary, scary overlap here for Mandatory. Are they going to be able to live through the pull? The answer is yes, but definitely not the most efficient of pulls. Perplexed, though, already done. The entire pull is dead, and Mandatory still has a Lava Bender at 60%. Are they just going to have to chain this? They might feel like they have to.
Yeah, I mean, it does start pulsing AoE damage while it is low, but it does look like Mandatory are saying, you know what? That's fine. We're going to start the boss right now. We can't afford to waste any time right here. So that Lava Bender does go down for them. They are on the boss. Perplexed already phasing that boss now, entering the second phase, and this is a scary part of this boss fight. There are 2 Lava Benders alive. They're going to get to finish these off, but Death Disco goes down for Perplexed. Oh, and Zyro, that's the Spy Master's web attacks disappearing for Perplexed. That's such a huge damage loss. Not only when they press this at the end of the dungeon is it going to have fewer stacks, but also up until then, Wolf Disco is just passively going to have less intellect. This is a huge opportunity for Mandatory to catch back up now. Plus, 15 seconds of death timer are going to be leveled against Perplexed here. Brutal turn of events for Perplexed.
And those 15 seconds are roughly what Perplexed won this dungeon by in their previous run. They have a fast run, but we're talking about a game of inches here. Mandatory, though, not out of the woods. They need to make sure they can keep it clean on this boss here. Those debuffs need to get dispelled instantly. Keeping the health bars healthy in mode, doing a great job keeping everyone alive. Unfortunate Shadow Flame Spirit spawns here for Mandatory, but they're doing a good job of getting them under the boss so they can be cleaved down. Big burst of damage from the knockback, but look at how neck and neck it is now. Mandatory keeping it close on the boss, but Perplexed. Another differing strategy here. They pull this trash on top of the boss to accelerate ahead and get a little bit of extra cleave damage. Still scary. They're going to get a little bit of overlap of damage here as the Twilight Buffet goes out while the trash is still alive, and it costs them their lives! Everyone is dead! An ad exploded!
Falling apart. One of those Shadow Flame Spirits going into Perplexed, and that is going to end their run here, I fear. Mandatory just have to stay clean for the last 3 minutes of this dungeon, and they will be able to slam the door on Perplexed. A Shine hitting that Ankh does manage to curse dispel himself. Divine undispellable, though, for a few seconds as a Shine is on cooldown. Perplexed are going to try and limp over the finish line on this boss fight, but they have so little damage now. Those spirits are going to be unkillable by them, and I think this is potentially going to be a slow and painful wipe for Perplexed. Divine, still 20% of Valiona's effective health needing to be dealt with here. Divine starting to kite, thinking about how to best handle this, but the Zyro, it's so bad.
Just
it's
too
all
little,
bad.
too late. He has to do 8% of the boss's HP on his own, and it's just not gonna happen. This is costing them more and more time. Meanwhile, Mandatory standing strong, getting through Valiona, working their way through the first set of Corruptors here. It is at about this moment now, with a delay on the stream, that they will have known what has conspired over on Perplexed's side of the match. And man, the emotion right now for them must be insane, but it's not over yet. Skylark now has set up the hatchlings. He has gotten in combat and made sure they won't give his team those shadow damage, taken debuffs, and we are on to Erudix very soon here. Mandatory are looking like they're going to be repeating, Dratnos.
Divine is still keeping this pull alive for Perplexed. He's just doing it, I think, at this point, out of pride. He's saying, you know what, Valiona, you can defeat the rest of my team, but you can't defeat me. I am invincible. I am Divine Field here. A last stand against this dungeon, but it is not going to be anywhere close to enough to win the map, and I fear he's about to die here. He can maybe keep this going until the end of the dungeon, though. Fell Desolation coming out. Somehow, no, down eventually he goes after we do a little bit of trolling on the side of Perplexed, and Mandatory hitting that Lust, slamming all this damage into Erudax. A 0-death run out of them. Perplexed best time in this dungeon is a 10:53. Will Mandatory be faster than that? I think they might be. I think this
they will
be our fastest Grim Batol here. We have another 30 seconds before that mark will be reached. The Lust is still rolling for Mandatory. They are doing so much damage to this boss. I think it's maybe going to be a hair slower than that run out of Perplexed. Oh, it's going to be right down to the wire. Let's see. 10:53. That timer to look for at the top of the screen here. 10 seconds left for Mandatory to really stamp their mark on this MDI that they are going to be the champions of. Either way, it's going to basically be exactly that time, as well as the clock does pass over the 10:53 mark. But Mandatory are your back-to-back MDI champions. What a well-played series from them. 0 deaths in that dungeon, securing the win.
Congratulations to Mandatory, our MDI Global Finals champions. They have started their dynasty here and now. They've continued it in this MDI, and they are establishing it without question. An incredible run from them, so close to setting that record, but absolutely securing them that victory. Now, this was an unfortunate one for Perplexed, right? We saw that wipe happen, but Mandatory just went absolutely wild on this. I mean, Zyrotic, what do you think were really some of their standout moments?
What can you even say about this dungeon, to be completely honest with you? I feel so sad for Perplexed, but for Mandatory, this is vindication for them, right? They knew they were underdogs coming into this map, and they played their game. They did what they had to do in order to win this map. They might have even been able to just beat out a good run for Perplexed with that time they put up there. And man, they've done it. Not only are they the first back-to-back winners in a long time, they're the first team ever not named Echo to do that in the MDI. This is a new dynasty for the MDI. Mandatory, oh man, they're here.
Incredible. I mean, this was phenomenal to see, and Mandatory, yes, they are here and they are doing it. I mean, it's amazing. Tettles, you were there watching all of the, ins and outs of this one. So what were you seeing as Mandatory blazed their way to victory?
Oh my god. Okay, so it was a situation kind of similar to what we saw from the Stone Vault, where this is a Perplexed favored map, and it's favored probably by somewhere in the order of about 20 to 30 seconds. And it comes down to the fact that the sequencing in the second area and utilization of that Warlock Gate for Perplexed puts them in a position where they are favored in this map, and they are just like straight up favored in this matchup. Now, whenever we talked about the Stone Vault, one of the things that I commended Mandatory for is while they had a slower strategy, they kept themselves in position to where if Perplexed actually made any mistakes, they would actually be able to capitalize on it. And Mandatory did a similar thing in this map pool, where Perplexed, they were utilizing this Warlock Gate. They were doing the strategies of which grabbing the Lava Bender, and they were just like a little bit faster in this area, which allowed them to be faster overall for this entire timer. Now, what ended up happening is whenever Perplexed pulled Valiona, they pulled it with the 6-pack of trash. And this composition, I feel like anybody who's done this key on live has had this issue where you're probably playing too many melee, and one of the melee accidentally contact the ad. And we saw it in Group A. We saw it in Group B. We saw it a few times in the Chinese region, where somebody accidentally just clips the hitbox of the ad, and it ends up wiping them. In this case, it was unfortunately Swag. Now, Perplexed wasn't going to have a perfect run, but I still think even after this death to Wolf Disco and they get him rezzed up, it's not even a bad situation of which they're in. I think that they're still able to win, and I think they're still a little bit further ahead of where Mandatory are, even with the 15 seconds of death penalty. But this boss is so hard. Now, the ad fixates Swag, and Swag shadow steps the boss. If you know anything about shadow step, it puts you dead center of the boss's hitbox. Oh. And so look at where his ad is. And he shadow steps, and it just blows up the ad of the Shadow Flame Spirit, immediately wiping the rest of his group. and it just completely takes the wind out of their sails. There's no way that they can even possibly recover. It's like an instant full wipe situation. Very infrequently do we see instant full wipe situations on this key level, but that is definitely one of the biggest fail cases right there that is possible. And for Mandatory, huge kudos to them for putting themselves in a situation of which they were able to capitalize on a mistake from Perplexed. They needed to win the City of Threads to be able to close out this series 3-0. They didn't do that, but they put themselves in a spot where they were able to come and go back-to-back for MDI Championships.
Oh, I mean, you love to see it. You love to see them get in here and absolutely prove that they deserved to be at the top, right? But, I mean, it's so unfortunate, especially when Perplexed had those perfect runs and you just have that one thing that just tanks it. But, you know, I mean, looking back on this, Zyronic, how are you feeling looking back at this this series we've just played?
Just absolutely insane gameplay from both teams. This is definitely the closest MDI we've ever had, let alone just the final, but other teams. The series with Holy Moly for both of these matchups. I mean, dude, these teams are so insanely good and so well matched up. This could have gone either way. You know, if there was just a little bit of leeway there, if those ads were dead when Swag got the Shadow Step off, we could be talking about a completely different champion right now. I mean, just insane gameplay for both teams.
This comp also just sucks at killing those ads. Straight up, it's so obnoxious to actually kill those ads, which is why you're seeing a lot of teams electing to tank the boss in like the corner of the room to utilize the geometry to get the ads stacked better. But the risky and the faster play is to pull the 6-pack into the boss, and whenever you're playing that riskier and faster strategy, there are potential problems that you open yourselves up to, like getting clipped by that ad and blowing up your raid.
Yeah, and I mean, you see it happen. We saw it happen just now, right? And, you know, obviously this created the situation in which between these two really close teams, Mandatory was able to take it here, and they just absolutely pumped this whole dungeon. It was amazing. But, I mean, we'll take a look back at all of our bracket and everything that brought us to this point, because it was, gosh, incredible play from Mandatory across this whole weekend, and honestly just some huge competition that we got to see from all of our teams. And, you know, while Perplexed didn't take it here, they will still be our second place, you know, winners. And I know it's not what they wanted, but again, they have played so well, and I think it could have just gone any number of ways. Now, as we look over here about everything, with this weekend, with the global finals, Dratnos, what are your thoughts as we've seen how it's all come together?
Yeah, I mean, a tough one for Perplexed for sure. It's got to be heartbreaking to get that close, although the trajectory is still good for them. The last global finals for them went 8th, 7th, 5th, 6th, 4th, 3rd, now 2nd. So this could be the trajectory. Next time, that could be the first. The pattern is there. But yeah, Mandatory just looked incredible here. I mean, they are definitely our new reigning champions, deservedly so. They're making that upper bracket run. They're winning 2 MDIs in a row. I'm very excited to see this team in future MDIs. I hope they'll play in the TGP this coming time as well. That's going to be so exciting to see. I hope all these teams make an appearance in the upcoming Great Push, which we, again, are going to have signups opening for that next month. And the time trials in January as well. Should be extremely good content.
Oh, yes, and I love that this is going to be the first season that we'll have both MDI and TGP in one season, so getting to see how these teams are going to match up, come back, play this slightly different style with Great Push. It's going to be really cool to even just see it in this one season, which I love. But, I mean, this was incredible. We will have, we're trying to see if we can get an interview set up here with our winners, Mandatory. But, I mean, this has just been, there's been so many highs and lows and so many incredible moments. I mean, Tettles, what do you think were some of your biggest surprises overall from this weekend?
I thought how good Holy Moly looked was a pretty large surprise for me personally. I thought that one was... we kind of clocked them whenever we saw them during Group B as a team that could really contend, but they ended up putting like 3 of the fastest times up for specific dungeons, and I think that is a team that has the makings to, if they continue to stay together, I think that they can improve a lot and potentially be contesting Perplexed and Mandatory for future MDIs. I think that's probably, for me, my biggest thing.
Yeah. Dratnos, was there anything that, you know, stands out to you, even with the performance of these two teams, but from this weekend?
Yeah, I would say that. I think Miscount as well. You know, Miscount, looking at the bracket here, had a pretty rough weekend, but they actually did so well in some of those maps. They had such good times, so I'm really excited to see them in some future seasons as well.
No, we're really excited to see Mandatory back again. What's up? Good to see you for another weekend here after our group's interview. But congratulations on coming back and being our global final champions. That's amazing. I mean, we'll be getting them in here. There they are. Hello. Hello. Welcome. It's good to see you. Hi.
Hello.
No, so good to see you again. We're so glad to have you here. And congrats, this is a huge win. You gotta be feeling pretty good right now, huh?
Oh, I'm feeling great.
Yeah, definitely ecstatic. It was such an insane series. It was crazy. It just feels amazing winning again, and just a crazy series all around.
Yeah, it was amazing seeing you play. I mean, this was like the coolest, the best series to just see here at the end. But this was amazing. I mean, as we kind of, think back on it here, what do you think were some of the hardest or like most challenging matches today?
I guess I can go first.
Is it just me, by the way?
Yes, hopeful. Please. Go for it.
I mean, definitely, like, just versus PERPLEXED at all, they're really consistent. They've been like a really top team for like just ever since all these tournaments. So basically any match that we're going in versus them was just going to be really hard. And we knew if we made a mistake, we just had to hope they made a mistake for it to be even. So every match versus them was just stressful.
Yeah, Stove, what did you feel like? What was your, highest stakes one or most difficult moment?
I don't know. Honestly, it was the whole series. I mean, Necrotic Quake was one of the toughest dungeons, I think, and I really didn't like Siege. Those two dungeons, I think, for me are like the hardest and the most like I have to focus and lock in the most. But other than that, I think there was no real easy pulls. It was all a little bit. It was just tough all around, but we managed to come through.
Yeah, I mean, you did. You pulled it off. It was amazing. But honestly, a lot of people thought, just seeing how strong you were, this, in every competition, but especially here in this MDI, I think a lot of people were, cheering for you. So I'm curious, this being a big one for you, but coming back for a second win, what does it kind of mean to you to be our champions? And we can start this time with Stove, if you want to go first.
Yeah. Well. I'm sorry, could you repeat the question again?
Yeah. No. What does it mean, coming here to win this, to be our champions? Yeah. Look, you've just done a lot today, so we get it. Okay. I mean, it means a lot. To be honest, we did feel like, PERPLEXED and Holy Moly are the teams that we would go against, and it would be like really tough matchups, definitely. So it really means a lot beating them and proving ourselves once again that we can actually compete and we can be the best team that the MDI has to offer. So, I mean, definitely means a lot. Love it. No, I mean, I agree. It has to be a lot. And hopefully you talked a little bit about what it would mean to you to win this one. So how do you feel now that you made it through? What does it mean to be a champion second year running?
Oh, it feels so great. Even though I wasn't with them during their first win, I don't think I've ever wanted to win something more in my life than this MDI. So it feels so great to be winning.
Yeah, I remember you mentioned that you were like, I feel like I have to prove myself, coming in. But I think you have more than done that. You have absolutely proved it, that Mandatory and you on it is a real powerhouse still. So amazing to see. And, I'll pass the questions off now. I'll head over to Tettles. Tettles, what do you want to ask?
Oh, I want to talk about ban strats a little bit. We saw you guys ban Dawnbreaker straight through all the way into the finals. What was the reasoning that you guys ended up banning that Dawnbreaker, and why not maybe ban something that's maybe a bit more conventional, like the Grim Battle or the Stone Vault versus PERPLEXED?
So Dawnbreaker is pretty straightforward dungeon. There's one or two pulls that are pretty hard. So that dungeon is basically just affix RNG, or wait, is Dawnbreaker the 12?
Yeah.
Okay, no affix RNG, but I mean class RNG then. There's a lot of RNG when we were thinking about it. So maybe one pull, your shaman just pops off and then you do 10 seconds quicker on that pull specifically. So since it's so straightforward and there's a lot of RNG with some of the classes depending on Frox, that's why we didn't want to leave anything up to RNG. We just want to make sure if we play better, we deserve the win.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, the real reason is, guys, let me tell you the real reason, okay? The real reason is that we couldn't play the better comp, okay? We couldn't play Warrior Prost Paladin, so we decided to ban it out. Like, that was the strategy.
Real?
Oh, okay. So
okay. There it is.
Who's supposed to play Warrior? Like, who even would? Is it Macy who's supposed to play Warrior?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Noted.
Ironic, did you have a question to toss out?
Yeah, and I guess, Stove, you can take this one. One of the questions I always like asking the players, even after, if I'm not asking it on stream, or on the broadcast, is, what did you guys do with your time after winning the upper finals? Because, obviously, you get yourselves maybe like 2.5, 3 hours to look at the match pool for the for the grand finals, rather. What did you guys do? Did you just, like, hammer in the strats on the dungeons that you weren't necessarily as confident on? Because you guys looked way better in things like Siege of Paralysis and Grim Batol in the grand finals than you did earlier on in the weekend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we basically gave ourselves like 5 minutes break or 5 to 10 minutes break where we can just collect ourselves again and start playing. We decided that we would wanna do the reruns basically of all the maps and mostly just focus on the maps that we were kinda felt like we were behind on. So for example, the Stonevolt we ran once or twice. What else did we do? I think we did a couple of Necrotic Wakes because it's a hard key. We wanted to get the reps in. We did some City of Threats, which we also didn't think we were too great in. So that's basically what we did in the break there between our upper finals and the grand finals.
Very nice. Yeah, Dratos, do you want to take it away?
Yeah, I guess my question for you guys is, what's next for Team Mandatory? You guys planning to compete in the upcoming Great Push? Hopeful, is that something that the team has talked about yet?
Of course, I think everyone still wants to compete. I think, it's only a month until TGP, so only a little break before this time compared to normal. But yeah.
So, can you play Frosty K for the TGP? Because Maystain's the only person who can play Augevoker in your group, right?
Oh, I can play any classes. Classes are too easy.
That spec's getting nerfed, Settles. Didn't you see the notes?
No, they don't have to play Breath anymore. They're going to play Rider or Frost. That's going to be sick.
All right, well, the only final question that I have, and hopeful we'll kick it off with you, but what are you going to do with your medal when you get it?
Wear it.
Oh, I'm going to hang it on my
wear it
wall
all
right
the time?
next to the second place one. Yep.
I love it. Stove, what are you going to do with yours?
Well, at this point, it's a collection. I have them right there to where I sleep. I just look at them sometimes before I go to bed to remind myself that I have one, the MDI. That's pretty big.
Yeah,
I love that. Can't wait for the second one. Yeah.
Yeah, add it in. That's amazing. Love it. Honestly, we will let you go. Celebrate your victory. Enjoy the medals when they arrive. Enjoy this celebration and taking home the second win here for Mandatory, which is amazing. It was so fun to get to watch you perform. So before we let you go, though, we will absolutely really quickly give you both a chance to shout out who you'd like. So, Stove, would you like to say anything, any final thoughts, any shout outs before we say goodbye?
Oh, yeah. Well, first of all, I want to thank you guys for once again making a great show. Amazing work. Also, I want to thank Mandatory, of course, for supporting us, and my team mainly for being pulling through in the end. Absolute beast to play with. Just such a pleasure. Really proud of everyone. And yeah, to all the friends and all the fans watching and supporting us, thank you so much. It means the world to us, and thanks so much.
Yeah, hopeful.
Yeah, shout out to Mandatory.org. They have a lot of it was actually cool to see being on it for this and TGP. There's a lot of fans, and you just open up Twitter and every day there's just notifications of the fans just writing comments on the Twitter post and then just engaging with it. So shout out Mandatory for sure. And then shout out to all my teammates. I think everyone played really well. And yeah, of course, shout out to the fans and everyone supporting us.
Thank you both so much. Go celebrate, enjoy. Congratulations again on being our Mythic Dungeon International champions. And huge congrats to Mandatory. We're so excited to have seen it and to have been here with you. See ya.
Thank you.
See ya. Bye-bye.
And with that, we will be bringing this Mythic Dungeon International to a close. I mean, this has been an incredible one. Again, huge thanks to Mandatory for joining us for this interview at the end, and huge congratulations to them as our champions. But before we go, we'll have some quick little final thoughts. I mean, Dratnos, you have any final thoughts about how this MDI panned out?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we have moved to a clear world of so many top-tier teams, and the second-tier challenger teams like Miscount that, we didn't even see here on Sunday, also look incredibly good. They are definitely one good season away from the finals as well.
Yeah, they're so close. I mean, we saw so many good competitors, you're right, and I can't wait to see them back for future stuff. I mean, it's ironic seeing the teams coming out of this. What are you kind of thinking about TGP that's coming up?
Oh, TGP is going to be hype, and the fact that it's on the same season, so the teams will have so much practice on the dungeons going into the TGP is going to be insane. I mean, I think the potential for so many world first keys in this TGP is higher than it's ever been in the past. I'm heavily looking forward to it.
Dude, I'm so interested in seeing how China is going to fare in the TGP as well, because I want to say like 4 of the top 5 teams on ladder right now are Chinese. They are absolutely obliterating live keys currently. They're even playing. There's one team that's playing with a mage, and most people think mage sucks, and they're randomly rank 1. So like, is mage OP and mages all suck? I don't really know.
Did you see during our broadcast yesterday that Chinese team that runs a mage got the world first 19 key time? They got an Arakara timed.
Well,
if they play TGP, man.
Yeah.
I'll guarantee you that we'll see the world first 20 be done during the TGP. That's my guarantee.
Ooh, guarantee.
Okay, all right. Oh, big words. Okay, wow. Tuttles is backing it. But you know what else Tuttles backed this weekend? His predictions. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at how the predictions eventually settled for all of us. Let's see, chat, how you did as well. Okay. Oh, Make's reigning supreme at the top. Nagura as well, although Make's got the most perfect predictions. Pretty strong there. It's ironic how you feeling.
They were both perfect? Sheesh. Hey man, 85% is high. I'm not upset about that at all. I'll take it.
No. I mean, Tuttles, you're not at the bottom. That's got to be something, right?
Don't talk to me. We gotta bring back the regular season. We gotta bring back the regular season matters, man. Like, please.
Dratnos, even if you're at the bottom here, I think you pretty much won all of the Who spell a lot of the time. So you can at least take that, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, 78% that's a passing grade, okay? C's get degrees. I'm doing pretty good down here.
And chat, you all were right at the top as well. Absolutely impeccable, and you reigned supreme, and most importantly, a lot of times you just stayed up there and right above titles. So well done, you fulfilled the mission, and we really appreciate it. But everybody, we are going to, with that, say our final farewells here for this Mythic Dungeon International. Of course, like we've been saying, there's a lot still to come. So, the great push. It will be coming your way a little bit sooner. We announced as well earlier on the broadcast that you can expect to see that in January. So again, MDI and MDI TGP in the same season. Signups will be open in December, and the time trials will begin January 22nd. So when that's ready, be sure to sign up on Raider.io and get registered. It's a great time to get some more titles, to get involved, and to see if you can make it to the top. But we'll be looking forward to it ourselves as well, and we can't wait to see you and all the teams participating there. So, thank you, a huge thank you to all of our teams here in this MDI. A huge thank you as well to all of you who tuned in, watched no matter how long, or if you were here with us for the whole thing. A huge thanks, even though we, tease each other, to all the casters and all of you here on desk. And Tuttles, you did great. And everybody, honestly, it was a great time. So thank you so much as well for providing your insights. And a thank you to our production team, without whom we would be helpless. We'd just be talking to a camera or a wall in a room. So that was really great too. We appreciate you. But it's been an amazing start here for season 1 of The War Within for our MDI, but this isn't the end of the MDI season. TGP returns like we mentioned, so make sure to sign up, get into the fight, and join us in the competition or live on stream. Enjoy US Thanksgiving, any other holidays you might celebrate here in the coming months, and we'll be cheering you on, whatever you're doing in game or out. Until next time, bye everybody.